Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. When the protagonist woke up, he had no idea what character he was playing as. The cool graphics all around him seemed real to him. He decided to open the status window, and immediately realized he was playing as the 9th son of the Demon King. It would seem that the prince should have many skills, but in fact, all his stats were practically zero. According to this storyline, NPCs must destroy the Crimson Light Bastards, so the protagonist had to go to war with a pack of orcs. Together, they traveled a long way, passing through dense forests and high cliffs, but eventually reached their destination. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a surge of powerful energy. He noticed that his level had increased, and all his stats had increased by 2 points. Remembering his character's storyline protection, Ingongju confidently entered the dark cave. Here, the gang managed to find a ton of treasure, some of which the protagonist placed in his inventory. Sensing something was wrong, the Crimson Light Tribe general decided to punish the wanderers. His army immediately began to slaughter the protagonist's gang. The boy tried to fight back, but his sword was too weak. The protagonist's HP was depleting rapidly. To escape this hell, he decided to quit the game, but he couldn't find the appropriate button. This simply meant he was stuck in a virtual reality world. In the real world, Ingongju was nothing special. His only passion was video games, so he decided to replay the remake of his favorite childhood game, which told a story about humans and demons. After failing to complete the event, Ingongju woke up in an empty space, where a mysterious girl told him he was destined to be here. A bright flash clouded the hero's mind, and he found himself back on the battlefield. Kaichan steps forward again, expecting no resistance from the prince he already killed. He mocks the patrol for coming with so few troops and orders the rest to be wiped out. Then he notices the prince standing again, now wrapped in unfamiliar golden power. Kaichan realizes this is some kind of awakening and is unsettled for the first time. Ju rises alive, and even the enemy cannot understand how he survived. A new notification appears, announcing that he has acquired telekinesis. Ju is baffled because he never learned such a skill, yet the power is now his. That impossible change jolts him into full alertness. His status has also changed, granting him the subclass Knight of Conquest. Kaichan reacts with alarm and orders his men to kill the prince immediately. Karak sees the change too and is stunned. The loyal orcs instantly shift from confusion to fierce devotion, throwing themselves into protecting their prince. Ju becomes the center of the battlefield as both sides recognize that something fundamental has changed. He steadies himself with the broken sword still in hand and turns back to the interface for answers. He knows Knight of Conquest is not a normal class option, which means this power lies outside the game knowledge he trusted. That mystery forces him to ask why this impossible role was given to him. As golden power gathers, he realizes the answer is already inside him, as if forgotten spells and instincts are awakening from somewhere deeper than memory. He understands that the power of conquest is the power of a king. Accepting that role, he invokes the king's banner and releases a commanding wave of power that surges across the battlefield and stuns everyone around him. A new conquest skill spreads the king's blessing over a chosen area, and the orc troops immediately feel their strength surge. Empowered by that buff, the orcs charge the red-skinned enemy with orders to wipe them out. Their first clash turns brutal as the strengthened orcs start smashing through the opposing front line. The momentum keeps building, and the enemy is driven back by raw force. Across the battlefield, the buffed orcs overwhelm scattered foes and turn the fight into a rout. The enemy side realizes too late that the orcs have suddenly become far stronger than before. Their leader can only stare in disbelief at how absurdly the balance has shifted. As the orcs press forward, that leader notices a new figure entering the battle behind them. He recognizes the white-haired prince as the likely source of this impossible change. Desperate to stop the tide, he hurls magic at the prince and demands that the enhancement end. The prince stays calm instead of panicking under the attack. Before the spell can reach him, Karak bursts in and shields him by tearing through the impact. The prince watches Karak's intervention and realizes how completely the orc general has committed to protecting him. He immediately sends Karak after the enemy commander. Karak obeys without hesitation and launches himself forward like a weapon. The enemy commander braces, but the charge is already upon him. He tries to protest and recover control, but he is too slow. Karak cuts him down in a single decisive strike. The commander's fall shocks the remaining enemies and breaks what little order they had left. As the survivors flee, the prince orders the orcs to hunt them down and leave no one alive. With the battle decided, the system credits the prince for his general's achievements as service to his king. That reward triggers multiple level-ups for the prince at once. He is startled by how quickly his level rises and turns to see Karak still nearby. Karak, still glowing with borrowed power, wonders what kind of strength the prince has given him. The orc studies that unfamiliar power with growing awe. The prince turns away, already trying to understand the cause of what just happened. He suspects the answer lies in his status as a prince rather than in ordinary combat mechanics. The scene shifts back to the camp after the battle, where the orcs settle down around the fires. Alone in his room, the prince panics because he still cannot find any way to log out of this world. He forces himself to calm down and starts reasoning through his situation instead of spiraling. His first explanation is that he is trapped inside a virtual reality system and might be freed if the real-world problem gets patched. But he cannot ignore a second, far more disturbing possibility. He considers that he may have actually entered the world of the game, or at least a reality that closely mirrors it. The world feels too real, its people respond like living beings, and that makes the possibility harder to dismiss. A crude physical check convinces him this place lacks the artificial limits of a game, which only deepens his unease. If this is truly another world, then death here might be permanent. He refuses to gamble with his life and clings to the fact that, for now, he at least occupies the body of a privileged prince. Karak interrupts his thoughts by asking for time with the prince. When the prince calls his name, Karak answers with silent seriousness. Outside under the night sky, Karak questions why the prince suddenly wants a sparring match. The prince insists it is necessary because Karak is meant to become his future leader, and he needs to know Karak's swordsmanship. Karak tosses him a practice sword, forcing the prince to commit. Even while agreeing, Karak promises to hold back as much as he can. The prince mocks that caution and reminds Karak he is still speaking to royalty. He demands a real fight, not a patronizing demonstration. Karak accepts and finally takes a proper stance. The prince rushes in recklessly and immediately shows how little actual technique he has. Karak stands almost motionless while the prince's flurry fails to trouble him at all. The prince's attacks become so ineffective that Karak can endure them without even changing expression. When Karak finally swings back, the prince barely blocks and is blown away by the force. Karak worries he hit too hard, but the prince is already more interested in what that impact might have taught him. A system message appears and confirms that he has acquired basic swordsmanship. He is stunned that he gained the skill in the middle of the spar. That sudden realization makes him connect this moment to an earlier one. He concludes that, just as with telekinesis, directly experiencing an attack with his body may let him learn the corresponding skill. When Karak tries to end the match, the prince refuses because he has found a way to grow stronger. He plants his foot and recommits to the fight. Now energized by discovery, he declares that he is only getting started. He charges again, this time with intent instead of panic. Their next exchange is sharper, and the prince begins reading Karak's movements instead of blindly swinging. Karak notices at once that the prince's form has improved dramatically. That leaves Karak baffled, because the prince had looked hopeless only moments earlier. The duel continues as the prince starts matching timing and distance far better than before. He settles into a proper stance, visibly adapting in real time. Pleased with his progress, he asks Karak how that looked. Then he asks Karak's level to measure the gap between them. Hearing that Karak is level 21 gives him a concrete target. Since he himself is only level 7, he decides he simply needs to catch up as fast as possible. He reflects that everyone in this world has levels, but unlike them he can inspect his own instantly. Being able to see his full stats and spend points directly gives him a major advantage over everyone else. Armed with that confidence, he throws himself back into the spar. He closes in aggressively, testing his growing control. What excites him is not just that he can become stronger, but that he can do it faster than anyone around him. That conviction hardens as he keeps pressing Karak despite the level gap. He then recalls the larger story of Night Saga and the demon arc that defines this world's future. That arc follows Zephyr's rise as he surpasses his siblings and becomes the Demon King. Among all the events in that long story, one future massacre matters most to him. In year 517, Zephyr kills all of his siblings to secure his goal, which means the prince himself is fated to die. Since it is only year 512, he still has time before that disaster arrives. He decides his top priority must be preventing that future, ideally by becoming stronger than Zephyr. Karak later finds him in the forest and tells him a meeting is about to begin. The prince has forgotten entirely, and Karak reminds him everyone is already waiting. That leaves the prince confused about what kind of meeting this is. By daylight, the camp is calm again as he heads to the gathering. He arrives awkwardly and tries to hide how unprepared he feels. Two older siblings are already there, and they note that he has come unusually early. The seventh prince, Chris Moonlight, greets him warmly and tells him not to be so formal with family. The eighth princess, Caitlin Moonlight, points out that this is actually their first proper meeting. Chris still invites him to address them by name, treating him with unexpected ease. The prince remembers that these two, children of the fourth queen Elaine Moonlight, had been troublesome figures in the game. He also remembers that they are doomed to die a year before the final massacre. In the original story, Zephyr and the Demon King's other children kill them first. The reason is tied to a hidden truth about Caitlin's birth. That secret is that Caitlin is not a legitimate daughter. Instead of hostility though, she scolds the prince for ignoring the patrol plan and taking unnecessary risks in battle. She moves closer to inspect him herself. Her concern turns physical as she checks whether he was injured. She calls him the weakest among them, and warns that he should have been more careful. The prince is thrown off because the Demon King's children were never supposed to be this close or protective. Chris backs her up and warns him not to do anything so dangerous again. Their kindness leaves him genuinely shaken because it contradicts everything he expected. He pauses and starts reassessing what he thought he knew about them. Remembering that lycanthropes often produce aura users, he wonders if he can learn aura the same way he learned other skills. He abruptly asks Chris for a favor. With suspicious enthusiasm, he asks to be hit. Both siblings are horrified by the request. The moment hangs in baffled silence. That silence gives way to a memory of the previous battle against the Lightning Tribe. Explosions had torn through the enemy ranks and thrown the battlefield into chaos. The larger fight had become a massacre with bodies falling on both sides. A massive red-skinned general carved through the fighting with overwhelming power. Enemy warriors could only scream as he closed in. He crushed attackers with devastating strikes and scattered them effortlessly. Even direct counterattacks barely slowed him as he kept cutting enemies down. His sheer presence terrified everyone around him. One enemy soldier broke completely under that pressure. The general answered with another violent blow that shattered the ground itself. He drove his troops onward by ordering them to kill everything and promising rewards for the highest body count. The orcs answered that call with a ferocious charge. The entire battlefield erupted into a full-scale slaughter under his command. Back in the present, the prince suddenly finds himself in a dark, empty mental space. A radiant white-haired woman appears before him as if she already knows where he comes from. He looks around and realizes he is no longer alone in that strange realm. Other ominous figures stand nearby, and he is unnerved because none of them belong to the game's known cast. The glowing woman moves behind him, as if guiding or claiming him. He senses something changing inside himself. A flood of light engulfs him before he can understand what is happening. He wakes in bed, abruptly returned to his room. Disoriented, he wonders whether the whole encounter was only a dream. Karak's sudden voice beside him startles him badly. The prince complains, while Karak simply notes that he seems fine. Karak then asks why the prince had begged the princess to strike him in the first place. Before the prince can answer, a strange energy begins to gather around him. A system notice confirms that he has obtained Aura Level 1, and he immediately feels the new power awaken. Karak is astonished that being struck by Aura could trigger an awakening, while the prince admits it was only partly that simple. Karak also realizes the prince was the one who had suddenly become so energized during the earlier battle. When the prince asks what happened while he slept, Karak says there is major news. The main force has already defeated the Lightning Tribe as well. That shocks the prince, because he believed only he, Chris, and Caitlin had been sent against the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. Karak reveals that the true commander of the main force was General Bandal. The name hits hard because Bandal is one of the strongest warriors in the story and a favorite subordinate of Zephyr in the original timeline. The prince immediately sees an opportunity hidden in that revelation. Bandal is not supposed to join Zephyr until year 515, which means the future has not locked him in yet. So the prince decides he can try to recruit Bandal for himself before Zephyr ever does. He knows Bandal's tastes, talents, and the kinds of rewards that motivate him. More importantly, he remembers that Bandal's loyalty is won by defeating him in a duel. With that knowledge, the prince believes he has a real chance to claim Bandal first if he grows strong enough. He sets his sights on Bandal as his first great recruit, and declares that the general will become his subordinate. Elsewhere in Caitlin's camp, that bold declaration is met with stunned disbelief. When the prince demonstrates that he reached the first stage of aura expulsion in a single day, even Chris and Caitlin are left openly astonished. Shutra confirms that his recent gains were inevitable because he invested everything into aura. He explains that this was a calculated choice, since aura strengthens the body overall and suits him even better than telekinesis. The blonde warrior is stunned that such growth is possible and wonders if Shutra's Gandharv blood is the reason. Instead of dwelling on that, the warrior asks Shutra whether he can reproduce an underground map from memory. Shutra admits he cannot make one directly, but offers to copy what his minimap shows if given writing tools. The group prepares this plan from their camp in the mountains. When the map is drawn, it turns out to be even more detailed than the one they already had. The blonde warrior is delighted and openly praises Shutra's usefulness. Using the fact that the Scarlet Lightning Tribe does not know their tunnel network has been exposed, they decide to set up an ambush through the underground routes. With that settled, Shutra is assigned another task and realizes he is being drawn deeper into the operation. The mission shifts from planning to action as they head into the mountains. Shutra joins an orc patrol and learns they are being sent back out because the youngest prince has no choice but to take responsibility. The orcs reassure themselves that reinforcements have made the patrol manageable, and take pride in their own efforts. Their march is interrupted when Shutra notices two hooded figures blocking the way. He is shocked to recognize one of them as his sister. When he questions her disguise, she immediately silences him to keep her presence hidden. She reveals that she secretly followed him to protect him if anything went wrong. She insists she will only intervene in real danger so that any success will still belong to him, leaving Shutra both touched and baffled. Her companion introduces herself as Syra, and Shutra awkwardly returns the greeting. The two women promise to shadow the patrol without interfering, and Shutra reluctantly accepts the arrangement. The patrol descends into the abandoned dwarven caverns. They advance through the tunnels with the hidden escorts trailing nearby. Finding the caverns stripped bare, the orcs assume the dwarves took their valuables when they left. When Shutra asks about weapons found earlier, the orcs conclude those must not have been worth taking. They continue deeper, unaware that something is gathering ahead. Soon both Shutra and the orc prince hear movement approaching through the dark. Shutra checks his minimap and sees a dense cluster of enemies converging on them. He immediately identifies the incoming threat as the enemy they expected. Preparing for a trap, he opens his inventory. He pulls out a flash item he had saved precisely for an emergency like this. Shutra orders everyone to shut their eyes when he gives the signal, even if the orcs do not understand why. The patrol braces as the tunnel ahead trembles with approaching monsters. A mass of glowing eyes appears in the darkness, confirming the ambush. The attackers reveal themselves as stone spiders, cave monsters that hunt in large packs and carry powerful paralysis venom. At the last moment, Shutra gives the signal for everyone to close their eyes. He throws the flash item into the middle of the oncoming swarm. The bottle bursts in a blinding explosion of light. The cavern is flooded with brilliance the spiders are not built to endure. The monsters recoil and shriek as the sudden light cripples them. Knowing their weakness, Shutra declares that light renders stone spiders helpless and orders the others to wipe them out. The orcs surge forward, turning the spiders' failed ambush into a rout. Even so, some spiders still lash out and the melee becomes chaotic. The orcs hack through the smaller monsters with brute force. Shutra hangs back just enough to keep reading the battlefield instead of getting swallowed by it. His mini-map shows the enemy formation spreading around a larger central presence. From that pattern, he realizes the spiders are hunting in coordinated groups. He concludes that such a pack must have a leader and pinpoints the largest signal as the boss. Shutra orders Karak to follow him so they can strike down the leader directly. The two push through the fighting while the rest of the patrol keeps the smaller spiders occupied. They break away from the main clash and race toward the source of the swarm. At the end of the tunnel, they come face to face with a gigantic spider boss embedded in the cavern wall. Karak attacks first with a heavy overhead blow. He follows with a powerful cross slash, trying to split the monster open. For a moment he expects the attack to finish it. Instead, the boss's stone-like shell barely cracks, and Karak realizes its exterior is far tougher than he assumed. Shutra quickly remembers that ordinary axe strikes cannot pierce this kind of exoskeleton. He also recalls that the boss is weak to fire, but he still cannot cast fire magic himself. Before they can regroup, the monster starts moving again and threatens to counterattack. The boss lunges toward Karak, forcing them into a desperate scramble. Shutra shouts the weakness, but Karak snaps back that he has no way to produce fire in the middle of battle. At that crisis point, a voice from behind orders Shutra to raise his sword. When he does, flames suddenly ignite along the blade. Shutra is stunned to realize someone has just used magic through him. His sister reveals herself and asks whether the enchantment will be enough. The boss attacks again before anyone can say more. Shutra meets the charge with his newly ignited weapon. He focuses completely, trusting the opening she created. The clash drives force through the monster's body and opens it up. Shutra follows through with a descending strike that carries the fire deep into the boss. He unleashes Burning Blade, turning the boss's weakness into a killing blow. The giant spider is consumed in flames and collapses. As the fire spreads through the remains, the battle ends in their favor. Shutra stares at the aftermath, realizing he survived and won. The system rewards him with multiple level-ups from the kill. Checking his status, he sees that he has reached level 9. His sister asks about the strange light that surrounded him during the victory. To avoid exposing the truth, Shutra lies that it was a Gandhar blessing that appears from time to time. When she praises his skill against the spiders, he claims he only knew what to do from books while privately admitting it came from game knowledge. Karak then calls everyone's attention to something hidden deeper in the cavern. They discover a sealed dwarven door built into the rock. The door opens, revealing a chamber beyond. Shutra, Karak, his sister, and Syra enter the room together. Inside, Shutra immediately senses that the chamber contains something important. At its center they find a glowing structure that Shutra recognizes as a town portal. When Karak asks how he knows that, Shutra dodges with a vague guess rather than a full explanation. He notes that the design is unmistakably dwarven. Privately, he reflects that he never saw such a portal while playing as Sefer, only during a different route as a hero. Relying on that memory, he reasons that the device should activate if mana is poured into it. He presents the idea to his sister as a possibility rather than a certainty. Syra agrees the design supports his theory and suggests there should be inscriptions nearby explaining the connection. Karak soon finds a carved plaque and calls Shutra over. Shutra and his sister examine it together, both expecting someone else to decipher it. They identify the writing as dwarven rather than common demon script. Neither Karak nor Shutra's sister can read it, and both say so plainly. Syra also admits she cannot read dwarven. Then, to everyone's surprise, Shutra suddenly reads the first line aloud as Gishka Mountains, portal number 2. He continues and reveals that this portal is linked to portal number 3. Only after speaking does he realize in shock that he somehow understands dwarven. A system notice confirms that he has just acquired dwarven language at level 1. Karak is amazed that Shutra can truly read the inscription, while Shutra can only awkwardly admit that he apparently can. The others press him for the rest of the message, setting aside the mystery of how he learned it. Shutra interprets the lower text as instructions saying the portal activates when mana is infused into it. He immediately asks his sister to supply the mana for the test. When she asks why he will not do it himself, Shutra finally confesses that he cannot use mana at all. Accepting that, she channels mana into the device. The orb responds at once and begins shining intensely. Its light swells until the whole chamber is filled with blue radiance. A three-dimensional map of the Gishka Mountains rises from the portal, astonishing everyone. Using the projection, Shutra identifies their current position and the location of portal number 3, concluding that dwarven tunnels should exist there as well. Karak immediately sees the military value, realizing they can use those tunnels to strike the Scarlet Lightning tribe from behind. They decide not to act rashly and instead return so the plan can be discussed with higher command. Back at camp, the discovery of a hidden portal in the mountains still feels unbelievable. The blonde warrior greets Shutra with overwhelming gratitude and calls him a blessing to their cause. He insists on rewarding Shutra and promises to grant any request within his power. Shutra tries to refuse, but the warrior presses him, saying a leader must properly reward merit. When the warrior adds that rejection would genuinely hurt him, Shutra realizes he has to ask for something. He cautiously asks whether even an unreasonable request would be allowed. Then he makes his real demand. He wants to be taught the beast god fist art. The request catches the warrior completely off guard. Shutra reasons that while his current level still limits his weapon use, techniques are a different matter. He knows beast god fist art is a powerful S-rank martial art passed down through the lycanthrope royal line. Even while bracing for refusal, he tries to withdraw gracefully so the request will not become insulting. To his surprise, the warrior agrees to teach him. He clarifies that the secret core techniques are forbidden, but basic instruction is possible. He offers at least to teach Shutra the aura methods tied to the art, which is more than Shutra hoped for. Shutra is so stunned by the offer that he momentarily cannot respond. Mistaking the silence for disappointment, the warrior worries the gift is not good enough, forcing Shutra to hurriedly insist it is perfect. The warrior then addresses Shutra with unusual seriousness. He asks whether, from now on, he may think of Shutra as a younger brother. Shutra is startled, but the word immediately changes the tone of their relationship. The warrior admits that brother is not a casual title to him. Shutra answers that he does not dislike the idea and in fact welcomes it. They seal that understanding with a handshake, formally turning mutual respect into personal loyalty. The warrior and his sister both look satisfied, recognizing that a real bond has been formed. Shutra accepts the partnership and commits himself to working with them from now on. The system immediately records that he has formed an alliance with Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight. That alliance is marked as a normal alliance for the time being, but it confirms a major shift in his standing. As evening settles over the mountains, the story briefly turns away from their camp. Attention moves to the Scarlet Lightning tribe's encampment, the enemy they plan to outflank. Inside the camp, the tribe remains on guard, unaware that their rear may already be compromised. One of their leaders suggests that someone came here with this place as the intended target from the beginning. He brings that suspicion before their captive princess. Bound within a ritual circle, the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, is confronted and asked why she came. Elsewhere, Shutra reviews his status and notices that charisma has become the one stat lagging behind the others. He recalls that all of his stats originally rose evenly, but charisma eventually started increasing more slowly. That inconsistency makes him question how this world's system differs from the original game. He remembers that appearance and charisma were separate in Knight's Saga, with charisma measuring how favorably others respond to a person. Given how smoothly his relationships have been improving, he decides the slower charisma growth still makes sense. What matters more to him now is that he is close to reaching level 10. He remembers that in Knight's Saga, hitting level 10 is when key characters' unique skills advance, and he prepares for what that milestone might unlock for him. Shutra heads out in high spirits, privately hoping that reaching level 10 will finally improve one of his abilities. When his orc attendant confirms everything is prepared, Shutra agrees to depart at once. He brushes off questions about his good mood, keeping his real excitement to himself. Shutra and his escort leave the tent and step into the military camp. They move through ranks of waiting soldiers as the operation begins in earnest. With growing confidence, Shutra urges the mission forward. Their destination lies deep in the mountains. They arrive at a hidden cave entrance connected to the target area. Inside, the route is secured as the group pushes through the cavern. They reach a sealed chamber where the dwarven portal has been installed. A larger strike team gathers before the gate, led by Prince Chris and accompanied by Caitlin, Shutra, Karak, and robed specialists. Chris immediately asks whether the portal investigation is complete. The mages confirm the gate links directly to the Eska River in the Gishka Mountains, exactly as expected. They further report that the dwarven-made device is functioning without problems. Satisfied, Chris orders the operation to proceed. The mages pour power into the portal core to activate it. The gate flares with blinding light as the connection stabilizes. A full passage opens, revealing the rocky terrain on the other side. Shutra stares in amazement as the legendary gate becomes real before him. He can hardly believe he is seeing such a thing outside the game he remembers. Caitlin snaps him out of it, and he hurries after the others through the portal. Shutra crosses over into enemy territory. The team emerges in a red canyon beyond the gate and advances toward an overlook. Shutra pauses when he senses something unexpected ahead. From the ridge, they find the Scarlet Lightning camp spread out below them. Chris is pleased that the encampment is exactly where he predicted. Estimating roughly 5,000 troops, he decides their rear supplies should be the primary target. His plan is for General Bandal to distract the enemy from the front while their infiltrators burn the food stores from behind. A hooded ally hesitates, sensing that something about the camp feels wrong. The group realizes the camp holds far fewer soldiers than expected and begins to suspect the main force has already moved. Shutra catches the distant sound of fighting and turns toward it. A battle is clearly underway somewhere beyond the camp. Chris tells Shutra to focus aura into his eyes so he can see the distant clash more clearly. Shutra follows the instruction and sharpens his vision. With enhanced sight, he finally makes out the battlefield in the distance. Caitlin identifies one side as the Lightning Tribe, but the opposing force is unfamiliar and clearly not Bandal's scheduled army. Shutra notes that the skirmish is too small to be the planned main engagement. The distant fight rages on between the two unexpected forces. Shutra spots pale, smaller fighters mounted on Dracos cutting through the tribe's warriors. He realizes the attackers are dark elves, shocking the others. Caitlin confirms his read, adding that the Draco riders fit the dark elves perfectly. Chris notices the dark elves are already retreating from the skirmish. Their withdrawal is so sudden that he wonders whether their commander has fallen. The whole situation makes little sense to the group, and Shutra grows increasingly uneasy. He cannot understand why dark elves would be operating here at all. The story shifts back to their own command camp. Through a communication device, General Bandal reports that Chris's side has successfully located the dwarven portal. Bandal praises the result and asks how Chris knew a portal would be hidden there. Chris credits the discovery to Shutra, while Shutra awkwardly downplays it as luck. Bandal warmly acknowledges Shutra and promises he will finally receive proper recognition at the Demon King's castle. Chris then asks Bandal about the small battle that broke out in front of the Lightning Tribe camp. Bandal says it was likely an unsanctioned clash started by dark elves acting on their own. When Chris asks whether they were reinforcements from the Demon King's castle, Bandal says the situation is still unclear and that their stated scouting mission went wrong. Bandal interrupts the speculation with news of a more urgent problem. He reveals that the leader of the Dark Elves' independent unit was captured by the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. That revelation alarms Shutra, who immediately asks who the captured commander is. Bandal answers that it is someone Shutra knows very well. He names the prisoner as the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade. Chris and Caitlin are stunned by the identity of the captive. Felicia is introduced as a dark elf princess and Shutra's sister. Shutra recalls that in the game, Felicia and Sylvan served the faction of the fourth princess Anastasia Necrian, so he always regarded her as an enemy. Now he struggles to understand why Felicia has appeared here and whether she is interfering to gain merit. Chris asks whether the Scarlet Lightning Tribe even realizes the dark elf they captured is Felicia. Bandal admits they have not confirmed that yet. When asked what should be done, Bandal says they will rescue her if possible, though he leaves room for negotiation only if the enemy yields first. Chris makes clear he has no intention of bowing first to secure her release. Bandal accepts that stance and promises to keep gathering information from his side. The communication ends, leaving Chris's group to decide their next move. Chris dryly remarks that their brilliant older sister has managed to become a prisoner. Caitlin insists that if Felicia is still alive, they have to save her. Chris warns that a rescue could cost them lives and jeopardize the whole operation. Caitlin refuses to accept abandoning family, and demands they save Felicia no matter what. Chris falls silent, clearly conflicted. Shutra tries to speak up, sensing the tension between them. He realizes there is more history here than he understands. Preparations continue outside as allied troops gather for the assault. Chris calls everyone together and presents a revised plan. Once Bandal draws out the Scarlet Lightning main force, their side will strike the encampment from the rear. Chris will create chaos in the center while Caitlin and Shutra each lead squads to carry out the mission. When Shutra asks if that mission includes rescuing Felicia, Chris says yes, but only after they burn the food stores and armory. He adds a hard limit: if the rescue becomes too dangerous, they must retreat rather than sacrifice more lives for Felicia. Caitlin angrily challenges that cold calculation, insisting her authority as a commander matters too. Shutra notices that Chris sounds far less committed to saving Felicia than Caitlin does. He begins to suspect some personal rift lies behind Chris's reluctance. Night falls over the mountains as the assault begins. The allied force advances into position under cover of darkness. Bandal launches the frontal attack and sends his warriors charging. He drives them forward with a furious order to wipe out the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. From the ridge, Chris watches the battlefield below. He studies the enemy camp one last time before springing the trap. Inside the camp, the Scarlet Lightning soldiers remain spread out and vulnerable. Chris commits to the strike. Explosions suddenly erupt across the encampment from the rear. The blasts throw Scarlet Lightning warriors into chaos and shatter their formation. Bandal seizes the opening and charges straight through the confusion with his troops behind him. Consumed by battle fury, he orders total slaughter. Shutra's unit waits for the exact moment to move while the attack unfolds. When Karak asks why they are still holding back, Shutra says they are waiting for the signal. The signal comes as allied forces crash into the disoriented defenders. Karak and the others carve through the enemy line as the rear assault begins in earnest. Bandal himself barrels forward behind them, keeping the pressure on the camp. He judges the moment and decides the diversion has done enough. Bandal orders a retreat, ending the frontal strike once the camp is fully destabilized. From above, Chris sees the enemy base engulfed in flames and the battlefield thrown into disorder. With the diversion complete, he orders his infiltration force to move. Shutra and Caitlin steel themselves to follow the plan exactly. Chris leads the charge into the burning camp with both squads behind him. The defenders are too shocked by the fires and sudden assault to respond cleanly. Allied orcs and werewolves tear into the scattered Scarlet Lightning troops. As they run, Caitlin and Shutra warn each other to stay alive. Shutra summons his tactical map while moving through the chaos. Using the map, he redirects his squad toward the food storage on the left. Karak throws himself into the fighting with savage enthusiasm. He cuts down a Scarlet Lightning warrior and drives the squad's advance. The enemy tries to counterattack in close quarters. Karak catches the threat a moment too late. Shutra saves him by hurling a dagger into the attacker before the blow can land. At that instant, Shutra gains a new skill, dagger throwing LV1. He immediately recognizes the usefulness of the skill and takes confidence from it. When Karak asks when he learned to throw daggers, Shutra brushes it off while privately realizing he somehow gained the skill from practicing the night before. They reach what appears to be the food storage, and Karak asks if they should burn it now. Shutra suddenly remembers Felicia and realizes she could die in the flames if she is imprisoned nearby. He decides they must find her before setting the place ablaze. Shutra consults the map again while running. Reasoning from game logic, he concludes Felicia should appear on his map as a neutral marker rather than an enemy. He spots the clue he was hoping for. Shutra orders Karak to follow him toward the marked location. He forces his way into a nearby tent that should hold the prisoner. Inside, he finds the right place but not the person he expected to see standing free. A familiar voice calls his name from within the tent. Shutra discovers Felicia bound by magical restraints inside a prison circle. Felicia, the sixth princess, is shocked to see him there. She can only ask why Shutra has come. He tells her explanations can wait, and starts freeing her immediately. While working, he urges haste and privately decides that earning Felicia's gratitude now could be valuable later. Felicia watches him in silence, trying to read his intentions. Once the restraints are off, Shutra says they barely made it in time and urges her to regroup with Chris and Caitlin. Felicia is startled to hear that Chris and Caitlin also came to rescue her. When Shutra treats that as obvious, she hesitates as if that assumption does not match her expectations. She begins to explain that Shutra does not understand the family's power struggle, but Karak interrupts with news that enemies are closing in. Shutra cuts the conversation short and tells Felicia to run with him. As they flee, Felicia is thrown off by how naturally he calls her by name. Shutra rushes ahead through the burning camp, focused on escape. Felicia suddenly warns him that danger is behind him. A blast strikes Shutra from behind before he can react. The hit leaves him reeling in invisible pain. Karak shouts his name as flames erupt where the attack landed. The fire swells between them, cutting off the path and worsening the chaos. Felicia cries out in shock as Shutra disappears into the blast. A Scarlet Lightning warrior charges toward Felicia through the flames, turning the rescue into a desperate new crisis. Felicia bristles in frustration as the battle around them refuses to go as expected. Her irritation snaps into alarm when she senses a sudden change in the situation. A burst of power erupts nearby, catching her completely off guard. She turns toward the smoke, unable to understand what just happened. Someone steps forward through the aftermath with new power gathering around him. Shutra gains mana control and fire arrow, and immediately realizes his abilities are becoming real. Instead of panicking, he grins at the opportunity in front of him. He unleashes his first fire attack with reckless confidence. The thrill of real combat only makes him bolder. He keeps firing, driving the attack into the ogres in rapid succession. The barrage lands cleanly and burns through multiple enemies at once. Shutra laughs in disbelief and excitement now that he knows the magic truly works. Even at level 1, the spell feels overwhelming to him, and he revels in it. That excitement is cut short when a new attack crashes down beside him in a burst of ice. He realizes another kind of magic has entered the fight. An enemy mage on a tower draws a glowing ice bow and takes aim from above. Shutra instantly understands the shot is meant for Felicia, not him. He tries to stop her from approaching because moving closer will only put her in the line of fire. Felicia is startled when he suddenly throws himself into danger for her sake. The ice attack descends, and Shutra positions himself to take it instead. He steels himself with a reason that matters more to him than caution. He claims the attack for himself because protecting this moment has become his choice. The ice spell slams into the battlefield and engulfs the area in freezing force. Snow and frost swallow the scene, hiding the result for a moment. When the haze settles, Shutra is still standing inside the frozen blast. He acquires Ice Arrow as he expected, confirming he can gain abilities by enduring them. But the cost of that gamble hits him a second later. His body gives out and he collapses from the damage he just took. His health plummets to a critical level, making it clear one more hit could kill him. He realizes his reckless move was nearly fatal and silently curses Felicia for forcing the issue. Felicia walks over unharmed, and his relief is mixed with confusion. Instead of thanking him, she sharply demands why he acted like she needed saving. She reminds him that among their siblings he is the weaker one, so in her eyes he was the one acting foolishly. Shutra is left stunned by how completely she misunderstood his intention. Her attention shifts when she notices the fallen mage and realizes Shutra has somehow learned magic. The fact that he even brought down the enemy caster forces her to reassess him. Shutra finally understands that she thought he was trying to protect her pride rather than steal the attack for himself. Before he can explain, a warm light suddenly gathers around him. Felicia kneels beside him and begins healing him despite her earlier harshness. Shutra watches in surprise as her magic closes his wound. The torn flesh visibly knits back together under the spell. He acquires heal and is amazed that the injury vanishes instantly. Felicia reveals why she is famed as the genius mage Felicia Doomblade, then checks whether he can stand while he awkwardly tries to hide his strange wording. Their brief calm ends when both of them sense a new threat approaching. A monstrous blood ogre charges into the battlefield, far more dangerous than the enemies before. Felicia identifies it as a mutated blood ogre, and Shutra realizes escaping now means getting past that monster. She confirms that grim reality just as the ground trembles under its advance. The blood ogre lunges, and Shutra is horrified by the sheer difference in power. Its strike smashes the ground with terrifying force, barely missing them. Shutra cannot believe something that large can move so fast. Felicia orders him to distract it while she prepares a spell strong enough to blast it away. Before he can protest properly, another shockwave throws them both back. Forced to accept the plan, he tells her to prepare while he somehow draws the monster's attention. He calls for Carrick, and the ogre warrior answers immediately, ready to repeat their old coordination. Shutra opens his interface in the middle of the chaos, searching for another edge. He decides to try using the dwarf dagger he has obtained. The weapon materializes in his hand, confirming he can summon it for battle. He drives the dagger into the ground to activate its power. Golden force erupts around him as the weapon answers his call. Invoking the king's banner, he channels that power outward like a battlefield command. Carrick is caught in the golden aura and immediately empowered by it. The buff surges through Carrick, sharpening his strength and resolve. Carrick roars with renewed fighting spirit. The blood ogre notices the sudden shift and turns toward this new resistance. Carrick charges straight at the mutant without hesitation. Their weapons collide, and Carrick proves he can now meet the monster head-on. The blood ogre is rattled for the first time as Carrick's blow actually hurts. Carrick presses the advantage with another heavy swing. He slams into the blood ogre's body and drives it backward. The mutant snarls in pain and anger as its momentum is broken. At the same time, Felicia releases a spirit-infused charge and enters the fight herself. She closes the distance with overwhelming speed, no longer waiting behind Shutra. With perfect timing, she strikes where Carrick has opened the monster up. Her attack lands cleanly and destabilizes the blood ogre's footing. The mutant is blasted off balance and hurled away by the combined assault. Carrick leaps after it to finish what they started. He declares the fight over as he commits to the final blow. Carrick crashes down on the blood ogre with crushing force and drives it into the ground. The mutant coughs and falters, finally broken. Carrick's finishing strike caves in its chest and ends the threat. As the dust settles, Shutra walks toward the fallen body in disbelief. He lets himself celebrate, convinced he has removed the worst obstacle on the field. Then the system reacts to the kill and draws his attention again. A new notification appears as golden energy gathers around him. He levels up to 10 and is thrilled to finally reach the milestone. His protagonist's buff rises as well, signaling another hidden advantage. He accepts the result with quiet satisfaction. The uprated buff grants him a new passive skill, and he eagerly opens the reward. The new skill, Battlefield Blessing, slightly reduces the accuracy of ranged attacks aimed at him. Shutra instantly recognizes it as the absurd hero luck that makes enemy shots miss the protagonist. He compares it to the familiar spectacle of impossible near misses in action stories. To him, this means he can now reproduce that same narrative protection in reality. Before he can enjoy it, more ogres surge in from every side. Felicia snaps him back to the battlefield as the next wave closes in. She braces herself, ready to handle the crowd. Calling on the wind, Felicia unleashes a raging vortex that sweeps the charging ogres away. Shutra watches the storm spiral around him and realizes this power is different from ordinary spellcasting. He concludes that what she is using only resembles magic. Seeing the spirit-like forms within the attack, he identifies it as a true spirit's power. He recalls that despite being dark elves, Felicia's people are still elves, and Felicia herself was born with talent as a spirit user before becoming a mage. Even so, he wonders whether that power can be exploited the same way as the others. With dangerous curiosity, he asks himself if he can somehow take that power too. A yellow flare suddenly shoots into the sky from elsewhere on the battlefield. The nearby ogres notice the signal as well. Carrick explains that yellow means a retreat order, leaving Shutra confused about why it was given now. Shutra immediately suspects the retreat means someone important may be in danger. When Carrick asks for orders, Shutra tells him to withdraw the troops while he heads for Caitlin. Carrick is stunned that Shutra intends to split off instead of retreating with everyone else. Shutra insists there must be a serious reason behind the signal and orders Carrick to obey for now. Felicia steps in and decides she will accompany Shutra. She says she cannot stand owing him a debt and wants the chance to repay it. Carrick adds that he still has unfinished business with the ogres, accepting the separation. He agrees to wait above and tells Shutra to be careful while Shutra promises to return soon. As they move out, Shutra worries that Caitlin may have been overwhelmed, though he hopes the retreat is only precautionary. Felicia notices how personally concerned he seems about Caitlin. He claims it is because Caitlin is his sister, though even he knows his explanation is only partly true. Felicia studies him quietly, sensing more beneath the answer. She repeats his excuse to herself with a faintly skeptical tone. Elsewhere, more ogres continue pressing the fight. Caitlin cuts through them alone with swift, disciplined sword work. Her focus never wavers as she reads the battlefield. She follows with a burst of magic that detonates among the surrounding enemies. The ogres howl as she stands her ground against the encirclement. When two rush her together, she slips away from the trap instead of meeting it directly. She draws a blue, crackling blade and shifts into a more lethal stance. Then she sweeps through the group in a single fluid assault, cutting down multiple attackers at once. By the time Shutra and Felicia arrive, the remaining ogres are already collapsing around Caitlin. Felicia realizes there was never any real danger here after all. Caitlin turns and asks why Shutra came instead of retreating with the others, and he awkwardly admits he came to help her before correcting himself. Caitlin starts to respond, then notices Felicia beside him. The moment freezes as recognition hits both women at once. Caitlin rushes forward and throws her arms around Felicia without hesitation. Overcome with relief, she tells Felicia how glad she is that she is safe. Felicia answers with embarrassed composure, insisting she is fine while quietly accepting the affection. Watching them, Shutra realizes their bond is much closer than he expected. His tactical map suddenly updates with a new cluster of enemy movements. The alert snaps his attention back to the larger battle. He warns that the enemy appears to be circling back toward them and orders an immediate retreat, putting Caitlin in front while he and Felicia cover the rear. They withdraw into a chamber where a massive portal stands active and waiting. Caitlin runs ahead toward the portal path. The three of them emerge into the portal chamber together as allied troops look on. Caitlin proudly tells Felicia that Shutra was the one who found the portal and made a major contribution to the expedition. Carrick is left marveling at how much Shutra has changed in such a short time. A new figure greets the returning group and notes that they all made it back safely. Caitlin addresses the man as her brother, revealing his importance at once. She reports that Felicia has been brought back alive and unharmed. Felicia steps forward and greets Chris after a long separation. Chris answers first with silence, taking in the sight of her. Then he finally speaks, acknowledging the long time that has passed and calling her by name. The reunion hangs in a tense quiet, signaling that what comes next matters more than the battle they just escaped. In their hideout, the group learns that General Vandal also won his battle, while Yakuzan abandoned his burning camp and fled instead of being captured. Shutra is reminded that Yakuzan is the great chief of the Red Thunder tribe, making his escape a serious unfinished threat. They realize Yakuzan has not truly surrendered and could still recover if he regroups his scattered allies. To prevent that, the prince decides they must strike Kairam, Kaiken's older brother, before he can join forces with Yakuzan. With the briefing over, the conversation turns to Felicia, and her brother asks how she ended up here. Felicia explains that she had been researching nearby ruins, heard of the battle, and was captured while trying to help. Her brother doubts that explanation and presses her on whether she is telling the whole truth. Felicia pushes back lightly, asking whether he truly does not believe her. He studies her closely, sensing that something about her answer is off. Felicia meets that suspicion without flinching, and the tension between them lingers unresolved. Rather than pursue it further, he ends the exchange and tells everyone to rest after the hard day. The others accept the pause, but Felicia remains quiet, leaving her brother's doubts unsettled. That night, the camp settles into a brief calm as the mixed force eats and recovers underground. Alone, Shutra happily reviews the skills he has gained so far, pleased by how quickly he is growing. He notes that only Aura is immediately useful in battle and dismisses the rest for the moment. Felicia arrives at his room after changing clothes and asks to come in. When he asks why she came so late, she hesitates instead of answering directly. Her silence gives way to a sudden, decisive step forward. Caught off guard, Shutra can only stare as she closes the distance. Felicia abruptly grabs his shirt and takes control of the encounter. Shutra panics, unable to understand what she is doing. To his shock, Felicia asks him to remove his shirt. He freezes in embarrassment, convinced for a moment that she means something else entirely. Felicia clarifies that she only means his clothes, not anything intimate. Still flustered, Shutra asks why she wants that. Felicia explains that she wants to treat him properly, not leave his injuries half-addressed. Only then does he realize he completely misunderstood her intentions. As she prepares a spell, Felicia admits that what she did earlier was only emergency first aid. She warns that he may still have internal injuries and begins healing him again, while he privately laments getting his hopes up for the wrong reason. During the treatment, Shutra asks about the strange glow he saw from her body earlier, and she brushes it off as something that happens sometimes. He lets that mystery rest and instead says he has a favor that only she can grant. Shutra makes clear that this request depends specifically on Felicia's unique abilities. Felicia waits for him to explain, wary but listening. Shutra reviews the healing-related skills he could learn through her, realizing she can help him acquire cures for ailments, as well as ordinary healing. The prospect excites him because it would greatly expand his usefulness. Felicia quietly agrees to help, and Shutra successfully acquires cure poison, and cure disease from her. With that success behind him, his attention shifts to the other prize he has wanted all day, Beast Fist. Caitlin confirms that she will teach him the werewolf branch of Beast Fist, and Shutra is thrilled. He learns that Beast Fist is a martial art symbolic of the lycanthropes. More importantly, the werewolf style is the foundation of the higher divine Beast Fist, which explains why Caitlin chose it for him. Caitlin explains that Beast Fist uses both external and internal aura, and begins with internal aura control. Following her instructions, Shutra closes his eyes and focuses inward on his aura. He quickly senses it, confirming that he can grasp the technique. As he concentrates, he comes to understand aura as the power of life flowing through the body. He also realizes that aura approaches the power of the soul itself when pushed to its limit. The insight strains him, but he forces himself to keep hold of the sensation. That breakthrough unexpectedly grants him a new passive skill called Protagonist's Body. The sudden reward catches him off guard in the middle of training. He learns that Protagonist's Body drastically improves the efficiency of training skills learned through physical practice and unlocks new traits as it levels. Shutra is stunned to realize he has gained another absurdly powerful advantage. Comparing it to his other rare passives, he concludes that this new one is just as valuable as the gifts he already possessed. The level-based trait system convinces him that the skill may become even more broken over time. He can barely contain his excitement at the implications. For Shutra, this feels like proof of what it means to truly be the story's chosen lead. Caitlin snaps him back to reality, and scolds him for drifting off instead of focusing on the lesson. Chastened, he apologizes and commits himself to learning Beast Fist seriously. His body adapts immediately, and he acquires Beast Fist itself. Caitlin is amazed that he can already perform the basic motions so quickly. Shutra feels aura gathering around his bare hands as if he were holding an invisible weapon, finally understanding Beast Fist through direct sensation. Just as Caitlin moves to teach the next step, a werewolf messenger interrupts with urgent news. The messenger reports that a major problem has arisen. Kyram's forces have vanished before the planned strike could begin. The report shocks the entire group and throws their strategy into doubt. They conclude that Kyram must have seen through their plan, and Caitlin demands to know what they do next. Using intelligence from Vandal's side, they identify the place where Yakuzan and Kyram are likely to rendezvous. Because the terrain strongly supports that prediction, Shutra argues they need to act decisively. The prince chooses to unite with General Vandal and fight the Red Thunder tribe together in a full-scale war. By morning, they arrive at the main camp of the Red Thunder tribe's suppression force. General Vandal formally welcomes Prince Chris to the camp. Chris greets Vandal as an old acquaintance, and the reunion is cordial but brisk. Vandal extends the same courtesy to the princesses, but Chris cuts through the pleasantries and asks after his subordinates. Shutra watches the exchange with quiet interest. Seeing Vandal in person gives him a strange sense of familiarity, as if he recognizes him from the game he once knew. He introduces himself directly to Vandal, trying to bridge that distance. Vandal pauses, sizing the boy up before responding. He accepts the greeting and acknowledges Shutra by his full title as the Ninth Prince. Soon after, Shutra experiences a vivid vision of a radiant woman descending in light. Her calm face and mismatched eyes make the apparition feel important rather than random. The vision shifts to a second woman clad in red armor and wrapped in flames, standing opposite the first. The red warrior radiates hostility and overwhelming power. The luminous woman answers that threat with serene confidence. The fiery woman's gaze suggests a conflict far older and larger than the current war. Shutra finds himself standing between the two forces, as if caught in the middle of their confrontation. He can only stare, unsettled by the intensity of what he is seeing. The vision frames their opposition as a clash of conquest and war. He jolts awake in his bed at camp, unsure whether the experience was a dream or something more. Still shaken, he questions whether what he saw was only a dream. He is certain he has seen the radiant woman before, which makes the vision harder to dismiss. What troubles him most is the identity of the woman in red. Before he can think further, a soldier calls him to move out with the army. Shutra leaves the tent and joins the marching force. Around him, the camp is already in motion as troops prepare supplies and deployment. As the battle begins, Shutra is assigned to the left flank. Vandal takes the center, Chris and Caitlin hold the right, and the Dark Elves are placed in the rear as a mobile detached force. The advance begins, and events accelerate too quickly for Shutra to process calmly. By the time he fully regains his bearings, the battle is already underway. He finds himself standing amid a vast battlefield packed with thousands of soldiers, suddenly confronted by the true scale of war. Vandal orders the army to take combat positions. He hardens the troops' resolve by promising to make the enemy understand real pain. Then Vandal launches the full advance. The opposing forces rush toward each other and collide. From the enemy's side, a hidden commander mocks them for charging in blindly. An instant later, explosions erupt among the advancing troops and tear open their formation. Vandal is stunned by the sudden attack and demands to know what has appeared. The army halts in confusion as the battlefield changes around them. A colossal beast emerges behind the enemy lines, towering over the soldiers. Vandal recognizes it in disbelief as a swamp mammoth. The monster's bombardment continues, blasting the ground with devastating force. The explosions spread through the battlefield and throw allied troops into chaos. Even the werewolves and frontline fighters are caught in the destruction. The barrage keeps widening, making it impossible to maintain formation. Shutra and the soldiers around him are forced into a desperate scramble just to stay alive. He realizes too late that they have walked into a trap. As more giant beasts appear, Shutra understands that the enemy knew their plans from the beginning. He identifies the creature as the swamp mammoth, a monster whose name barely captures its true scale. In practical terms, he recognizes it as a genuine battlefield monster rather than a mere beast. Trying to steady himself, Shutra braces in the middle of the chaos. The ground shakes under the pounding advance of even more enemy monsters. Then another threat arrives as lizard men join the ambush. Their sudden appearance spreads panic through the allied ranks. Shutra turns toward the new attackers, realizing the trap is even broader than he thought. The lizard men crash into the melee and begin cutting through the disordered troops. One of them lunges straight at Shutra before he can react. Carrick intercepts the attack at the last moment and saves him. Carrick angrily warns Shutra that one mistake here will get all of them killed. Shaken into focus, Shutra accepts the rebuke and reminds himself that this is real war, not a game. Elsewhere on the field, Chris fights his way through the enemy while trying to understand how badly they have been outplayed. He fears the enemy may have known everything and been toying with them from the start. Caitlin urges him to retreat now and wait for a better chance rather than keep bleeding troops for nothing. She warns that one more mistake could lead to annihilation and that casualties will only keep rising if they stay. Pressed by her argument, Chris realizes he must choose between pride and survival. At last he shouts for the entire army to listen. He orders the magic users to form a rear defensive line while the rest organize and withdraw. Chris reframes the retreat as a command to survive and return alive, putting his soldiers' lives above glory. The battered force falls back toward camp under that order. Back at the encampment, the wounded are immediately treated as the survivors regroup. Chris blames himself for being too complacent and not questioning the situation sooner. Vandal tells him regret changes nothing and says their only choices now are full withdrawal or requesting reinforcements from the Demon King's castle. Chris reluctantly agrees that he cannot sacrifice his subordinates to satisfy his own pride. Before they commit to that path, Felicia interrupts and says she has another idea. She explains that she originally came to this region to explore ruins at the edge of the Jishuka Mountains. Shutra recalls that in the game Felicia was a research-focused mage rather than a combat specialist, which makes this line of thought fit her strengths. He realizes her talents were always meant for investigation and ruin exploration. Felicia spreads out a map and points them toward a specific hidden site. She reveals that she has long been researching a 1500-year-old ruin called the Lair of the Earth Dragon Enkidu. According to her, Enkidu was a lava-born dragon that stationed many guardians to protect its lair and treasures. Among those guardians were dwarves of the Jishuka Mountains, who forged weapons for that purpose. Felicia identifies one relic in particular, the thunder-birthing anvil, which can command guardian chimeras and unleash magic on the scale of an army. She marks the ruin's location as the key to turning the war around. Felicia concludes that if they want any chance of winning, finding the thunder-birthing anvil is their only option. The group confirms that the legendary anvil that bursts thunder is exactly what they came to find, and they press for its precise location. But the information they have is frustratingly incomplete, leaving them with only proof that the relic exists somewhere nearby. With enemies still threatening them, Chris refuses to gamble everyone's lives on a treasure hunt without something more solid. Felicia is stunned when Chris suddenly insists the anvil is definitely here after all. He steps forward before anyone can stop him, forcing the others to take his claim seriously. Chris reveals that he saw this relic once before in his past life while playing as the hero Locke. He adds that old dwarven records he studied also mentioned a related legend, giving his claim more weight. Then he makes his real move by declaring that he trusts Felicia's judgment, deliberately appealing to her. Felicia is caught off guard by that sudden vote of confidence. Chris privately admits he is also trying to win her over while he pushes his risky plan. Chris's insistence clashes with Chris's earlier caution, and the others push back that this is about survival, not trust. To support him, Felicia points out that her own people preserve a similar legend tied to the same place. Chris seizes on that and argues the ruin's hidden entrance should be somewhere close if the legends match. He stakes everything on his claim, promising to take full responsibility if he is wrong and begging for one chance to prove it. Once he wins them over, Felicia summons phantom steeds so the party can race toward the suspected site. The whole group takes to the air together and heads out at speed. As they travel, Chris notes with relief that he has at least succeeded in getting everyone moving toward the anvil. The rough flight unsettles the others, but Chris hides that he is actually more comfortable with these mounts than he lets on. While riding, he pulls out his map and starts working through the problem in earnest. Using his mini-map, he estimates they should reach the area in about an hour and that locating the ruins themselves will not be difficult. What worries him is how to guide everyone there naturally without exposing that he knows too much. He struggles to improvise a believable explanation before they arrive. With time running, he decides he will just have to figure it out before the hour is up. Then he suddenly realizes he can match the surface terrain to the tunnel patterns he saw earlier and use that to estimate the anvil's location. The others notice his strange confidence but still do not understand what he is talking about. His bluff nearly collapses when they demand clarity, yet instead of pressing harder they unexpectedly tell him to lead the way. Felicia backs him openly, saying she understood enough and is willing to follow his lead. Chris is amazed that his improvised explanation sounded convincing, but he quickly takes command and moves everyone forward. Felicia watches him with growing suspicion and curiosity. After following Chris deep into the mountains, the party begins to doubt him. Their doubts peak when they arrive at what looks like nothing more than a dead end in the cliff face. Even Karak questions whether Chris has brought them to the wrong place. Chris calmly reveals that he never intended to use the official entrance at all. Instead, he asks Caitlin to break through the cliff itself and create a shortcut. Caitlin nervously agrees, while Felicia starts realizing Chris may have meant something outrageous. Felicia confirms his intent in disbelief, asking whether he thinks the anvil is literally hidden inside the cliff. Chris claims that breaching this exact spot should let them bypass the dungeon guardians entirely. Felicia mocks the idea at first, assuming he expects Caitlin to smash solid rock with brute force. Chris awkwardly leaves the method to Caitlin, and Felicia realizes he is relying on magic rather than strength. Caitlin gathers a concentrated sphere of power in her hands. Felicia explains that ruin explorers are trained in demolition and controlled blasting for situations like this. Caitlin unleashes the spell into the cliff with explosive force. Cracks race through the rock exactly where Chris predicted. The cliff face erupts outward as the hidden chamber behind it is blown open. When the dust settles, a concealed passage into ancient ruins stands exposed before them. Felicia can hardly believe Chris found the hidden route so easily. Seeing the interior, she realizes he truly did lead them straight to the relic's resting place. Inside, Chris identifies the central dome as the final safeguard protecting the anvil. Karak suggests simply smashing the barrier, but Chris stops him because the relic itself could be damaged. Felicia agrees there must be a proper unlocking method and starts searching for clues. As the others spread out, she studies the chamber's layout more carefully. She notices that among 9 dwarf statues, only 3 hold weapons while the other 6 stand empty-handed. Caitlin guesses they may need to arm the remaining statues, but Felicia warns the mechanism is probably more specific than that. Chris reasons that because the existing weapons are dwarven-made, the missing ones likely must be dwarven weapons as well. When the others wonder where they could possibly get 6 such blades, Chris casually reveals that he already has exactly 6. He privately marvels that the spare weapons he once hoarded for no reason have suddenly become invaluable. He explains that he picked them up in the tunnels earlier as a precaution, astonishing Karak. Chris jokes through the awkwardness while handing the heavy swords over. As the weapons are placed, the statues begin to react. One after another, the chamber's dormant mechanisms awaken. The statue's eyes light up, signaling that the lock has accepted the offering. Energy surges through the room and converges on the central dome. The final seal starts opening before their eyes. The whole group gathers around in tense anticipation as the barrier retracts. Chris stares in disbelief as the relic finally comes into view. The legendary anvil that bursts thunder rises from the center of the chamber. For a moment Chris struggles to process what he is seeing. Then he realizes the so-called anvil is actually a forge, and the legend had been mistranslated all along. Felicia remembers that the records mentioned one final activation procedure still needed to truly use the forge. She immediately takes charge, assigning positions around the disc while leaving Chris and Karak where they are. She explains that they must infuse mana into the disc in a precise clockwise sequence, gradually increasing the output. The group spreads into formation around the forge and prepares to follow her instructions. Felicia begins the ritual and orders everyone to focus. Mana from all sides pours into the forge, surrounding it with crackling lightning. When the flow falters, Felicia orders Chris to raise his output to keep the sequence stable. She warns everyone to hold steady and not lose concentration for even a moment. Chris and Felicia push more power into the forge as the ritual intensifies. The forge starts to respond physically, shifting under the pressure of the accumulated mana. Chris strains to maintain control as the energy surges through him. The burden grows heavier, but he refuses to let the ritual fail. Outside the ruins, a pillar of lightning erupts into the sky, announcing that something immense has awakened. Inside, Chris senses the disturbance and realizes the activation has triggered something beyond the chamber. A shared vision suddenly overtakes the group, replacing the ruins with a scene from the distant past. They witness a colossal beast slamming into the earth amid chaos and destruction. The vision expands into a battlefield littered with fallen warriors and devastation. Chris is shaken as the vision begins speaking directly to those present. He hears a voice addressing retainers and senses something powerful descending from above. The vision shows a hidden camp below the cliffs, as if revealing the place they stand from another age. Chris realizes the voice and the scene are not random memories, but a deliberate message. Then the source appears, a massive black dragon descending like a god of ruin. The dragon declares itself the guardian of the nest of the great Enkidu. It proclaims that between the demon realm and the human realm, it stands as gatekeeper. The vision makes clear that this guardian exists to bar passage and judge intruders. The force of the revelation knocks Chris backward as if the message itself has weight. He is left terrified by how real the encounter feels. Chris identifies the creature as a black dragon and suspects it is the earth dragon Enkidu from legend. Trying to confirm he is not imagining things, he asks whether Felicia saw the same dragon. Felicia confirms every detail, including the lava coursing through its body. Karak confirms he saw it too, proving the entire group shared the same vision. Felicia concludes that whatever the vision means, it was shown to all of them on purpose. She turns back to the forge, thinking through the implication of the warning. Her conclusion is simple. The only way to learn the truth is to keep using the forge. She steps up to the relic and commits to pushing forward despite the danger. The moment she touches the forge, dark power erupts from it instead of lightning. A violent surge of purple-black mana explodes upward and engulfs her. Felicia tries to resist, but the corrupted energy lashes through her body. She grits her teeth as the force starts overwhelming her from within. Chris rushes to her side in panic, calling out to his sister as she loses control. Felicia begs him to stop her before the power consumes her completely. Chris reaches into the torrent and tries to pull her free. Instead, the forge detonates with a greater burst of corrupted mana that engulfs them both. The others can only watch in horror as Chris and Felicia disappear inside the blast. Chris screams as the power tears through him. Within the darkness, a new command is spoken: conquer the mana of the earth dragon Enkidu. The forge declares that this is a trial imposed on those who came uninvited. Chris realizes the trial is not about survival alone, but about dominion itself. The voice defines conquest as the act of ruling, turning the trial into a test of authority over Enkidu's power. Outside the blast, the remaining companions brace themselves as the corrupted energy continues to spread through the chamber. When the surge finally contracts, Chris is left kneeling at the center, transformed by the power he endured. A dark weapon and Enkidu's mana now answer to him, showing that he has seized part of the dragon's power. Still dazed and marked by the corruption, he calls weakly for Felicia. At the same time, the vision shifts to the cliffs above, revealing a hidden encampment nearby. Red-skinned orcs are shown watching the area from above, proving the party has been surrounded without knowing it. One scout peers down and confirms the intruder's location to his superiors. The enemy mocks the group for thinking they could hide in the ruins unnoticed. A subordinate asks whether they should attack at once. Their leader is revealed as Yakuzan, great chief of the Red Thunder tribe, and his warriors await his command. Yakuzan decides the time has come and orders everyone to prepare. He sends his forces to wipe out the weakened survivors below. The first enemy troops begin moving into position around the camp. The unsuspecting orcs below look up too late as something descends from the sky. Flaming projectiles rain down into the camp and explode among them. The bombardment tears through the camp, scattering bodies and throwing the enemy into chaos. More blasts follow, turning the attack into a massacre before the Red Thunder tribe can organize. As the survivors panic, monstrous war beasts and charging raiders appear through the fire. The Red Thunder warriors surge forward, expecting an easy slaughter of the camp below. But Chris's allies arrive on the battlefield at the same moment, cutting into the attackers' momentum. Chris realizes with alarm that Caitlin and Felicia are absent, and without them his side could be overwhelmed. Yakuzan watches the destruction with satisfaction, convinced the demons have no chance. He openly mocks them for challenging an enemy they were never strong enough to defeat. Then he orders his shamans to finish off whoever remains alive. Before they can cast, a strange purple force seizes one of the attacker's hands and stops the spell cold. The shaman is horrified to find his body no longer obeying him. A gigantic mammoth-like beast, now wrapped in the same purple power, begins to move under an outside will. Its eyes flare with controlled mana, showing it has been forcibly dominated. The charging Red Thunder warriors look up in confusion as the beast turns on them instead. The possessed mammoth crashes into their ranks and tramples them in a single devastating sweep. Even Yakuzan is forced to stop and stare as his own assault collapses into disorder. He can only demand to know why his own beasts have started attacking his army. From behind the chaos, Chris's side regains hope as the tide of battle begins to turn against the invaders. The blonde warrior realizes something is terribly wrong and falls silent in shock. The white-haired prince braces himself, dreading the implication of what he has just sensed. He understands that the missing anvil has been found, and its power is reacting to him. Dark thunderous mana gathers around his weapon as the artifact answers his touch. What forms in his hand is not ordinary power but the hammer meant to pair with the anvil. The others confirm that he is holding the thunder hammer, the counterpart to the anvil. They reveal that Enkidu itself has chosen him as its wielder. The prince can barely believe that such a relic has accepted him. Pressed by his allies, he is told to stop hesitating and use the weapon immediately. He steadies himself and begins to test the hammer's power. As Enkidu's mana flows through him, he instinctively understands how the artifact is meant to be used. Its principle is not simple destruction but the power to conquer and force obedience. He grasps that conquest leads to rule, not merely victory. The anvil that bursts thunder is controlled through domination over those within its domain. Armed with that insight, he raises the hammer with new confidence. He decides to test this authority on the swamp mammoth outside. The hammer answers with a massive surge of thunder that reaches the beast. The swamp mammoth comes under his control. At once, the mammoth turns its attacks on the Red Thunder tribe, throwing their battlefield into chaos. The tribe is blindsided as the guardian they relied on suddenly starts slaughtering them instead. Panic spreads when they realize the attack is coming from their own side. The mammoth charges through their ranks, crushing and scattering warriors. Watching the reversal, one enemy leader realizes the prince and princess have succeeded. He seizes the opening and orders his own forces to wipe out the Red Thunder tribe. The two enemy factions immediately begin cutting each other down. The battle turns into a brutal melee as the Red Thunder tribe is struck from both sides. From above, the Red Thunder chieftain watches his advantage collapse. His men cannot explain the mammoth's betrayal, only that someone is wielding overwhelming mana. Faced with an unknown controller, his subordinate urges a retreat until they can recover. Before they can withdraw, another violent impact interrupts them. The blonde warrior crashes into the battlefield, arriving like a finishing blow. He declares that the Red Thunder chieftain's end has come. He offers a quick death if the chieftain surrenders, asserting total dominance. The chieftain rejects the offer and lunges in fury, determined to kill him. The blonde warrior meets the attack with cold focus. He cuts through the assault in a single overwhelming exchange. The chieftain is struck down before his followers can react. The surviving enemies break when they realize their great chieftain Yakujin is dead. The blonde warrior orders the rest to flee, satisfied that only minor cleanup remains. He reflects that without the prince and the princess, the battle could have gone disastrously wrong. Even after victory, his thoughts stay with the two of them and whether they survived their part of the plan. Back inside the ruin, the prince's control over the mammoth continues to display the outside battle in real time. His companions confirm that the anvil lets him command the guardians and even see through them. They begin to explain what this means for the Red Thunder tribe's fate. The conclusion is grim. With the anvil's power, the tribe has been completely defeated. The strain of sustaining that power suddenly overwhelms Felicia. Though she tries to reassure everyone, she can only promise she will recover after rest. The group moves to help her, but they quickly notice someone is missing. They realize Shutra has slipped away without telling anyone. Elsewhere, Shutra catches his breath and is greeted by multiple level-up notifications. He notices that controlling Enkidu's artifact has raised his level and increased his conquest skill. He opens his status to inspect the changes more closely. He finds that conquest has reached level 2, and a link skill called Under the King's Banner has leveled with it. He concludes that strengthening conquest also strengthens its related abilities, which only benefits him. A new skill called King's Knights catches his attention, and he guesses it may be a summoning ability. Before he can study it further, someone calls his name. Caitlin finds him and demands to know where he went. He awkwardly realizes he disappeared without warning and tries to play it off. His apology is cut short when she smacks him for worrying everyone. She scolds him for vanishing in such a dangerous place, and he can only apologize. Once her anger cools, she says his safety matters most and decides they will camp in the ruin for the night. She explains that returning immediately is no longer possible because a new problem has arisen. Shutra asks what could be serious enough to delay them. The answer is that Felicia has lost consciousness. After her recent captivity and the effort she forced from herself, her body has finally given out. Caitlin admits that although Felicia claimed rest would be enough, no one knows when she will wake. Without Felicia, they also cannot summon the phantom steed, so they are stranded for now. Shutra accepts the situation, though he remains worried about Felicia. Night settles over the mountains as the group waits in uneasy silence. Inside the ruin, everyone collapses into exhausted rest while keeping watch over Felicia. Shutra sits apart, unable to relax despite the long day. He realizes that leveling up seems to have fully restored his health. Since he feels no fatigue at all, he starts wondering whether he should use the night to explore instead of waiting. A sudden idea takes hold of him. He remembers that ruins are essentially dungeon runs, which means deeper chambers should hold hidden weapons or treasure. He also knows such places are usually full of traps and guardians. Still, he draws on Enkidu's hammer again as he considers his advantage. If he is the ruler of this ruin, then its dangers may no longer apply to him. He reasons that the anvil's authority is limited to this ruin, but within it that authority should be absolute. That means he may already have a free pass to plunder everything inside. He notices Carrick sleeping nearby and decides to bring him along. He wakes the orc and gets his attention. Rather than explain everything, he simply tells Carrick to come with him. They slip deeper into the torchlit ruin. Carrick worries that entering unknown chambers so casually is reckless. Shutra brushes that aside, arguing that a ruin this old must contain valuable weapons. Carrick suddenly spots something alarming ahead. He warns that a huge monster is lying in their path. He identifies it as a griffin-shaped arc golem, a construct powerful enough to kill intruders outright. Shutra realizes that without the anvil's authority they might have died here, and Carrick urges him to stop tempting fate and move on. Carrick admits he wants no part in fighting something that massive, while Shutra teases him for his caution. They pass through another doorway deeper inside. Beyond it they discover a treasure vault packed with gold, weapons, armor, and supplies. Carrick is immediately drawn to a gleaming suit of armor, and excitedly shows it off. Shutra senses at once that the armor is more than decorative. He confirms it carries magical power, and recognizes it as valuable magic armor. Since it is too large for him, he offers it to Carrick. Carrick is overwhelmed with gratitude as he accepts the gift. While searching the room, Shutra notices a smaller chest tucked away among the treasure. He examines some ancient-looking gold but decides useful items should go into his inventory before mere money. He tells Carrick to take anything worthwhile while he continues searching. Something about the chest catches his attention. He opens it to see what is hidden inside. The moment he does, he senses a concealed mechanism or passage. A hidden doorway opens within the vault. He realizes the treasure room concealed a secret space beyond it. Excited, he becomes convinced the real prize lies inside. He steps through without hesitation. Past the corridor, he enters a broad hidden chamber. Something in the room immediately draws his attention. At the center floats another relic wrapped in familiar mana. He recognizes the energy at once even before understanding why. The name rises in his mind on its own, as if the artifact is introducing itself. He identifies it as Enkidu's gauntlet. Its true title follows, Earthshaker. The relic hovers before him like it has been waiting for this meeting. Its nature becomes clear to him as an aura weapon tied to the Knight of Conquest. He understands that this is the Gauntlet Earthquaker, another part of Enkidu's legacy. Drawn in by its call, he reaches out to claim it. His fingers make contact with the relic. The system immediately rejects him, warning that his level, mana, mental strength, and physical strength are all insufficient. He is stunned to learn he still cannot wield it. Then the gauntlet itself intervenes and grants special permission. Earthquaker recognizes him as its master despite the failed requirements. The relic begins transferring its ownership. The registered user is changed to Shutra. The gauntlet surges onto his arm in a violent burst of power. He braces himself as the force courses through him. Once it settles, he realizes the artifact has truly accepted him and massively boosted his stats. He is left awestruck by how much stronger he became just by equipping it. That only deepens his ambition for what will happen once his own level catches up. He judges the relic to be even more valuable than he expected. The system formally records the acquisition of the Gauntlet of Enkidu. Carrick arrives and asks what just happened, catching Shutra off guard. Carrick admits he saw the entire scene, including the gauntlet vanishing into Shutra's possession. Shutra tries to laugh it off, but inwardly curses the fact that his inventory-like ability has been exposed. Carrick points out that if others learned about such a power, it could become dangerous for him. He immediately promises to keep the secret between them no matter what. Relieved, Shutra decides they have taken enough and suggests returning. Even as he agrees, he admits the place gives him an uneasy feeling. He chooses not to push his luck any further and heads back. The two leave the vault with their haul. On the way out, Shutra notices something they still need. He stops Carrick and turns back with sudden urgency. Carrick cannot tell what he has spotted. Shutra realizes the answer is a recovery item they desperately need right now. He quickly brings a potion to Felicia's lips. Healing light spreads through her body as the medicine takes effect. Felicia stirs and begins to wake. As she opens her eyes in Shutra's arms, he gently asks if she feels any better, and she weakly recognizes him. Shutra wakes drained but relieved, and Caitlin rushes to check what happened to him. Caitlin explains that his sister saved him by bringing a mana recovery potion. Still groggy, she wonders where such a rare potion could have come from. Shutra reminds her that they are inside ancient ruins, pushing her to think it through. She realizes the ruins themselves provided it. Shutra proudly reveals that, as master of the ruins, he could obtain what they needed from within them. He tells her to rest, confident her mana will recover fully once she sleeps. Before drifting off, Caitlin calls to him one more time. She quietly thanks him, moved by his help. By dawn, the group has returned from the ruins to the orc encampment below the cliffs. Their return is greeted with loud relief and celebration. The orcs praise the prince and princesses for succeeding and thank everyone for their efforts. As the praise continues, someone clears his throat to redirect attention. Chris steps forward, awkwardly trying to speak up. He struggles to put his thoughts into words. Then he formally praises his sister for her outstanding performance. Felicia accepts the compliment with obvious satisfaction while pretending it was nothing. Shutra notices how pleased she is beneath the modest act. Chris tries to wrap things up and send everyone to rest, assuming the mission is over. But he reveals that remnants of the Red Thunder tribe still remain and must be eliminated within half a month. Shutra immediately treats that timetable like a chance for a short vacation. Caitlin shuts that idea down at once and physically drags him back to reality. He is left stunned by how abruptly his hopes collapse. Caitlin cheerfully informs him that the two of them still have more work to do. The scene shifts from camp to the forest where that extra work begins. Without warning, Caitlin's training starts with a brutal blow that sends Shutra flying. Her attacks come so fast and hard that he can barely react. Even while calling his name, Caitlin warns him that losing focus now could get him seriously hurt. Shutra collapses in pain as she orders him back up. He realizes that Caitlin's idea of unfinished business is merciless beast fist training. What she meant by more work turns out to be a punishing combat regimen. For the first 5 days, Shutra does little but get beaten down. Only after a full week does he finally begin to perceive Caitlin's fists. By the 11th day, his progress reaches a turning point. He finally manages to counter during their exchange instead of only enduring it. Caitlin recognizes that he is at last keeping pace with her. Shutra credits that improvement to surviving all the punishment she put him through. The brutal routine pays off as both Beast Fist and Aura rise to level 5. Satisfied, Caitlin says he is now ready for initiation into Beast God Fist. She admits she has never seen anyone advance this quickly. Shutra is thrilled that he can finally learn the lycanthrope's secret technique, Beast God Fist. Caitlin begins the next stage by teaching him a new way to command Aura. She warns him to follow every detail exactly and miss nothing. He agrees without hesitation. Their hands connect as she starts guiding his Aura directly. A massive surge of power erupts around them as the lesson begins in earnest. Inside that flow, Shutra senses Caitlin's Aura for the first time. He feels her Aura pulling his own along, similar to Beast Fist but operating on a deeper principle. As he follows it, he begins to grasp the structure and depth of aura itself. He comes to understand aura as the essence of life that, when pushed to its limit, becomes the power of the soul. That awakened force reveals itself to him as conquest, a power of domination and subjugation. Overwhelmed, he realizes he is touching true aura at last. The breakthrough explodes outward in a violent pillar of energy. The system confirms the moment by leveling up both Beast Fist and aura again. Caitlin is openly impressed by what he has achieved. Shutra sees the result for himself as he acquires Beast God Fist. Now holding both Beast God Fist and Earthshaker, he recognizes his arsenal has grown dramatically. He tests that new power with a single punch. The strike tears through the clearing and leaves a crater around him. The system rewards the surge in strength with another level up, bringing him to level 14. Shutra declares that this is only the real beginning, while an orc elder watches from the shadows. The hidden observer silently judges his progress. The next morning, the training ends and the group prepares to move on. Over breakfast, Shutra and Caitlin finally have a quiet moment to talk. He asks Caitlin about the relationship between Chris and Felicia. The question catches her off guard immediately. Shutra explains that Felicia, like Chris, is someone he needs firmly on his side, so any weakness in that bond could become a problem. Caitlin admits the two are not openly hostile, but there is a clear distance between them. She says there was no single incident that caused it. Shutra suspects the tension probably traces back to Chris's issue with Sylvan. Caitlin sharply warns him not to speak that name so casually, showing how sensitive the matter is. She reveals Sylvan Doomblade is Felicia's twin brother, and Shutra recalls him as a formidable opponent from his past life as Zephyr. Shutra starts to connect the dots between Chris and Sylvan. Before Caitlin can explain further, Chris suddenly appears and interrupts them. Felicia greets her brother naturally, but Shutra is startled by his sudden arrival. Chris announces that the mission wrapped up faster than expected, and they will leave that very afternoon. Shutra is caught off guard and asks where they are going. Chris reminds him that once the mission is complete, they must report back. The group bids farewell to the orcs, who thank the prince and princesses for their help. Vandal parts from Shutra with respect and anticipation for their next meeting. Shutra returns the sentiment, treating Vandal as a valued ally. With farewells finished, Chris gathers everyone to depart. Their destination is finally named outright as the Demon King's Castle. The story shifts to that ominous stronghold looming under a blood-red sky. Inside the castle, a solitary ruler waits in silence. The Demon King sits on his throne, a looming presence over the realm. On the road back, Shutra notes that the route to the castle itself is straightforward. The plan is to reach a transfer gate capable of long-distance warps, and use it to teleport the rest of the way. But the nearest gate is still 3 days away, even if they travel without stopping at inns. That means another night of camping before they can reach it. As he sits by the fire, Shutra admits that the closer they get to the Demon King's castle, the more nervous he feels. He reviews the political reality awaiting him there. 3 factions currently dominate the castle. The first is led by the Demon King's second son, Zephyr Ragnaros, whom Shutra knows as the most dangerous enemy. The second and third are the first Prince Baikal Ragnaros and the fourth Princess Anastasia Nekrian. He reminds himself that birth order means little in the struggle for the throne, where merit and strength decide everything. Among the contenders, Baikal and Zephyr stand above the rest as true brothers of equal ability, strengthened by draconian blood and immense influence. Even so, Shutra judges Baikal the calmer and more suitable heir, though he knows that preference alone changes nothing. He remembers that when the decisive day comes, the entire balance of power will be overturned. Because of that future, he resolves to prepare for every possibility. His first goal is to raise his level high enough to fully master Earthshaker. After that, he intends to squeeze every bit of value from his newly gained King's Knight skill. When he activates it, the system announces that a Knight Order has been formed. Reading the details, Shutra realizes the skill is far more than a simple summon and functions almost like a guild system. With buffs, training functions, and a summon built in, he recognizes the skill as absurdly overpowered. He is still marveling at it when Karak finds him hiding out alone. Karak scolds him for being awake so late when they leave at dawn and insists he should be resting. Shutra instead decides Karak has arrived at the perfect moment for an experiment. He asks Karak to help him test something. Karak is immediately suspicious and confused. Shutra grandly addresses him as Karak, the mighty orc warrior. A ceremonial sword manifests, signaling the skill's next function. Using that power, Shutra formally names Karak as his knight. Karak is stunned as the bond takes hold. He feels something inside him change at once. The effect spikes his devotion dramatically, and the system identifies him as Knight Commander Karak, level 24. Shutra is ecstatic that the skill worked exactly as he hoped. Even while marveling at the power boost, he is unsettled by how mysterious the system itself remains. He immediately tempts Karak further by asking if he wants to become the strongest orc alive. Shutra promises to train him into an ultimate orc emperor capable of standing against Dragonhin, while Karak can only stare at him in disbelief. Karak wonders if the prince has lost his mind. By the next day, the journey resumes toward the transfer gate. The whole group arrives before the gate together, now with Karak accompanying them. Chris asks if everyone is ready to depart. Shutra answers calmly, though he is still processing everything ahead. He steps onto the gate to begin the transfer. The teleportation magic activates around the party. As the warp takes hold, Shutra is hit by the force of it more violently than expected. The transfer flares into a blinding surge of light. Shutra feels himself being dragged through the warp and loses control. He tries to protest, but the spell overwhelms him. The teleport hurls him through the passage in a panicked tumble. He lands disoriented while the others recover around him. Caitlin immediately checks whether he is alright, and he insists he is fine despite the shock. Before he can settle himself, attention shifts to Felicia's arrival. A welcoming crowd rushes to greet Felicia with adoration and flattery the moment she appears. She receives the praise with practiced ease, clearly used to this kind of attention. Watching the scene, Shutra realizes her faction resembles an idol fan club more than a political camp. The same crowd politely welcomes Chris and praises Caitlin as well, but their enthusiasm is centered elsewhere. Shutra notices no one is especially interested in him and is half amused, half offended by it. As the others are swallowed by their own circles, he and Karak are left standing apart. Shutra finally understands just how little standing he currently has inside the Demon King's castle. He brushes it off, since it only confirms what he already suspected. Turning to Karak, he asks if his new knight is ready. Shutra decides that if he has no place here yet, he will build one himself step by step. The castle looms over that resolve as the stage for his next struggle. He is led not to luxury but to a neglected corner of the castle. Their assigned quarters turn out to be little more than a dusty storage room. Karak tries to make the best of it, saying they can at least unpack there and be grateful to have a room at all. Shutra learns that official events do not begin until tomorrow, which leaves him free for now, though he bitterly notes it feels more like being ignored than being given freedom. Just as he starts to brood over that treatment, something at the door draws his attention. A real estate official named Flora formally introduces herself to the ninth prince with unusual respect. When Stratus wonders why such an office would visit his shabby quarters, he learns his recent campaign has raised his achievement rank. The reward immediately changes his situation by granting him the right to choose a new residence. A second official from the merit office, Isabella, arrives to handle the matter directly. Stratus confirms the offer, and Isabella assures him he is indeed eligible for a new home. She opens the official records to review his status and rewards. Isabella explains that his success in the Red Lightning campaign raised him to achievement level 5, expanded his access within the castle, and increased his monthly support from almost nothing to a substantial allowance. She adds that no one has ever earned so much merit on a first mission, leaving Stratus pleased and a little disbelieving. Without wasting time, he asks to see his housing options at once, and Isabella agrees. His orc companion is stunned by how suddenly the prince's fortunes have changed. The shock deepens when they arrive before an extravagant mansion that is now apparently Stratus's new residence. Before they can process it, a maid greets them as if she has been expecting her new master. Flora reveals that she has not merely processed the property transfer but has also become the estate's butler and head maid under Stratus. When the orc questions how a real estate employee became household staff, Stratus casually explains that he hired her with merit points. His explanation sounds so strange that his companion can only conclude the prince has started speaking nonsense again. By the next day, the new life has already begun to settle in. As they prepare for an audience ceremony, the orc's nerves get the better of him, and Stratus brusquely tells him to stop panicking and handle himself. Even Stratus admits the tension is contagious and is struggling to stay calm. Two women arrive and praise how well Stratus and his companion clean up for the ceremony. Stratus realizes Felicia chose the outfits, and the other woman eagerly credits her for the transformation. Felicia accepts the praise with quiet satisfaction, pleased that her effort paid off. The other woman warmly tells Stratus the formal look suits him perfectly. Embarrassed but sincere, Stratus returns the compliment, and calls them both his sisters. That simple response delights one of them and leaves the mood light and affectionate. Chris then reminds Stratus that this will be his very first audience ceremony before the Demon Lord. He urges Stratus to treat the moment as his debut and show the entire Demon Castle who he is. Stratus accepts that challenge with renewed confidence. As the Great Hall opens before him, he steels himself against those who will dismiss his rise as luck. The gathered nobles and monsters turn their attention toward the ceremony. Stratus resolves that whether they believe in him or not, they will have to notice him now. Chris and the two women advance with him, lending him visible support. Stratus walks forward determined to overturn the image of himself as a worthless prince. They enter the throne room and kneel before the ruler of the demon realm while the court watches. Chris formally presents himself first as the seventh prince. He offers the proper greeting to the sovereign of the demon realm. The ruler is revealed as Demon Lord Mitra, Stratus's father, and the most dangerous presence in the castle. The ceremony proceeds to the formal reporting of the prince's and princess's achievements. As Stratus prepares to speak, he reminds himself that this is the father of every royal child in the hall. That realization makes him remember just how terrifying this audience truly is. Facing Mitra directly, Stratus feels the crushing force of the one being in the castle he should fear most. The pressure nearly drives him into the floor, and he struggles to understand what is bearing down on him. He feels as though his body might collapse simply from standing before the Demon Lord. At that breaking point, a remembered command rises within him and tells him to conquer. He gathers himself around that inner light instead of yielding to fear. Another inner voice reminds him that he too is meant to stand as a king. Rather than shrinking from the demon lord's gaze, he decides to face it head on. He resolves to conquer even this intimidation instead of submitting to it. That decision transforms his bearing, and his own power surges up against the oppressive aura. Stratus realizes this is the strength of conquest taking form within him. Mitra notices the change and studies him with new interest. For the first time, the demon lord directly calls Stratus by name before the entire court. Felicia is visibly shaken by the unprecedented attention. Chris and the others are equally stunned that Mitra singled out the neglected ninth prince. Stratus can only kneel there in disbelief as the hall falls silent around him. Mitra tells him he expects great things from his future achievements. The court immediately realizes something extraordinary has happened, because the demon lord never addresses royal children by name during these ceremonies. That makes everyone question why the prince once dismissed as insignificant has been chosen. Stratus understands that the words themselves were simple, but coming from Mitra they carry enormous weight. He recognizes them as rare and valuable acknowledgement. He answers with a vow to meet his father's expectations, ending the ceremony after leaving a powerful impression on the entire court. Back at his new residence, the next morning begins with his companion urgently waking him. An official letter has arrived from the merit office, immediately putting them both on edge. Stratus opens it, puzzled that the merit office would contact him again so soon. One look at the contents makes him go rigid. His companion demands an explanation, but Stratus is still trying to understand what the message means. He realizes the order is effectively a direct mission from the demon lord himself. The castle setting gives way to the urgency of a new assignment. Chris explains that the mission is the subjugation of the Cassius Pack, a monster threat in the Anger Plains. Stratus recognizes the region as Centaur territory and learns that this kind of subjugation is practically a recurring event there. Chris and his companion want to help, but their own duties prevent them from joining, so they can only encourage him. Chris has one more warning before Stratus departs. He tells Stratus that after the audience ceremony, people throughout the castle will start paying attention to him. That attention will come from both those seeking his favor and those who now see him as a threat. In other words, his rise has created new dangers as well as new opportunities. Stratus accepts that reality and notes that even the famed Zephyr was never publicly named by the demon lord, which shows how unusual his situation has become. Chris promises support whenever Stratus needs it, and Stratus gratefully accepts his brother's goodwill. Before leaving, Chris tells him to visit Felicia, who has prepared something for him. That final errand sends him to her with curiosity. Felicia has arranged swift reptilian mounts for the journey, knowing he will need speed to keep up with centaurs. She presents the mounts as a practical gift, and Stratus thanks her warmly. Then she gives him something else, far more personal and significant. Stratus is shocked to find that she is handing him Dark Elf's tear, a treasured Dark Elf heirloom. He knows how extraordinary this is, because in the game's logic he would normally have had to kill Felicia to obtain it. Felicia explains that Dark Elves never forget either gratitude or grudges, making this gift a serious acknowledgement of what he has done for her. She embraces him and sends him off with heartfelt wishes for his safety. Stratus is flustered by the unexpected affection but accepts it as best he can. When she realizes how embarrassed she has made herself, she abruptly pulls back. She tries to recover her composure, and Stratus understands that she is simply too embarrassed to continue. He says goodbye with genuine warmth and promises they will meet again. Felicia watches him depart through the teleportation gate, quietly satisfied. Left alone, she reassures herself that this was the right thing to do. The teleport sends Stratus and his party to the Anger Plains in a burst of light. They arrive together, momentarily disoriented by the sudden transfer. Once the light fades, they confirm they have reached their destination. A local escort greets the ninth prince as soon as he arrives. She introduces herself as Karma, the ranger assigned to guide him. Stratus politely introduces himself, while privately noting her beast-like lower body. He identifies her race as Satyr, adding another unfamiliar ally to the mission. With introductions over, Karma pushes for an immediate departure. Their mounts launch into a fast run across the rocky plains. Karma warns that the Centaur settlement is still at least 2 days away and asks whether Stratus can handle a hard ride with little rest. When Stratus asks why she has so few soldiers, she explains the mission order came too suddenly, leaving only the 2 of them to respond for now. She adds that with centaurs as allies they should not be outnumbered once they link up, framing the coming conflict as one pack against another. Stratus starts thinking ahead to mounted combat, and what kind of weapon would suit the battlefield. That planning is interrupted by a strange sound in the distance. Karma immediately moves to investigate while Stratus stays alert. The threat reveals itself as something racing toward them at high speed. Karma sprints ahead to get a better look. What she sees leaves her speechless. A pack of Cassius beasts is already chasing a fleeing centaur scout, far earlier than expected. The monsters close in on the scout with lethal speed. The centaur runs desperately, but the pack is about to overtake him. One of the beasts lunges, forcing the scout into panic. His fear turns into a scream as death seems certain. Stratus suddenly intervenes from above, knocking the attack aside before it can land. The impact blasts the charging beast away and buys the scout a moment to live. Their mount digs in as Stratus forces the battlefield to shift around him. The saved centaur stares in shock at the prince who appeared between him and the pack. Stratus coolly remarks that the welcoming party has arrived earlier than expected. He activates the power in his gauntlet and decides the timing does not matter. Instead of retreating, he welcomes the fight he has been craving. He openly provokes the Cassius beasts, while the rescued scout realizes this reckless savior is the prince himself. The lead beast answers by digging in for another charge. It roars and commits to the attack. The monster rushes straight at Stratus and his mount. Stratus identifies it as the pack leader and focuses on ending the threat at its source. Karma and the orc rush after him in alarm, warning that charging in alone is too dangerous. Stratus refuses to be restrained and orders them to watch. He uses the momentum of his mount to launch himself into striking position. In midair, he decides this is the perfect moment to test the beast god fist technique he has been training. He meets the lunging beast head-on instead of dodging. The Cassius opens its jaws to tear him apart. Stratus drives his glowing fist forward with all the force he has gathered. His fist of explosion detonates through the beast in a single devastating blow. The onlookers are left too stunned to speak as the result sinks in. The leader's body is destroyed so violently that the rest of the pack is thrown into confusion. Stratus lands over the corpse, suddenly looking far more dangerous than anyone expected. The surviving beasts hesitate, shocked that their strongest member fell instantly. Their aggression breaks, and some begin to retreat in frightened confusion. Stratus realizes the Earthquaker gauntlet has amplified his aura and made the technique far more destructive than he anticipated. Delighted, he judges the result to be nearly on the level of one of the game's top-tier powerhouses. Karma, the orc, and the rescued centaur erupt in praise, amazed that he saved them by blowing off a Cassius's head in one strike. The rescued scout introduces himself as Swift Wind and takes over as escort to guide them onward to the centaur settlement on the Angle Plains. Behind them, the slain beast's body begins to dissolve with ominous energy, hinting that the threat is not as simple as it seemed. At last the group reaches the centaur settlement on the Angle Plains. They are told that 4 centaur tribes live in these plains, divided into fierce wind, heavy rain, rough night, and the dominant raging flame. Among them, the raging flame tribe holds the greatest power, and its chieftain serves as high chieftain over all the others. That leader steps forward and introduces himself as Savage Eyes, high chieftain of the centaurs. Stratus immediately recognizes the name from the game, and knows this is no minor figure. What should have been a meeting with an ally now carries a darker implication, because he remembers Savage Eyes not as a future friend, but as a future enemy. As the camp whispers about the deadly aura of the 9th Prince Shutra, he prepares to meet the tribe's feared leader. Savage Eyes studies the prince with wary interest, measuring whether the rumors about him are true. Shutra drops the pretense and asks for a blunt assessment of the crisis facing the plains. He is brought into the chief's tent to discuss the matter in private. The chief immediately makes clear that the situation has already turned dangerous. He explains that the Cassius herd migrated south far earlier than it should have, signaling an abnormal threat. Scouts are still investigating, but Shutra realizes this is already diverging from the game's original course and may open a new path with Savage Eyes. The chief plans to gather warriors from all 4 tribes within 3 days and crush the beasts once their forces are united. Shutra decides to wait for that outcome for now, while privately hoping this altered timeline may let him win over an ally he never could before. Before ending the meeting, the chief turns the conversation toward the prince himself. He asks whether Shutra truly killed the Cassius with a single punch, testing both the rumor and the boy's nerve. Shutra confirms it without hesitation, and his confidence strengthens his belief that Savage Eyes might be recruitable this time. He even offers to demonstrate his strength later, thinking of how he won over previous companions. That boldness earns a subtle shift in the chief's attitude. The chief parts from him on unexpectedly favorable terms, leaving the prince encouraged. Outside, the camp notices his presence and reacts with surprise. Word has already spread that the 9th prince is the one who crushed a Cassius skull in a single blow. Shutra's growing fame, including the Bandal incident, becomes impossible to ignore even to his companions. He boasts that it is all due to his natural charm, then immediately realizes he may have overdone it. With nothing more to discuss for the night, he is told to rest. The quiet of the tent settles over him as the camp sleeps beneath the stars. Shutra lies down expecting an ordinary night after a productive meeting. His sleep is interrupted when a strange green light begins to gather around him. He stirs awake, sensing that something supernatural has entered the room. A sudden surge wraps around the Earthshaker armament on his arm, and he realizes the disturbance is connected to it. As the power intensifies, he is shocked that the reaction is happening without his understanding or control. A luminous spirit appears and addresses him by his full title, making clear this visitation is intentional. Shutra instantly recognizes that this is no ordinary apparition. The spirit tells him she needs his help, placing an urgent burden on him before he can even understand her identity. Still startled, he demands to know who she is. She identifies herself as a fragment of the Watcher Ankle. Her divine presence becomes more tangible as the room gives way to her power. She names herself Green Wind, tying her existence directly to Ankle's fragment. Shutra is stunned, because Green Wind is a legendary being from the game's lore. He remembers that Green Wind was revered by centaurs and satyrs as one of the nature spirits of the plains. He also recalls that the region's lush life was sustained by Greenwind's power. Before he can process more, Greenwind pulls him into a spiritual space linked to her domain. There she reveals that the temple before them is her true home. She explains that it is also where the fragment of the Observer Inkle, the source of her existence, resides. That claim makes Shutra pause, because a fragment of Inkle should mean something far beyond a mere local spirit. He realizes that if she truly refers to the Observer Inkle, then this concerns one of the 6 Elder Dragons. In the world's lore, Elder Dragons were godlike beings that players were never meant to encounter directly. Shutra is rattled that he obtained Enkidu's Earthshaker only recently, and is now being drawn into another Elder Dragon's legacy. Greenwind cuts through his confusion and warns that monsters from the north are already moving toward her temple. She reveals their goal is not simple destruction but the theft of the plane's verdure, which would consume both her home and her soul. Then she insists that Shutra is the one capable of protecting it, despite his doubts about his current strength. She points out that he already carries Enkidu's power, implying he is no ordinary child anymore. To remove his hesitation, she promises that Inkle's fragment can make him stronger still. She gives him a token and orders him to show it to her children, trusting they will aid him. When he returns to himself, the token materializes in his hand as proof the encounter was real. Greenwind assures him that her children will recognize the relic and lend him their strength. Left alone again, Shutra is overwhelmed by how abruptly his situation has escalated. He immediately reports to the chief that Greenwind's temple lies northeast and will soon be attacked by the Cassius. The chief accepts the urgency at once, though he notes that marching on the prince's word alone would normally be reckless. His hesitation vanishes when he senses the sacred power accompanying Shutra's claim. Seeing the glowing token, he recognizes it as Greenwind's holy relic. That proof is enough for him to submit to the spirit's will and ask what must be done. By dawn, the tribe is already moving toward the threatened sanctuary. Mounted warriors thunder across the plains in answer to the warning. Greenwind's children, the centaur fighters, arrive armed and ready for battle. Shutra rides with them toward the temple, now at the center of a crisis no one else fully understands. As the sanctuary comes into view, he confirms that this hidden structure must be Greenwind's temple. The green aura around it proves they have found the right place. Shutra notes that without his special guidance he never would have discovered such a concealed site. But the sight ahead immediately raises a worse question. The Cassius have somehow found the temple as well, which should have been nearly impossible. Shutra concludes that some hidden factor is at work beyond the game knowledge he relied on. The chief sees that the enemy force is larger than expected and asks the prince for a plan. Remembering Greenwind's words, Shutra decides the key lies inside the temple, where Inkle's fragment must be waiting. He orders the others to keep the monsters away from the sanctuary while he heads inside. With Carrick and Karma at his side, he rushes forward toward the entrance. The chief rallies his warriors with a strict order that not a single enemy is to reach the temple. He commits the entire tribe to battle without reserve. The defenders charge to intercept the oncoming horde before it can break through. The archers loose a first volley to thin the beast's advance. Arrows tear into the front ranks and briefly slow the swarm. The centaur warriors follow up by crashing into the weakened line. Their charge cuts through the beasts and opens a path toward the temple. Using that opening, Shutra and his companions race past the melee toward the sanctuary. Carrick confirms their only objective is to get the prince inside, and Shutra agrees. Carrick vows to carve a route for him no matter what stands in the way. He immediately throws himself into the enemy line to make good on that promise. His sweeping strike clears multiple beasts at once and widens the gap. Karma joins in, cutting down attackers that tried to close around them. Seeing his companions perform so well, Shutra briefly believes they are about to reach the temple cleanly. That confidence lasts only until a new threat interrupts their advance. Shutra senses danger too late as something massive descends on him from above. A giant horned brute smashes down into their path and shatters the momentum of their push. The impact throws Shutra away from the route to the temple and separates him from the others. The brute roars its challenge, making clear it has singled him out. It charges straight at the prince before he can recover his footing. Shutra curses himself for losing focus at the worst possible moment. Carrick intercepts the blow with his club, shielding the prince from a direct hit. Shutra checks on him at once, realizing Carrick took the danger meant for him. Carrick refuses to stay down and forces himself back into the fight. The brute attacks again, trying to crush both of them before they can regroup. Carrick answers with a brutal counter that tears into the monster's body. Even so, the exchange leaves Carrick visibly strained and wounded. Shutra notices the cost immediately and stops treating the fight like a game. He invokes the king's flag, choosing to empower his ally rather than attack alone. Golden power surges through Carrick, restoring his fighting spirit and raising his strength. Shutra declares that the real attack begins now, turning support into their decisive weapon. With the buffed Carrick, they slam into the brute with overwhelming force. The enemy is caught off guard by the sudden reversal. Carrick drives the monster back with a crushing blow that sends it reeling. He presses the advantage without giving it time to recover. The brute swings wildly, but Carrick now meets it head-on instead of yielding ground. Blood spills as the monster starts to lose the exchange. Carrick raises his weapon for the finishing strike. He smashes the brute into the earth with enough force to crack the ground beneath it. Dust and debris swallow the battlefield for a moment after the impact. Carrick orders Shutra to leave the rest to him and continue to the temple, and the prince entrusts the lion to him. Shutra breaks away and sprints for the sanctuary while the battle rages behind him. He crosses the threshold and enters the temple alone. Inside, Greenwind's voice urges him onward without delay. The Earthshaker armament begins reacting again, and Greenwind tells him Enkidu's power will guide him. Following the armament's pull, Shutra realizes the energy is leading him deeper into the temple. A stream of green light winds through the interior like a living guide. It leads him past roots and ancient growth hidden within the sanctuary. At the temple's heart, he discovers a colossal sacred tree saturated with Enkel's power. The branches stir as if the tree itself has awakened to his presence. Shutra stops in awe, sensing that this is the true core of the temple. A branch extends toward him, offering something held within its grasp. When he sees the object clearly, he understands he has reached the fragment's vessel. It is a dragon heart, the source of a dragon's magic, hidden within the tree. Shutra realizes that the so-called fragment of Enkel is in fact a dragon heart tied to the elder dragon's power. Greenwind appears again and explains that the plane's long peace has been maintained through the observer Enkel's magic. She reveals that this temple is the center of that protection, and if it falls, the peace of the Anger Plains will collapse. She begs Shutra to awaken the ancient magic left here and stop the invaders before that happens. Outside, the chief keeps the defenders from breaking, insisting the enemy must never reach the temple. Carrick continues fighting at the front, holding back stronger foes through sheer force. Karma also keeps cutting down beasts as the defense line strains under pressure. Within the temple, Greenwind places her final trust in Shutra as the ninth prince. She asks him to use the magic she leaves behind to protect both the plains and her children. Shutra accepts by placing his hand on the dragon heart. The moment he makes contact, green power engulfs him and drags his consciousness elsewhere. He can only stare upward as the world around him dissolves. He finds himself before the vast true form of the observer Enkel in a cosmic vision. Faced with the elder dragon at last, Shutra can only name what stands before him. Enkel's gaze falls on him, acknowledging him as a worthy recipient. The dragon commands him to take the power being offered. At once, the temple erupts with a blinding surge of awakened magic. A pillar of green light shoots into the sky, halting fighters on both sides as they look up. Even in the middle of battle, Carrick and the others realize something inside the temple has changed. Carrick looks toward the light, wondering what has happened to the prince. Then the awakened magic bursts outward from the temple and spreads through the battlefield. Towering roots and trunks rise around the sanctuary, reshaping the field into a living fortress. The ground itself splits as the forest answers the call. Wooden guardians emerge from the awakened trees, turning Enkel's ancient magic into defenders of the plains. The invading beasts suddenly find themselves surrounded as the battle enters an entirely new phase. As beastmen and wolves are about to be overwhelmed, giant tree guardians suddenly descend into the battlefield. The new arrivals immediately turn the tide by striking down the attackers. Their assault continues in a sweeping counterattack that scatters the enemy line. Inside the sanctuary, Greenwind announces that the ritual has succeeded and Enkel's ancient magic has awakened. She gratefully credits the ninth prince for making that awakening possible. The prince places his hand on the source of that power to receive it. Enkel's energy begins pouring into him in a brilliant surge. Greenwind is startled when the transfer behaves in an unexpected way. She realizes the awakened magic is not simply activating but flowing directly into the prince. Alarmed, she suspects he is trying to absorb Enkel's power itself. The prince endures the torrent as it tears through his battered body. Greenwind urgently warns that if he keeps going, the strain will destroy him. Instead of stopping, he gains strength and even rises in level as the power settles into him. The energy begins repairing the damage he had already suffered. His recovery continues as the transfer stabilizes. Greenwind realizes with shock that the same power threatening him is also healing him. More level increases follow as his body adapts to the influx. Then a deeper will speaks through the power, defining his role as one meant to conquer. That will commands him to subdue even mighty beings and force them into obedience. It goes so far as to promise dominion even over the lingering remnant of an elder dragon. The revelation crowns him as one before whom such power must kneel. The absorbed force manifests within his chest like a living dragon heart. The sacred tree responds to the transformation with a burst of life energy. The radiance settles, leaving the sanctuary changed but calm. The prince drops into a braced stance as the awakening finishes. He steadies himself, now carrying a new presence within. A system message names him the Knight of Conquest and grants him dragon body. Additional rewards follow, including dragon blood and immunity to poison. Checking his status, he finds that he has become dragonborn. The system explains that a dragonborn is one who has awakened the dragon gene and can wield dragon magic. It further notes that, like Zephyr before him, his hidden lineage allowed that awakening despite mixed blood. Greenwind confirms that he now possesses both the spirit and body of a dragon, along with Enkel's power. Rather than resent this outcome, she accepts it because the sealed power had slept and used for 1,000 years. She acknowledges him as Enkel's true successor and asks one thing of him. Her request is that he protect the Engel Plains and the beings who live there. He accepts that responsibility without hesitation. Back outside, the battle still rages despite the Tree Guardian's intervention. One of the Tree Guardians senses a greater threat moving among the invaders. That threat cuts through the chaos with overwhelming force. A massive drake ogre reveals himself as the commander driving the Cassius forces. Watching from above, the prince identifies the drake ogre as the true enemy leader. He immediately leaps down to confront him himself. Landing beside Karak, he gives the orc a task before charging ahead. The drake ogre barrels forward, crushing resistance as he advances. He roars a challenge, eager for a direct clash. The monster notices the prince's sudden approach at the last moment. The prince strikes first with a fast, precise blow to the ogre's body. The drake ogre answers with a brutal sweeping counterattack that forces the prince back. The shockwave throws the prince away while the ogre keeps pressing. Unfazed, the prince prepares a stronger attack and dares the monster to stop it. He unleashes Fist of Explosion, driving explosive force into the drake ogre. But the impact hardens his own arm into a dragon-like gauntlet, revealing a new bodily change. Even with that power, he is stunned by how thick and durable the monster's hide is. The drake ogre retaliates with another crushing charge before the prince can capitalize. The prince concludes that ordinary explosive strikes will not be enough to bring this enemy down. So he decides to test the dragon blood power he just obtained. Activating the Dragonborn exclusive skill, he calls on dragon blood. That power partially unlocks Earthquaker's true nature. Realizing this is his best chance, he commits everything to a single decisive blow. The drake ogre rushes him with a full-force overhead attack. The prince entrusts the next move to Karak while holding the enemy in place. Karak responds by summoning the king's knights to join the assault. The sudden reinforcement crashes into the drake ogre and disrupts his momentum. The monster snarls in frustration as the opening appears. The prince tells him to look forward to what comes next and drives in with the awakened weapon. For the first time, the drake ogre shows real fear. The prince promises that this strike will be nothing like the last one. He invokes Earthquaker's secret art. A colossal ring of force erupts around him as the technique fully forms. He slams that power into the drake ogre in front of the stunned defenders. The centaur warriors can only watch in disbelief. Karak sees that the prince has truly turned the battle. The drake ogre is smashed into the ground by the overwhelming impact. As the dust settles, the prince levels up again from the victory. The system confirms that he has defeated the boss drake ogre, Mustafa. He also earns the title Drake Ogre Slayer. Breathing hard, he realizes that without the level up restoring him, the technique would have dropped him on the spot. He further understands that Gigantic Piston was only a partial release and that Earthquaker still hides an even greater ultimate move. Karak reports that the enemy beasts are breaking and trying to flee now that their leader is dead. The centaur champion seizes the moment and cuts through the remaining wolves. He orders a pursuit, refusing to let survivors regroup for another attack later. The defenders charge after the retreating enemy with orders to wipe them out completely. By nightfall, the battlefield lies silent under the stars, filled with the dead. The victors celebrate around campfires, drinking after surviving the assault. Karak and the others join the revelry as relief replaces battle tension. Laughter echoes through the sacred grove while the prince returns to the sanctuary. Green Wind greets him with amusement, noting how much he seems to be enjoying himself. He explains that he came back because he still has questions for her, and she agrees to answer them. Before that, she asks him to release her from the control he unknowingly placed on her. She explains that because he absorbed Ankel's mana, she has become bound to him as a spirit born from that magic. He pauses, trying to understand what that means in practice. An awkward silence follows when neither of them knows how to undo the bond. He finally admits he has no idea how to release her. Green Wind is stunned that he asked for release without even knowing the method. She scolds him for acting like a master while being completely ignorant of spirit contracts. He hurriedly calms her down and decides to first assess her condition. She answers in the simplest possible terms by declaring that she belongs to him and obeys him. He clarifies that he means whether the bond has harmed or changed her in any troubling way. She says her abilities are intact, but if she vanished, the Engel planes would lose the life force she embodies. He starts searching for a way to keep her tied to the planes without forcing her to remain trapped there. His first idea is to ask whether she can simply stay in the planes instead of following him. He insists he is not trying to cast her aside, only to spare her unnecessary separation from her home. But she hears it as abandonment, and is visibly hurt. He quickly corrects himself and asks directly whether she wants to come with him, which she treats as the natural duty of a bound spirit. He realizes with dismay that he has accidentally formed a full spirit contract. Thinking it through, he asks whether, as the living embodiment of the plane's grand spell, she could create a substitute for herself. The idea surprises her because it offers a way around the problem. She says it is possible, though it will take time, and he immediately accepts that solution. She warns that doing so would leave most of her power behind for a while, making her less useful to him. He happily accepts anyway, seeing a contract with a high-ranking natural spirit as a huge gain regardless. Moved by that answer, she embraces her role as his master-bound companion and invites his questions. His first real question is how and when Ankel died. The question catches her off guard. She explains that she is only a fragment reborn from nature and does not hold all of Ankel's memories. Still, one memory remains clear to her: Ankel was murdered 1,000 years ago. She cannot identify the killer, but she is certain it was not another elder dragon. That revelation leaves the prince shaken, because it means something else was capable of killing a godlike elder dragon. Green Wind then asks him to stop speaking to her so formally, since it makes her uncomfortable now that he is her master. He changes his tone and asks whether, as Ankel's successor, he could contain another elder dragon's power too. She says that should normally be impossible, but he may be an exception. Because he already balances Ankel's power with the opposing force of Enkidu, she believes he may be able to wield other elder dragon powers as well. He is stunned by how absurdly favorable that possibility is, but presses on with one last question. He asks whether she knows anything about the mysterious power he himself possesses. She warns again that her knowledge is incomplete because she lacks many of Ankel's memories. Even so, she says she can tell him part of the truth. As she begins, a sudden surge of green power overtakes the chamber. The prince is caught off guard by the abrupt change. Speaking with a voice no longer entirely her own, Green Wind addresses him as the knight of conquest born under the destiny of kings. That deeper voice declares that his gift is the power to conquer and rule over all creation. It names that force as something destined to belong to him. Morning arrives over the sanctuary as the revelation ends. The prince loses consciousness and drifts down in the aftermath. He wakes groggily, unsure how the conversation ended. Remembering that he had been speaking with Green Wind, he realizes there is a gap in his memory. Green Wind confirms that he is finally awake again. She explains that Ankel's lingering consciousness surfaced to her during the night, and that the prince blacked out because of the power involved. She repeats the message that emerged. He is the conqueror knight chosen by the king. That power is the force that conquers and rules all things in the universe. In simple terms, she tells him that this overwhelming dominion is his true power. He pieces it together as the king's power and the essence of the conqueror knight, wondering whether Ankel had known this all along. Green Wind then says that as his permanent spirit, she must finally tell him what she withheld before. She summons a magical map to show him where his next path lies. She reveals that in the northernmost part of the Anger Plains rests a relic of Ankel. That relic is another elder dragon weapon, a shield called the Shield of Life. She recounts that over 1,000 years ago Ankel entrusted this shield to the bravest and most righteous centaur warrior, who led many victories without injury. But his invincibility ended when he slept without the shield and was assassinated by a woman sent by someone who coveted it. Since only that warrior could wield the shield, his followers buried it with him in a northern tomb. Over time the weapon passed into legend, and the centaurs renamed it after that fallen hero. Its new name is White Eagle. The prince is stunned because White Eagle is supposed to be only a legendary weapon recorded in the Night Saga lorebook. After realizing the shield he found was actually an elder dragon's weapon, the prince immediately asks where White Eagle's tomb can be found. The spirit tells him she can locate the tomb near the northernmost edge of the Anger Plains, which only sharpens his interest. Before they leave, she insists on first making a replacement component for her own damaged body. When he asks how long that will take, she estimates 2 days thanks to the temple's protective magic. He is pleased that the delay is short enough to keep the expedition possible. He decides they must go regardless, convinced that obtaining White Eagle will make everything afterward much easier. With that plan set, time moves on outside the temple. As he works among his people, the prince frames a northern trip as part of subduing the remaining Caecilius herd. But he also realizes the Demon King's castle will soon notice the temple's protective magic has been activated and send investigators. He estimates relic specialists could arrive within a week if the report goes out today. That makes him think they should depart before outside scrutiny reaches them, but news arrives that someone from the Demon King's castle has already come. The prince is caught off guard that the castle responded so quickly. A tense pause follows before the visitor is revealed. When he sees who has arrived, his composure breaks in shock. The woman immediately notices his reaction and hints that he looks like he has seen someone impossible. He blurts out that she is Felicia, his sister, and cannot understand why she is here. Before he can press further, the orc chief urges everyone to exchange proper greetings first. Another young woman formally greets the 9th prince. She introduces herself as Daphne, daughter of the 5th consort Echo. The prince is startled because Daphne should be a dryad-born druid, not the person he first mistook her for. He recalls that Daphne is one of the 3 consort's children who must be secured for the future. Felicia explains that Daphne is a capable druid who can assist with the mission tied to the guardian spirit of Anger Plains. The prince tries to steady himself, and decides he should make a good impression despite his confusion. He asks Felicia why she is here instead of investigating the thunder-forging anvil in the Zashika Mountains, and she says his task ended too quickly for that plan to continue. Felicia bluntly tells him that his rapid success is drawing attention. The orc chief confirms that finishing the Caecilius mission in 2 days is extraordinary when it normally takes 2 weeks. Felicia adds that the strange events surrounding the mission would have tempted most observers to spy on or attack him, so she came personally instead. The prince realizes her visit was partly meant to protect and assess him. Felicia admits that is not the whole reason, because she is also curious about the temple's magic and why Caecilius behaved differently. The prince takes her concern as proof that beneath her cold manner she still cares about him. Felicia cuts past that and asks what he plans to do next. He says he intends to scout the north for any surviving Caecilius remnants, while privately focusing on finding White Eagle. The red-bearded chief immediately declares he will accompany him, arguing that a mission this important requires the great chief's presence. The prince reluctantly accepts that logic and agrees to go together. Felicia also decides to join, reasoning that studying a living caecilius is more useful than examining a dead one. The prince outwardly welcomes the extra help, though inwardly he realizes his excuse about hunting remnants has trapped him into a crowded expedition. Even the orc chief senses that the situation is about to become far more complicated. A few days later, the group heads north. Their journey is interrupted by the sudden roar of a monstrous beast. The escort reacts at once as enemies rush in from the surroundings. The orc chief grimly notes that trouble was inevitable. The prince sees his instincts confirmed as wolves and other monsters close in on the traveling party. The escorts engage the attackers and the skirmish spreads across the field. A wolf nearly catches the prince from behind, forcing him to react in frustration. He is baffled by how these monsters appeared so suddenly after the area had supposedly been cleared. The survivors around him share the same alarm, insisting these creatures should have been wiped out before. The threat escalates when winged reptilian monsters descend from above. The prince identifies them as likely ghasts and immediately recognizes how troublesome flying enemies will be. Rather than stay grounded, he activates wind magic and rises to meet them in the air. Using Blessing of the Wind, he lightens his body and moves with the speed of the wind. The guardian spirit is stunned that he can use her wind magic as if it were his own. He launches himself straight toward the airborne monsters before they can press their advantage. One ghast is caught off guard by his sudden speed. He crushes it with an explosive punch and sends it plummeting. Without slowing down, he dashes after the next target. He vents his irritation on the swarm, determined to clear the sky. The guardian spirit can only stare as her role keeps shrinking while he borrows her power so freely. Meanwhile, Daphne is left standing amid the chaos, visibly shaken by the violence around her. Up close, her fear is obvious as she struggles to keep herself composed. A gaze suddenly dives straight at her, turning her panic into immediate danger. She can barely raise a hand in time to react. The orc chief reaches her first and cuts the attacker down, shielding her with his own body. At the same time, Felicia calmly begins casting, deciding the situation has become useful for drawing something out. She says she had intended to find the hidden enemy anyway and now has a reason to force it into the open. Her magic detonates across the battlefield in a brilliant blast. When the light fades, monsters lie scattered all around the group. Felicia points out a faint purple aura lingering on the fallen creatures and asks the prince if he can see it too. She identifies the phenomenon as a form of cursed magic. Felicia explains that the aura grants power while consuming life force and severing emotion, making the monsters stronger but more hollow. From that, she concludes someone has been controlling them from afar. The prince is shaken because the manipulator they defeated before should have ended this threat, leaving him wondering who is behind it now. The orc chief interrupts his thoughts and draws attention back to Daphne. He notes that Daphne stayed tense through the entire fight and suspects this may have been her first true battle. The prince agrees and realizes this Daphne seems far less seasoned than the one he remembers from another life. Daphne says the spirits are terrified and that the ominous power grows stronger the farther north they go. The guardian spirit confirms she also senses a sinister source in the north and believes some entity there is generating the purple aura. Felicia proposes going all the way to the northernmost point, and the chief suggests first checking the observation tower on the northern border. The prince admits his original goal was only to retrieve White Eagle, but the situation has become too dangerous to ignore. He agrees that the tower is their best next step and leads the group there. By nightfall they arrive at the lonely border observation tower. From the top, the group scans the darkness for the source of the disturbance. They spot a huge mass of enemies gathering in the distance, numbering at least 200 or 300. Felicia warns that only an undead of very high rank, at least lich level, could gather that many creatures together. Before they can plan further, Daphne suddenly collapses under the pressure of the energy saturating the area. The orc chief rushes to help her, and she insists she is still conscious. Felicia explains that the ominous force is too direct here and affects Daphne badly because she is half-spirit. Seeing the scale of the threat, Felicia judges that their current force is insufficient and recommends retreating for now. In the middle of that warning, she senses something approaching and freezes. Felicia realizes an enemy is already coming straight for them. The prince quickly opens a detection display to identify the incoming threat. The map shows their small group surrounded by hostile signatures, with something unusual closing in. The orc chief spots the danger first and calls the prince to look outside. A barrage of blazing projectiles is already flying toward the tower. The prince understands too late that they have been lured into a kill zone. He shouts that it is a trap and orders everyone to get out of the tower immediately. The tower is struck and begins exploding apart before they can escape cleanly. The blast throws the group and their escorts through fire and collapsing stone. As the ruins fall, the distant undead formations remain visible beyond the wreckage. Felicia reacts instantly and gathers magic around herself. She uses wind control to catch the falling group and slow their descent through the debris. The shattered remains of the tower crash down around them instead of on top of them. Once they land, Felicia checks that the orc chief and the prince are still alive and able to move. The escorts thank her for saving everyone, but Felicia refuses any relief because the real danger has only begun. Looking out across the field, she sees an overwhelming number of enemies closing in and urges an immediate withdrawal. The prince points out that retreat may already be impossible because they are surrounded, and Felicia asks him to buy her time. She resolves to force open an escape route somehow if she can finish her spell. The prince accepts that plan, placing his trust in Felicia. He draws his weapon and promises to hold the line for as long as he can. He then invokes the king's banner, spreading a strengthening blessing through his allies. The chief and the others feel power surge through their bodies as the prince's support magic takes hold. The guardian spirit asks if he truly intends to fight here, and he answers without hesitation that he does. He admits he has no better option than trusting Felicia to create their path out. He hardens his resolve and prepares his transformed arm for battle. With his allies empowered, the prince orders everyone to prepare for combat. The group charges together into the approaching undead horde. The prince rallies them not to yield. The orc chief tears into the front line with sweeping force. The red-bearded chief and the others follow, cutting down the first wave. The prince detonates another explosive strike that blasts skeletons and beasts apart in all directions. For a moment, the front ranks of the undead are blown back. But new undead continue advancing, their eyes burning with the same purple control. The prince feels his transformed arms straining again and curses the worsening situation. He realizes the battle will never end if they keep only destroying disposable minions. More skeleton soldiers surge toward him from every side. He concludes that their only hope is to find and kill the commander controlling the army. Just as he reaches that decision, a fresh rain of purple attacks begins falling from above. The barrage tears through the battlefield and catches both allies and enemies alike, proving a far deadlier force has entered. The orc chief recognizes the same unnatural attack pattern returning and braces himself. A violent shockwave rips across the field and leaves bodies and rubble strewn everywhere. One of their fighters is left badly wounded amid the devastation. Then the true commander finally appears, rising from the carnage in a shroud of purple power. It is a towering skeletal king in heavy armor, far beyond the lesser undead around him. The prince immediately identifies him as the leader he has been searching for. Before the prince can strike, the red-bearded chief charges the skeletal king head-on to protect him. The chief's blow lands, but it barely seems to matter. The skeletal king counters with overwhelming force and sends the chief crashing away. The orc chief roars and rushes in next rather than let the prince face the monster alone. His attack also detonates on impact, yet the enemy remains standing. Even the orc chief is shaken by how little effect his strength has. The skeletal king answers with a colossal downward strike that smashes the ground and batters the chief back. The orc chief staggers but refuses to fall completely. Seeing an opening, the prince uses wind-enhanced speed to launch himself straight at the skeletal king. He commits everything to a finishing blow, convinced this must be the enemy commander. His explosive fist crashes into the skeletal king with tremendous force. For an instant, it seems the hit might have worked. Instead, the skeletal king casually catches and overpowers him, slamming him back down. The prince rises in pain and finally understands he is facing something monstrously beyond expectation. The skeletal king coldly judges the prince strong, but still beneath his level. Felicia stops the prince from throwing himself back in and tells Stratus to rest for the moment. The skeletal king pauses at that name, as if the prince's identity has suddenly caught his attention. The young prince is stunned to realize the woman before him is his sister. Felicia steps forward in full power and declares that she will personally face the skeleton king. She openly challenges the undead ruler and makes clear that he must deal with her now. Without hesitation, Felicia launches the first magical assault. Her opening blast crashes into the skeleton king with overwhelming force. The monster endures the hit but is clearly hurt and enraged by it. He roars and tries to reassert control of the fight through brute force. Felicia stays airborne and immediately prepares another spell instead of giving him room to recover. She shifts to wind magic and drives another attack into him. Even as he charges back at her, she keeps pressing him from close range. Seeing the counterattack coming, Felicia decides to use Blink. She vanishes from his reach and reappears above him with a new spell ready. From that position, she pelts him with repeated magical strikes. The prince watches as Felicia keeps the skeleton king pinned down almost by herself. He realizes she is even stronger than he expected and is genuinely dominating the monster. That admiration is interrupted when he senses a new presence nearby. Daphne arrives in a green aura, checking on the prince and joining the battlefield. She releases the Dryad's blessing across the area, spreading a support field over allies. The buff immediately strengthens the nearby warriors. Even the other fighters feel their bodies respond to the blessing. They notice the sudden change and realize something has shifted in their favor. The prince recognizes Daphne's unique area buff and is pleased that she has finally taken action. As the blessing settles in, the system grants him a new activation skill. Colored spirit lights begin circling him, signaling another unexpected change. The new power surges into him all at once. He receives Spirit Bloom, a skill that infuses him with the spirit's power and boosts all his abilities. Feeling strength flood through his body, he immediately understands this is no ordinary buff. He realizes that, impossibly, both the spirit of life and the spirit of wind now dwell in him together, something his unusual body alone makes possible. Elsewhere on the field, explosions continue hammering the skeleton king. Felicia keeps firing, but the strain is beginning to show on her. When the skeleton king tries to retaliate again, she uses Blink once more to avoid him. Her teleportation carries her clear of the immediate strike. Still, she is frustrated that the monster refuses to stay down. Determined to finish it, she dives in with another killing blow. At the last instant, something about the exchange catches her off guard. A nearby orc warrior suddenly cries out as the battle turns chaotic. The Skeleton King swings through the confusion, forcing Felicia to break off. The clash throws one of the allied fighters aside. The Skeleton King notices a new threat entering his range. The prince appears beside Felicia, praises her effort, and takes over the next move. Felicia is startled to see him join the fight so directly. He tells her to leave the finishing blow to him. He charges in with Fist of Explosion and slams the Skeleton King head on. The impact knocks the giant monster crashing to the ground. An allied orc immediately boasts that his own punch deserves the credit and starts arguing over who really dropped the boss. He escalates the joke by declaring he will be the one to take the Skeleton King's head, but his confidence vanishes when he realizes the monster is still dangerous. A massive purple attack erupts before anyone can capitalize on the opening. The prince shouts a warning as the counterattack descends. He tries to move, but the blast is too sudden and too fast. A dark curse begins spreading across his face as the attack catches him. He understands too late that something is terribly wrong with the energy hitting him. Felicia sees him thrown away and realizes the situation has reversed. For the first time, she panics at the thought that he may be lost. The Skeleton King looms over the fallen prince and calls him by name, savoring the moment. Far from the main clash, the forest remains quiet for a heartbeat. A small green spirit races through the woods with urgent purpose. It reacts when it finally senses what it has been searching for. The spirit locates a hidden grave deep in the forest. There it finds the warrior's tomb and the relic buried within it. Back on the battlefield, ominous purple pillars continue rising as the undead power spreads. The Skeleton King advances through the devastation, still in control. His cursed energy keeps building instead of fading. Felicia refuses to let him focus on anyone else, and drags his attention back to her. She reminds him that she is still his true opponent. Then she unleashes a triple blast to overwhelm him again. The Skeleton King withstands the barrage better than expected. His own purple projectiles cut through the attack and keep coming. Felicia realizes too late that he has turned the exchange back on her. She reaches for Blink again, but the timing is no longer in her favor. The Skeleton King breaks through and closes the distance. His strike smashes through her defense and sends her reeling. Felicia curses the setback as she struggles to recover. The monster slams more power into the ground, widening the destruction around them. The battlefield shakes apart under the force of the impact. As Felicia lands in the middle of the undead horde, the Skeleton King roars and the surrounding monsters close in. The prince lies motionless nearby while purple cursed rain continues to fall. A calm voice calls to him and orders him to rise. The voice insists this is no time for him to remain down. The Dryad spirit appears before him and urges him to awaken Ainkel's power at once. Still dazed, he demands to know what she means and how he is supposed to do that. A bright green light answers before words do. The spirit tells him to remember, because he already knows the answer. That prompt leads him to the truth he had overlooked: dragon blood. At that realization, a green power descends from above toward the battlefield. Felicia, surrounded by enemies, suddenly feels that new force arrive. She looks up in confusion as the tide begins to shift again. A sweeping green shockwave tears through the monsters around her and clears space. From the edge of the blast, she sees the power gathering around the fallen prince. The green explosion expands over him like a protective awakening. He looks up and sees something descending through the light. The relic White Eagle appears before him, answering the spirit's call. He cannot understand how the spirit managed to bring it here. The spirit explains that she searched for the White Eagle's grave during the battle and succeeded in making the relic accept a new master. The prince realizes how much she risked for him, but she brushes aside any praise. She tells him to focus on the enemy still standing in front of him. Before he can fully adjust, the Skeleton King attacks again and hurls him through the air. The prince is sent tumbling, but the White Eagle moves with him. He tries to stop the monster from pressing the advantage. The Skeleton King answers by charging a deadly blast in his mouth. The prince is shocked by how quickly the attack forms. The beam fires before he can evade it normally. Felicia shouts in alarm as she sees the shot about to hit him. The Skeleton King advances, expecting the blast to finish the job. Instead, the prince rises inside a new green radiance with the White Eagle before him. He instinctively takes hold of the relic as if it were always meant to answer him. The spirit explains that Ainkel's fragment had already transformed his body into a dragon-demon hybrid, and this new relic is adding another layer of power to that form. She urges him to feel the new strength now fused into him. She reveals that the White Eagle has preserved Ainkel's magic for 1,000 years. That ancient power immediately reacts against the Skeleton King's curse. The prince accepts the transformation and revels in how powerful it feels. For the first time, the Skeleton King senses genuine danger from him. The prince taunts the monster for underestimating him. He promises that this time he will crush the Skeleton King for real. Testing the relic's response, he calmly studies how to use it in battle. A casual motion sends green energy lashing out through the surrounding undead. The attack tears through skeletons, beasts, and flying monsters alike in every direction. Felicia can only stare as the battlefield is suddenly being erased around her. The Skeleton King roars and gathers himself for another direct assault. He swings a massive purple strike toward the prince. The White Eagle intercepts the blow and holds firm. The relic unfolds, revealing its true winged form. Its awakened shape shines like a guardian spirit, made solid. While the Skeleton King is distracted by the transformation, the prince slips into his blind spot. He drives in with another fist of explosion and smashes the monster's face. The Skeleton King grits through the damage and refuses to fall. In retaliation, he conjures multiple flaming projectiles and hurls them down at close range. The prince shields himself and bursts through the bombardment instead of retreating. Using the White Eagle's power more deliberately now, he redirects the green energy into a focused attack. A piercing beam punches straight through the Skeleton King's torso. The White Eagle circles him like a living weapon, readying follow-up strikes. Successive green lashes bind and batter the Skeleton King from all sides. The monster howls as his body begins to break apart under the sustained assault. The prince closes in from above with his explosive fist blazing for the final exchange. He commits fully, pouring everything into one last decisive punch. Gigantic piston lands squarely on the Skeleton King and crushes through his remaining defense. The Skeleton King's body cracks apart as his power finally gives way. Knowing victory is certain, the prince calmly declares the fight over. He releases the finishing strike. A concentrated green blast tears through the Skeleton King's core. The boss disintegrates from the chest upward, his body collapsing into ruin. With their king destroyed, the surrounding undead lose direction and begin to falter. The last of the Skeleton King's power erupts and vanishes in a final purple explosion. The system confirms that the prince has defeated Skeleton King Valkarova, and multiple level-ups follow immediately. He catches his breath, acts unimpressed by the reward, and receives the title King's Slayer. Felicia hurries over to report that the curse on the monsters has been lifted, and the two decide to slip away while the freed creatures turn on one another. Behind them, the former undead army descends into chaotic infighting without its master's control. Later, the surviving group regathers around a campfire after escaping the battlefield. The prince confirms that the relic he used is indeed the legendary White Wren. The others are left in awe that the old legend was real all along. Felicia senses that the White Wren still holds back much of its true power, and Soot realizes the legendary weapon is restraining itself to match him. Instead of feeling threatened, Soot grows excited at the thought of how much stronger the White Wren may become. Felicia lets him keep the White Wren and decides not to report it to the Demon King's castle, trusting him to care for it. The Northern warriors formally recognize Soot as the successor to the great warrior White Wren. Their leader goes further and offers the prince their support whenever he calls for it. Soot accepts their loyalty and feels the Northern affair has ended cleanly. Just as he relaxes, he remembers there is still time to profit from the tomb. Back in White Wren's tomb, Soot eagerly resumes looting treasures and equipment with Karak. As he is about to declare the job finished, an unseen voice interrupts and insists the matter is not over. The spirit Green Wind appears, upset that her master has not praised her yet. Her sudden appearance startles both Soot and Karak, but she quickly shifts from complaint to embarrassed apology. Soot immediately rewards her efforts with praise and sincere gratitude for helping them win. Green Wind relents and decides to forgive him this once. Even so, she demands more praise to make up for being forgotten. Soot indulges her, patting her head and promising as much praise as she wants. With Green Wind finally satisfied, the Northern incident truly comes to an end. But even after the victory, Soot cannot shake a lingering doubt. He questions whether Valkarova was really the source of the mysterious purple aura. If Valkarova was not the true cause, then someone else may have driven the attack and known the hidden shrine's secret. The possibility leaves Soot quietly unsettled. He resolves that one day he will uncover the true identity behind the purple aura. After returning from the northern border, life becomes busy and time passes quickly for everyone involved. Fierce Eyes prepares to return north with warriors from all 4 tribes, as if the real campaign against the Cassius Pack is only beginning. Soot joins Fierce Eyes in the north, and together they wipe out the Cassius Pack over the next 15 days. Once that work is done, the story shifts back to the Demon King's castle. Felicia notices that Soot seems to have grown stronger again since their return. Soot brushes it off as natural growth, hiding the true extent of his progress. He then asks Felicia what she learned from investigating the shrine. Felicia admits the results were mixed, but says she uncovered something remarkable. The magic placed on the shrine belonged to Ankle, one of the 6 elder dragons known as the Watcher. Soot feigns simple amazement, though the revelation clearly means more to him than he lets on. Felicia grows suspicious of his odd reaction and wonders whether he already knew. He denies it, and Green Wind quietly notes how awkward he looks before urging them to go make their report. The scene moves to the Demon King's castle, where court politics quickly reassert themselves. Felicia is warmly welcomed back by the women of her household, who are delighted by her return. She answers their concern with easy affection, while Soot and Karak arrive behind her. Watching the reunion, Soot remarks that nothing in the castle has changed. Green Wind nervously worries about leaving the Anger Plains, and Soot reflects that the ones who truly changed are his own side. Karak notices the strange looks directed at them, and wonders if the prince has done something wrong. Soot follows those hostile stares and realizes they are coming from Succubi. He immediately suspects they belong to Anastasia's faction. Anastasia is identified as the 4th princess and the leader of one of the 3 major factions in the castle. Her faction was the largest during the Day of Slaughter, and even Felicia and her twin brother Sylvan once belonged to it. Soot concludes that news of what happened on the Anger Plains has already reached Anastasia. Rather than flinch, he tells Karak to get used to the attention because there will only be more of it from now on. Soon after, Sutter heads to the merit office to receive the rewards for his recent accomplishments. Isabella informs him that his merit rank has risen to 10, his monthly support has increased, and more castle facilities are now open to him. She adds that he now has access to the treasure vault as well, which immediately catches his interest. Pleased by the upgrade, Sutter decides it is finally time to spend some money. He heads to the armory, where rank 10 grants him entry to the first treasure vault. The armory manager explains that equipment can be bought either with merit points or with money. With that settled, Sutter and Karak begin browsing for useful gear. Sutter tells Karak to choose whatever he needs, treating his companion's equipment as an investment. He makes it clear that if Karak is going to support him properly, then Karak needs proper gear. Sutter reminds himself that being cheap about equipment is a mistake, then starts selecting his own armor. He chooses a light chest piece that resists elemental magic and will not interfere with Beast God Fist. Satisfied, he decides to wear that armor beneath his clothes and turns to the next missing piece. For that, he consults the blacksmith Cater about making special greaves. Sutter explains that ordinary leg armor would hinder Beast God Fist because the style relies heavily on footwork. Cater says the design itself is simple and could be finished in about 2 days. But when asked about materials, he recommends dragon leather and scales. Sutter is stunned by the suggestion, since such materials should be impossibly rare for him to obtain. Cater casually reveals that those exact materials arrived that day under Sutter's name, and that he intends to use them for the greaves. Sutter immediately demands an explanation, because he never ordered anything like that. Cater tells him the delivery was made on the direct orders of Lord Ishgard. The name shocks Sutter, because Ishgard is no ordinary benefactor. Ishgard is the demon realm's greatest swordsman and swordsmith, Asura Elder, and the legendary master who taught the Demon King himself. Neither Sutter nor Karak can explain why such a figure would suddenly support him, though Karak finds the backing reassuring. Sutter privately notes how strange this is, since in the original story he never received support from the Sura side and can only guess that the Demon King is intervening. Before he can think it through, a messenger rushes in with urgent news for the 9th prince. Karak asks why the man is so panicked, and the messenger struggles to catch his breath. He announces that there will be another audience ceremony the very next morning. This ceremony will honor 3 people for their achievements on the Anger Plains, and Sutter realizes he and Felicia are only 2 of them. When he asks who the 3rd honoree is, the answer instantly unsettles him. The 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, has returned. The messenger repeats the news plainly, but for Sutter it lands like a nightmare made real. Karak notices his reaction at once. Sutter can barely process that the prince he feared most is suddenly here. He remembers Zephyr as the 2nd prince, and a terrifying force in the story's future. In Sutter's memory, Zephyr is the one who eventually slaughters everyone and kills him, so seeing him now feels impossible. The castle itself seems to close in around that revelation. Later, Karak checks on him and asks whether he is truly alright. Karak points out that Sutter has looked uneasy ever since hearing the news. Sutter admits that although he always knew this meeting would come, he did not expect to be this nervous. Trying to steady the moment, Karak asks about the other prince expected at the ceremony and learns Zephyr will enter directly without waiting. Sutter answers that Zephyr has always been treated as exceptional. Felicia then reminds him that his own achievements are significant too and should not be overshadowed by fear. When Sutter falters, she urges him not to shrink back. She tells him to show everyone just how remarkable he is, giving him the encouragement he needs. The next day, the audience ceremony begins before the Demon King. The Demon King presides over the hall in full authority, setting the tone for a formal reckoning of merit. From the floor, Sutter and Felicia face the throne while the court watches. They are called forward together as the 6th princess and 9th prince. Sutter forces himself onward, reminding himself that this confrontation was inevitable. As he advances, he feels the weight of the nobles and factions watching from every side. Among those observers, Anastasia's camp watches with quiet interest. Anastasia herself sits back with composed confidence, already treating the ceremony as a game of influence. Sutter steels himself and decides he has to overcome this fear because the road ahead will only get harsher. The official then calls for the next prince to enter. Zephyr Ragnaros walks into the hall, and his arrival immediately dominates the room. Each step announces a presence that no one can ignore. Sutter recognizes at once that this is the meeting he has dreaded. Zephyr answers with a faint, unreadable smile. To Sutter, this is not just a prince but the central figure of the demon realm arc from the game. He names Zephyr in his mind with the gravity of someone facing a destined enemy. The ceremony proceeds into formal reports of the prince's and princess's achievements. Zephyr's accomplishments are so overwhelming that they alone would have justified the entire ceremony. Felicia's and Sutter's achievements are then announced, and their northern exploits seize the court's attention. Yet the true turning point of the day is not the praise but what comes after it. The Demon King suddenly addresses Sutter directly and declares that he will assign him a mission. Felicia is visibly startled by this unexpected turn. Even Zephyr lowers his gaze, as if measuring the meaning behind the order. Everyone realizes this is something unprecedented. Sutter is stunned because the Demon King is issuing a mission to him openly during the ceremony itself. The mission is to explore the Thunder Dune fortress of the Dwarven High Kingdom. A newly discovered mining passage leads there, and Sutter is ordered to secure the route and investigate the fortress interior. He must depart within 7 days, and Sutter immediately recognizes the fortress from his knowledge of the game. He knows it as an important dwarven facility he once visited in Night Saga. The officials explain that the mission originally belonged to General Cashball's exploration unit, but Cashball died inside the fortress, likely from toxic gas, and the mission failed. Sutter is therefore instructed to prepare countermeasures against the gas and ultimately secure the fortress. The assignment leaves him baffled because the choice makes little sense on the surface. He cannot understand why a mission failed by a draconian-born general is being handed to him instead. It seems even stranger because Zephyr, who has draconian blood on his mother's side, would appear to be the more natural choice. Felicia wonders whether this means the Demon King has personally marked Sutter for special attention. When Sutter asks what she means, she explains that missions like this were always Zephyr's domain. Since even a general failed, she judges the task far too dangerous for Sutter to handle alone. She presses him to admit that much, and he reluctantly agrees. Felicia immediately decides she will accompany him on the mission. The decision hangs in the air as the implications of the new mission settle over them. Felicia tries to sound casual about joining, but Karak points out that Sutter never actually asked her. Sutter accepts her offer anyway and thanks her, pleased to have her support. A blue-haired young man then steps forward and politely asks to accompany the 9th prince as well. He introduces himself as Katarov and leaves the choice to Sutter. Felicia recognizes him immediately, but Katarov reveals that the mission roster has already been decided, so he cannot actually join them. He apologizes for intruding and prepares to leave, which only deepens the oddness of his appearance. Felicia criticizes him for refusing to come, since a competent male siren like him would have been useful. She even notes that Katarov is one of the strongest magic-type sirens among the few males of his kind. At that moment, Sutter's insight activates, and he sees through the surface. He realizes Katarov is secretly one of Anastasia's followers, planted close to him for hidden purposes. Katarov is in fact a fanatical infiltrator and spy, and his polite request was really a report to Anastasia. Sutter concludes that Anastasia's faction is deeply concerned enough to send even Katarov to monitor him. Elsewhere, Anastasia receives that report with calm interest. She judges that Sutter is proving far more cautious than expected. Later, as they prepare, Karak asks Felicia what she knows about the Thunder Doom fortress. She explains that the dwarves who built it were not Enkidu's treasure keepers but a different dwarven nation entirely, one with a far more warlike history. That dwarven high kingdom fought dragons to defend its cities and treasures and even succeeded in killing several true dragons. When Karak reacts in shock, Felicia clarifies that ordinary dragons and elder dragons are practically different species. Karak innocently asks whether that means Felicia can slay dragons too, and she starts to answer with qualified pride. Karak immediately cuts through the boasting, and the tense build-up ends on a blunt, comic note. An orc elder humors the princess as she recalls that even the mighty dwarf high kingdom was destroyed in the war against dragons. Proud of her expertise, Felicia explains that Thunderdome Fortress is a famous subject in dwarven relic studies. Her scholarly pride quickly turns greedy as she realizes the buried fortress could contain enormous treasure. While the others tease her for getting carried away, Shutra identifies the ruin as one of the game's famous jackpot dungeons. He recalls that the fortress collapsed during dragon battles, leaving high-grade weapons and treasure sealed inside. But for him, the real prize is something he urgently needs. That prize is a dragon-killing weapon designed to be lethal even to those with dragon blood, the Dragon Slayer sword. Because Zephyr carries dragon lineage, Shutra decides he must secure such a weapon before facing him. He hardens his resolve and commits to obtaining it no matter what. The party reaches the mountain entrance to the buried fortress. Before going in, Shutra equips A-rank dragon-scale greaves, gaining strong fire resistance and mobility. Satisfied with the upgrade, he readies himself for the dungeon ahead. Felicia checks that the whole group is prepared to enter together. Shutra gives the order to move out. They step into the ruined interior, where dust and old lights still linger in the long tunnel. The party advances cautiously through the ancient corridor. When the air thickens, Karak mistakes it for fog, but Felicia recognizes it as toxic gas leaking from the mines. Even Felicia admits the poison is denser than expected, so Shutra agrees they should slow their pace. Karak notices the gas color is wrong for ordinary mine poison, raising a new concern. Before anyone can process that warning, several party members begin choking and collapsing. The sudden poisoning drops Karak and the others to the floor almost instantly. Shutra and Felicia are caught off guard as the gas overwhelms the group. Felicia realizes the poison itself has changed into a more dangerous type and curses the trap. She immediately casts wind magic to drive the toxic cloud away from the party. Her spell gathers the poison into a violent vortex. The compressed gas detonates with explosive force instead of dispersing safely. The blast hurls Shutra and Felicia back and leaves them reeling. As he struggles to stay conscious, Shutra calls out for Felicia. The corridor fills again with swirling poison and dust after the explosion. Most of the party lies unconscious in the contaminated hall. Then shadowy, tusked humanoid monsters emerge through the haze and close in on the fallen group. One of the creatures steps forward, revealing the threat is now physical as well as poisonous. More of the monsters rush toward the incapacitated party. Their leader recognizes Shutra's group as the ones who killed General Kashabal. Shutra realizes these enemies are connected to that earlier battle and are targeting them deliberately. A flying shield spirit called Green Wind suddenly intercepts the attack, surprising the monsters. Green Wind slashes into the attackers before they can finish the helpless party. The spirit tears through multiple enemies in a rapid sweep. As Shutra gets up, Green Wind dryly notes that his act of fainting was very convincing, and he snaps back at it. With Green Wind's help, the monsters are cut down in quick succession. The surviving creatures panic as the shield spirit keeps carving through them. Any attempt to counterattack is shut down immediately. Shutra takes control of Green Wind and uses it as both weapon and guard. After the brief massacre, he realizes the enemies had armed the corridor with an unusually potent poison. He also reveals why he survived. His poison resistance has advanced all the way to full immunity. Before he can relax, the fortress begins shaking violently around him. Chunks of the ceiling start crashing down, turning the corridor into a death trap. Shutra is forced to react to a second disaster before he can rescue everyone. As more mechanisms activate, he realizes the enemy prepared trap after trap without pause. He orders Green Wind to stay behind and protect the unconscious party members. At the same time, he decides the others must be evacuated first, even though he still does not understand the full situation. Using dragon blood power, he lifts Felicia and prepares to move at high speed. He blasts upward through the collapsing corridor, carrying her clear of the worst of the cave-in. While moving through the chaos, he spots what he was searching for. He identifies a hidden doorway as the true entrance to Thunderdome Fortress. Green Wind smashes through debris to keep the route open. The spirit rejoins him and warns that the fortress is behaving abnormally. Shutra races back to drag more of his companions towards safety, frustrated by how little time he has. He tells the unconscious Karak to hold on while he returns for the others. He carries another party member through falling rubble toward the entrance. He lands hard but keeps moving. Once several companions are inside, he briefly thinks the worst is over and plans to go back for Karak. That hope vanishes when he senses a new collapse beginning. The tunnel behind him caves in completely. Shutra panics, believing Karak may have been buried inside. Green Wind urges him not to lose control, but he refuses to abandon Karak. The spirit reminds him of a powerful spell he used before, giving him a desperate option. Shutra remembers it and seizes on the idea immediately. He casts Summon King's Knights to create a rescue opening through the rubble. The spell reaches Karak through the collapsed stone. It yanks the orc warrior bodily out of the buried passage. Karak crashes down in front of Shutra alive. Shutra sprints to him even as more debris continues to fall. After checking him, Shutra realizes Karak is battered but not critically injured. Relieved, he finally lets himself breathe. Even so, he is left wondering what kind of disaster just unfolded and what those monsters really were. He concludes they are unlike anything he has ever encountered in Night Saga. Meanwhile, Felicia and the others begin recovering from the poison and coughing themselves awake. Shutra decides the immediate priority is detoxifying the party before anything else. But another of the black creatures steps into view before he can finish helping them. A whole crowd of the monsters gathers around him, cutting off any easy escape. Shutra realizes the situation has become even worse than he thought. When the swarm charges again, he braces for another mass attack. He answers with Fist of Explosion, smashing the first attacker with overwhelming force. The blow drops one monster, but many more remain and keep closing in. He complains bitterly as he is forced to fight while still trying to protect and heal everyone. The creatures roar and surge at him from multiple directions. Shutra decides to stop holding back and invites them all to come at once because he cannot afford delay. The swarm leaps together, trying to overwhelm him by numbers. His gauntlet flares with explosive power as he prepares a wide-area counterattack. He slams the ground and blasts the surrounding monsters away in a violent shockwave. Then he follows with a sweeping kick to keep the survivors off balance. The green edge strike tears through the crowd and scatters them. For a moment he stands in the center of a ring of staggered enemies. He roars and pours even more power into the assault. Felicia, half-conscious, notices his strength with stunned disbelief. As he begins healing her, he gently checks whether she is all right. Surrounded by dead monsters, she asks what happened outside while he was gone. He downplays the battle and pretends it was nothing serious. After detoxifying everyone, the party resumes the assault and heads for the fortress control room, where they must choose between a long, safe route and a short, trap-filled one. The choice is between caution and speed, with the shortcut promising danger but saving precious time. Felicia asks which path he will take, noting the long route is safer. Before he can answer, an alarm begins blaring through the fortress. Shutra immediately realizes the situation has changed and they can no longer afford to move slowly. Karak asks about the sound, and Shutra identifies it as the warning for an attack on the fortress's most important facility. He explains that someone else is already attempting the dungeon, shocking Felicia. Shutra orders Karak to take the lead with his shield and move toward the control room at once. When Karak hesitates, Shutra reassures him that strict obedience will keep him alive. The shortcut immediately proves deadly as a dragon head trap awakens in the corridor ahead. Karak blocks a blast of dragon fire with his shield while the others shelter behind him. He endures the flames but is clearly pushed to his limit. The next trap launches a storm of spikes and heavy weapons, and Karak absorbs that barrage too. He barely keeps his footing as the corridor pelts him from every side. By the end of it, Karak is exhausted and shaking from the strain. Shutra praises him for surviving, while Karak protests that he nearly died. Shutra points out that Karak's effort got them to the control room quickly after all. Inside, one of the women notices something wrong. The gargoyles that should be guarding the room are missing. Felicia decides they should investigate the room directly despite the unease. The group enters the control room together. Shutra and Felicia immediately notice a suspicious object inside. They find the skeleton of the last city lord, who apparently stayed behind alone to operate the fortress so the dwarves could escape. Another discovery draws their attention before they can dwell on the corpse. At the center of the room sits a mysterious black sphere unlike anything they expected. Felicia guesses it is some dwarven device that requires an activation key, and Shutra wonders if the dead lord carried one. He finds a key hanging from the skeleton's neck. He brings the key to the sphere and tries it. The sphere reacts instantly, accepting the key and awakening with blue energy. A glowing portal-like surface blooms across the sphere, startling the group. The room fills with floating blue screens that begin displaying scenes from elsewhere in the fortress. Shutra is baffled, while Felicia is awestruck by how advanced dwarven technology truly was. Then the screens pick up another disturbance, and everyone tenses again. Karak asks about the new sound, and the green-haired woman directs attention to one of the displays. The monitor reveals a nearby battle raging elsewhere in the fortress. Felicia recognizes the black creatures from Shutra's earlier fight, and notes that they are swarming the gargoyles. Shutra realizes those black monsters are the true force assaulting the fortress, and starts wondering what they want. Then Karak spots a huge dragon on another screen, and Shutra turns in shock. The sight makes him realize exactly what he is looking at. The display shows a dead dragon with a glowing weapon still embedded in its chest. Shutra understands at once that he has finally found the relic he came for. The weapon is revealed as the greatest creation of the Dragon Slayer series, the Dragon Slayer Spear Ascalon. The screens recount that the Black Dragon Partisan was the brutal conqueror who led the war against the Dwarf High Kingdom. His legion relentlessly assaulted Thunderdome Fortress until they finally broke through its outer defenses. After infiltrating the fortress, Partisan charged ahead and unleashed his full power, making a fatal mistake. In a single arrogant moment, he exposed himself to a counterattack. The fortress's strongest dwarf warrior, Tiny Spark, seized that chance and drove Ascalon into Partisan's chest. But Partisan's death sent his legion berserk, forcing the dwarves to abandon the fortress and flee. The ruined stronghold became a vast grave where the dead dragon and countless dwarves were buried together. Karak pieces it together aloud. The dragon is Partisan, and the spear in his chest is Ascalon. Another screen shows the black creatures still surging toward that burial site in great numbers. From that, the group concludes the pitch-black monsters may be attacking the fortress specifically to seize Ascalon. The white-haired elf refuses to let the raiders escape after attacking her group and taking what they came for. When her younger companion asks whether they can seize the fortress guardians for themselves, she admits that option is gone. A massive electrified hammer rises elsewhere in the fortress, signaling that another power has taken command. The dwarf golem begins crushing the black-clad invaders and undead under its authority. From cover, the elf's party watches the golem drive their enemies back. She realizes the dying fortress lord must have transferred all control to the dwarf golem, the highest-ranked guardian. She urges Stratus to wait and observe, but he rejects caution. Stratus decides the chaos is exactly the opening he needs. He argues that waiting is more dangerous because too many unknowns could ruin their chance. Ignoring her protest, he rushes off alone and tells her to stay behind. Using his minimap, he tracks the shifting battle inside the fortress. He slips past the fighting while the golem and monsters remain focused on each other. Stratus reasons that if he secures Ascalon first, he can profit no matter who wins the larger battle. His plan is simple. If the Guardians win, he can hunt the surviving raiders, and if the raiders win, he can judge whether to fight or flee. As he nears his destination, he realizes he has almost reached the spear. The Black Dragon Partisan spots him on the minimap and alerts its side to his position. Stratus appreciates how much easier the minimap makes navigating the chaos just as danger closes in. The dwarf golem suddenly slams down near him, nearly crushing him in the process. A second blow follows, forcing him into a desperate scramble to survive. He hurriedly insists he is not there to fight the golem. The golem's attack stops just short of killing him. It studies him instead of continuing the assault. The golem seems confused by his presence and words. A green force suddenly streaks in toward the scene. Green Wind arrives in time to save Stratus, and he greets the spirit with relief while she complains about his nickname for her. Their brief bickering shows she is exasperated, but still willing to help him. While they talk, the golem keeps battering Partisan in the background. The spear's resting place cracks open under the pressure of the battle. Stratus finally sees the legendary dragon-slaying spear Ascalon in person and is awed by it. He immediately claims it as his prize. But when he tries to pull it free, it does not budge. He strains with all his strength, and still cannot move it. The weapon proves absurdly heavy, far beyond what he expected. In frustration, he pours all his remaining stat points into strength. With his body reinforced, he makes another all-out attempt. This time the spear finally responds, and even the golem notices the change. Ascalon begins to loosen from the stone. Stratus tears the spear free with a final heave. The release sends a golden shock through the battlefield and knocks nearby enemies away. His companions stare in disbelief at the burst of power. Even the other onlookers are stunned by what he has just awakened. A hooded figure watches from the shadows, still hidden from the others. Ascalon reveals itself as a masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer series, forged to destroy the heart of the Black Dragon partisan and carrying the dwarves' hatred and resolve. Stratus realizes he has completed the main objective by obtaining the spear. That victory is interrupted when a huge purple-eyed dragon shape manifests behind him. The hooded figure channels a sphere of sinister purple death energy. That energy is driven into the dragon's remains. Partisan is violently reanimated as a zombie dragon. Stratus is horrified that Partisan, dead for centuries, is somehow standing before him again. He turns and notices the hooded caster controlling the resurrection from a distance. He demands to know who this new enemy is. Before he can react further, the revived dragon's power surges. The zombie dragon lashes out and blasts him backward. Purple energy continues pouring into the dragon, rapidly stabilizing its revival. Stratus recognizes the threat and fears he already knows what kind of power this is. He identifies it as the same purple death energy his group encountered before. The dragon's body swells with that energy until it erupts outward. The shockwave tears through the chamber and scatters everyone nearby, friend and foe alike. Green wind catches Stratus before the blast can finish him off. He is left reeling, unable to understand why this is happening. He cannot reconcile Partisan's revival with the same death energy from the Angle Plains. Green wind hurls him clear as the battlefield becomes even more dangerous. The dwarf golem charges the revived dragon to stop it head-on. It smashes into the dragon with thunderous force. Stratus is baffled when the guardians and the revived dragon begin fighting each other. His allies finally reach him, calling out in alarm as they regroup around him. He explains that someone used sorcery to revive Partisan, even though the dragon should have remained dead. Felicia demands to know who would do that and why, but Stratus has no answer. The only thing he knows is that this purple death energy matches the same force they encountered before. He forces the group to focus on survival, and says they must kill the dragon quickly while its mana is still unstable. He identifies the glowing core in the zombie dragon's chest as the key controlling its mana flow. He concludes that destroying that core is the only way to bring it down. The dragon begins condensing power in its mouth and chest at the same time. Stratus realizes too late what attack is coming. He warns everyone to move because the dragon is about to unleash its breath. The zombie dragon fires a devastating blast of purple breath through the fortress. The beam punches through walls and tears open the structure. When the dust clears, the dragon remains standing amid the destruction, still charging with death energy. It looms over the ruined chamber, fully asserting itself as the new dominant threat. Sheltering behind rubble, the party realizes the supposedly incomplete dragon is already far stronger than expected. Stratus admits the longer the fight drags on, the stronger the dragon will become, and he struggles to see a path to victory. Ascalon suddenly reacts in his hands, surrounding itself with golden script and changing form. The spear reshapes into a heavier, drill-like dragon-killing weapon. Stratus understands that Ascalon is adapting to the battle. His companions are stunned to see the weapon transform. Seizing the moment, he asks Felicia to draw the dragon's attention for a second. He believes he now has a way to finish the fight. The dragon turns toward the new threat gathering around Ascalon. It answers by launching another burst of destructive power. Felicia steps forward and unleashes a barrage of fire to force the dragon back. Her flames hammer the dragon and interrupt its momentum. Even under the assault, the dragon keeps pressing forward, while Stratus senses Ascalon's will guiding him. He realizes that if he gets one clean opening, the spear can end the battle. The dragon notices him preparing and shifts to stop him. Its attack crashes down before he can complete the strike. Felicia and the others cry out as Stratus is nearly overwhelmed. Battered and coughing blood, he curses his failed timing. He recognizes that he rushed in too early and exposed himself. The dragon follows up with another crushing blast that tears apart the ground around him. For a moment, Stratus goes still as if gathering himself again. He opens his eyes with a new realization. He notices the dwarf golem still battling the dragon and understands it can create the opening he needs. The golem raises its hammer for another thunderous strike. It slams the dragon with a wall of lightning. The golem keeps pressing the attack without hesitation. It drives the dragon back with repeated electrified blows. The dragon roars in pain and fury under the barrage. The golem holds the line alone, buying Stratus precious time. Green wind checks on Stratus while Felicia watches the golem stand in disbelief. Felicia angrily calls out Stratus for claiming he could finish the dragon and then nearly getting himself killed, and he can only apologize. She urges a retreat, insisting the dragon is beyond what they can handle. Stratus refuses to give up, even while coughing, and she demands to know what he can possibly do in his condition. He admits his mistake was rushing, and says that because the situation is urgent, they need to be even more deliberate. He asks Felicia to help him one more time. He promises that this time he will not make the same mistake. Before she can object further, he calls Green Wind and commits to the plan. He mounts the spirit and prepares for a fast, controlled approach. Together with the golem, they re-engage the dragon from multiple angles. Stratus orders Green Wind to circle widely so the dragon will not notice his approach. The golem continues trading blows with the dragon to keep its focus forward. The dragon gathers another breath attack, trying to wipe out everything in front of it. Its beam shatters the golem's body, finally breaking the guardian apart. Even damaged, the dragon remains exposed for a brief instant. Felicia answers by pouring more fire into the battlefield to keep the dragon occupied. Her flames engulf the dragon and create the distraction Stratus asked for. The dragon notices too late that something else is moving through the blaze. Green Wind's green arcs slash across the flames and pin the dragon's attention away from Stratus's true line of attack. The dragon snarls, confused and irritated as it tracks the decoy movement. It begins charging yet another concentrated breath blast. Green Wind signals that the opening has finally appeared. Stratus launches himself straight toward the dragon's exposed core. The dragon invokes dragon blood and floods itself with purple power to survive the incoming strike. Stratus stays calm, deciding he does not need a perfect battle, only a single successful hit. He commits everything to that one chance. Trusting Ascalon's will and remembering an earlier lesson, he drives the weapon forward with absolute focus. Ascalon releases gigantic piston, turning his thrust into a massive golden drilling strike. Felicia can only watch in shock as the attack lands. The spear punches through the dragon's core, and she realizes Stratus has truly done it. The zombie dragon collapses, and the system confirms the defeat of the boss, zombie dragon partisan. As golden notifications rise around him, Stratus gains multiple levels from the kill. He marvels at Ascalon's true power and receives the title Dragon Slayer. For a brief moment, he allows himself a satisfied smile. Then a new voice praises him for actually bringing the dragon down. Stratus turns in alarm toward the speaker. The hooded observer steps forward, regretting only that he waited because the second prince never arrived. Stratus identifies him as the one who revived Partisan, but the man dismisses the accusation as irrelevant. Blue energy begins swirling around the newcomer's weapon. He declares that he will clean up whatever remains, making clear that Stratus is his next target. Stratus is startled by the appearance of blue flames, a power he did not expect. A massive wave of blue fire erupts across the fortress, announcing that an even more dangerous battle is about to begin. In the middle of the ruined sanctuary, the ninth prince faces a lethal attack that suddenly loses its force. He is left stunned, unable to understand why death that was already upon him has stopped. As the hostile power vanishes outright, his attacker is left coughing and off balance. Before the masked enemy can recover, a new strike cuts into the scene with overwhelming force. The prince turns in confusion as the attacker is knocked away from him. A calm new presence steps in, making it clear that someone far stronger has arrived. The newcomer announces that he has intervened just in time, and the prince immediately recognizes the weight of that rescue. The prince starts to speak, already realizing who could command such power. His suspicion becomes certainty when the legendary Sword Lord appears before him. The Sword Lord greets the ninth prince directly, confirming that he knows exactly who the boy is. The prince recalls that Ishigard, the Sword Lord, was the final guardian of the Azura Sanctuary and even the Demon King Mitra's master, a figure comparable to an elder dragon. What shocks him most is that this man was supposed to exist only in the story's background, never as someone he could actually meet. Even in the original course of events, the Sword Lord never stepped into the foreground, not even during the greatest upheavals of the realm. To the prince, Ishigard is a hidden monster of the setting, someone even the Demon King once sought out for guidance. The Sword Lord casually acknowledges the sixth princess as well, showing that he knows both royals personally. He treats Felicia like a child he once knew, lifting her up and teasing her about how much she has grown. Felicia, embarrassed and furious, demands to be put down at once. Ishigard only laughs, amused that despite her growth she still throws the same childish tantrums. Felicia can do nothing but stew in humiliation while the prince watches this absurd reunion unfold. Changing topics, the Sword Lord asks the ninth prince whether the gift he sent was useful. The prince gratefully confirms that the dragon hide helped him forge valuable equipment. That answer is cut short when a strange purple light suddenly flares nearby. In the next instant, hidden devices all around the ruins activate at once. Blue explosions erupt in every direction, turning the sanctuary into a trap. As the blasts multiply, the prince and his companions realize they have no idea what these things are and focus on escaping first. The prince braces himself as the detonations close in on them. The chain of explosions tears through the ruins with enough force to wipe out everyone present. Outside, the fortress itself shakes under the violence of the blasts. Ishigard dismisses the chaos as mere noise and effortlessly raises a golden barrier around the group. Protected by the Sword Lord, everyone survives unharmed and can finally catch their breath. Felicia is baffled by the attacker's objective, because the self-destruction of their own devices makes no immediate sense. The masked spearman, still hidden nearby, begins to wonder whether passively observing had been a mistake now that the second prince never appeared. The ninth prince remembers that one of the enemies said something odd before. Since they showed no real interest in Ascalon, he realizes the relic was probably never their true goal. That thought suddenly leads him to a far more troubling possibility. He turns to Felicia to test the idea. The prince suggests that the real target may have been the second prince. Felicia is caught off guard by how abruptly he reaches that conclusion. He explains that the spear-wielding enemy admitted they only watched because the second prince failed to appear. That timing makes the whole ambush feel less like a raid and more like a waiting game. Since General Kashable's failed mission happened half a month ago, the prince concludes the enemy faction may have been lying in wait for someone specific ever since. Felicia begins to see where his reasoning is heading. The prince concludes that Kashable may have been killed from the beginning as bait to draw out the second prince. Felicia finds the theory plausible, because Zephyr was usually the one sent on missions of this kind and the enemy may have expected the same pattern again. That leaves a darker question hanging in the air. Who is targeting Zephyr so carefully, and why erase every trace afterward? Ishigard listens with interest, treating the prince's deductions as more than idle speculation. When Felicia protests that this is a serious matter, Ishigard makes clear that he is taking the prince seriously as well. Felicia then asks the Sword Lord why he came here in the first place. He answers that the Demon King has taken a deep interest in the ninth prince, so he came to judge the boy for himself. Because the Demon King never acts without purpose, Ishigard assumes that interest must have a worthy reason behind it. Now that he has met the prince face to face, he believes he can roughly understand what the Demon King saw. The prince senses the mood shift and realizes the Sword Lord is no longer merely observing him. Ishigard suddenly offers to teach the ninth prince himself. Both the prince and Felicia are stunned by an offer that should have been impossible. Ishigard clarifies that he is not taking a disciple, only passing on insight, and notes that the prince already possesses the beast god fist art. Felicia is shocked to learn this, while the prince is even more shocked that Ishigard could see it at a glance. The Sword Lord explains that he can sense many different energies coexisting inside the prince's body. Rather than clashing, those powers are harmonizing with one another in a way he finds extraordinary. Because of that rare state, Ishigard decides to share some of his own understanding with the prince. The prince knows this is unprecedented, since the Sword Lord had never offered his teachings first to anyone but the Demon King. Seeing no reason to refuse such a miracle, the prince formally asks for instruction. Ishigard begins the transmission by directly pouring his aura into the prince. The prince immediately feels that this is a completely different kind of teaching from what he received for the beast god fist art. He remembers that earlier martial training felt distinct, while this new power enters him in another form entirely. The Sword Lord's aura floods every corner of his body, filling him from within. As the transfer continues, the prince acquires multiple Azura cultivation techniques tied to wind, mountain, lightning, and the core Azura method. Ishigard is impressed that the prince is absorbing the techniques faster than expected. Inside the prince, the new Azura power collides with the beast god fist art. Instead of destroying him, the two systems begin to fuse into something new. Felicia and the others can only watch in alarm as the prince is engulfed by the violent transformation. Even Ishigard is shaken, because what is happening should not be possible. The prince's internal energies spiral together in perfect balance rather than mutual rejection. The fusion raises his physique, strengthens his resistances, grants him harmony, and pushes the beast god fist art to evolve. A pillar of light erupts from the fortress, announcing the breakthrough to the entire area. When the radiance settles, the prince stands transformed within the storm of power. He has unconsciously created a new SS rank martial art, the Azura Divine Fist. The overwhelming energy finally subsides and drops him back to the ground. Felicia demands an explanation, and Ishigard admits this outcome went far beyond what he intended. He explains that the prince unconsciously merged the beast god fist art with the Azura cultivation technique into one art. The prince realizes how absurd this is, because in the original story only the hero's sword art ever reached SS rank. Now his own martial path has evolved into an SS rank art on that same level. Ishigard openly praises him as someone far greater than he had imagined. He says he does not need prayers or explanations, because what interests him now is the prince himself. The Sword Lord asks whether the prince has given this new technique a name. The prince answers that he has, calling it the Azura Divine Fist Strike. Ishigard approves of the name, but warns him to keep today's event secret whenever possible. Since the prince is already attracting too much attention, revealing this would only make the royal court even more wary of him. With the teaching finished, Ishigard turns back to practical matters and says they should gather the real spoils of the ruins. He reveals that the dead dragon itself is the treasure they should be taking, leaving the others speechless. He proposes dividing the dragon remains among them and asks what they plan to do with such materials. When they suggest sending them to the Demon King's forge, Ishigard offers a better option, a craftsman he personally trusts. He asks whether they know the name Amita. Felicia does not, but the prince instantly recognizes the name with shock. He identifies Amita Ignatia as the greatest blacksmith in the demon realm, one who wields the last flame. The prince hides his excitement, because he knows exactly how valuable that connection is. To him, meeting Amita is another hidden event that should have been nearly impossible to trigger. He recalls that Amita Ignatia is a mysterious figure whose identity is never fixed. Rumors say Amita may be a shape-shifting mage, or perhaps not one person at all but a shared name used by a clan. Even in repeated playthroughs, encountering Amita was extraordinarily rare, so the prince knows how lucky he is. Ishigard offers to tell him where Amita has been staying recently. The prince can barely believe he is being handed such a priceless lead. Ishigard warns that Amita moves often and dislikes meeting people, but says his own name will secure at least one audience. The prince is thrilled, realizing that in a single visit he has gained both a new SS rank art and the whereabouts of Amita. After resting, the group thoroughly searches the treasure vault for everything else worth taking. Once the vault is cleared, they move deeper into the ruins. Their next stop is the archives, a place Felicia insists they cannot leave unexplored. Inside the dusty records hall, Felicia's scholarly obsession overwhelms any discomfort, while the prince can only complain and endure it. The group enters a preserved archive chamber that has somehow survived the ages. Felicia is delighted to find the records in astonishingly good condition. She praises the dwarves' meticulous preservation with such joy that even the others can only stare at her enthusiasm. The prince begins to wonder just how ancient this archive really is. When he notices even stone tablets preserved among the records, he realizes the collection reaches back far beyond ordinary history. Curiosity finally gets the better of him, and he picks up one of the old tablets. The image carved into it feels strangely familiar to him at once. He recognizes two of the elder dragons, Enkel and Enkidu, and sees that the scene includes 6 elder dragons in total. That means the opposite side of the tablet must depict something equally important. When he turns to that side, he sees the silhouette of a woman he recognizes with a jolt. The inscription tied to her speaks of conquest. The next line declares that all shall kneel before her, revealing a vision of absolute dominion. The prince is disturbed, because the figure should not belong in a 1,000-year-old dwarven record. He identifies the woman as Conquest, a presence he knows from elsewhere. That recognition horrifies him, because she has no business appearing in this ancient scene. The age of the painting only deepens the contradiction. He cannot understand what connection could have brought 4 people and 6 elder dragons together in one place. At that moment, Green Wind suddenly appears beside him and asks what has him so serious. The prince is startled by her abrupt arrival, but she immediately asks him to come closer because she has found something important. Green Wind proudly hints that she has done something worthy of praise. She leads him to another record hidden among the archives. The prince quickly realizes she has indeed found something significant. It turns out to be a record specifically about the elder dragons. The text explains that each elder dragon bore a nickname reflecting its nature, beginning with Enkidu, the tyrant of destruction. Enkel is described as a gentle mother, benevolent to all. Quian is recorded as a wise and thoughtful sage. Kaltine is named a fierce and intense warrior. Yet despite that fierce reputation, Kaltine's true nature is said to be closer to ice than fire, a cold flame. The records add that Kaltine is a silent warrior who rarely draws his sword, but once he does, his ferocity can reduce the world to ash. From the rest of the archive, the prince realizes most surviving records focus on Kaltine, including legends and the location of his lair. One detail suddenly catches his eye and changes everything. A marked map points to the Lake of the Sun as the site tied to Kaltine. The prince is astonished that a fire-aspect elder dragon would hide beneath a lake, which explains why no one found the lair before. Pleased with herself, Green Wind waits for praise while the prince pieces the clue together. He then realizes the marked location lies close to another destination already on his mind. The Lake of the Sun is near the Spider Forest region, exactly where Ishigard said Amita had been staying. It is also close to the Lycanthrope region, letting the prince fold several future objectives into one route. Satisfied, he finally praises Green Wind for her discovery. As he pets her head, he realizes the next stage of the journey could reward him with both Amita's help and Kaltine's armament. The group remains at the Thunderdome Fortress for 4 days before moving on. During that time, Felicia throws herself into the archives with tireless passion, never seeming to lose energy. The prince also searches the records for Elder Dragon lore, but aside from Kaltine he finds nothing useful on the others. Even so, he leaves with one clear gain in hand, his promotion among the King's Knights and the momentum for a far greater hunt ahead. Karak has grown powerful enough to radiate a visibly greater presence. Shutra checks the result of Karak's training, and Karak quietly weighs his own improvement. To answer, Karak demonstrates his strength with a forceful punch. He proudly credits Shutra's harsh training for his progress and is identified as Knight Captain Karak, the barracks commander. By the next morning, the story shifts back to the Demon King's side. A new mission plan from Felicia reaches the Demon King's castle. The accompanying report warns that General Kashable's death may have been staged to lure Zephyr into a trap. Elsewhere, the party prepares to move out. Shutra urges an immediate departure, but Felicia suddenly tries to delay them. She awkwardly asks to stay longer because she still wants to look around. Shutra refuses, reminding her that the Sword Lord ordered them to find Amita before she vanishes. He presses the urgency and orders Felicia into the carriage despite her annoyance. Once everyone is assembled, Shutra tells Karak to get them moving, and Karak obeys. Karak drives the carriage out at once. As they travel, Shutra reflects that the mission was dangerous but ultimately profitable, and he looks forward to showing Caitlin his new Azura Divine Fist strike. He grows impatient to reveal that new power as soon as possible. 3 days later, a separate expedition is formed to investigate the people who targeted Zephyr. The new team advances under tense conditions. Zephyr takes command of the expedition himself. Because he was directly involved, Zephyr personally leads the operation. At the same time, ominous figures associated with famine are introduced. Death is named as another looming force. War is named as the third, completing a threatening triad. Zephyr is unsettled by these names and demands to know who they really are. The mystery deepens as the question of their identity remains unresolved. A fiery vision begins to answer him through symbolic imagery. The vision reveals a battlefield ruled by overwhelming destructive power. A command is given for the confrontation to begin. The first revealed figure is the Knight of Conquest, a blazing female warrior. The vision shifts into Shutra's training, where he repeatedly casts Fire Arrow. He launches the spell with practiced control. The fire projectile curves forward in a tight arc. Karak watches Shutra train in an extreme and punishing way he has never seen before. Felicia worries that this pace should be destroying Shutra's body, but Karak notes that he remains strangely unharmed. Shutra immediately heals himself and keeps going. His relentless repetition pays off as Fire Arrow, Heal, and Mana Control all improve. Instead of stopping, Shutra becomes even more eager to continue. Karak and Felicia conclude that his growth is clearly abnormal, but since it is working, they leave him alone. Their routine becomes training by night and travel by day as they cut through lichen slope territory to reach the spider forest, where Amita is. That journey is interrupted when someone orders their carriage to halt. Local guards block the road and declare it closed, ordering the group to turn back. Karak demands an explanation, but the guards invoke the authority of the Lycanslope royal family and insist the travelers step aside. Felicia finds that claim suspicious, since royal business in such a place makes little sense. She stops arguing politely and demands the road be opened so she can meet whoever is in charge. A guard mocks her arrogance by asking if she thinks she is royalty, and she answers that she is. The guard is thrown off, but Felicia calmly repeats herself. Her certainty leaves him even more confused. The scene shifts to the camp behind the blockade, where the real leadership is gathered. Caitlin rushes out in surprise when she sees Shutra and Felicia there. Felicia immediately turns the question back on her, asking why Caitlin blocked the road and what she is doing in such a place. Chris joins in, joking that Shutra has already caused chaos at the Demon King's castle and asking what he has been up to now. Shutra says he was about to show them and calls everyone outside. He draws the camp's attention to a distant blast. Caitlin attacks him to test his growth, and Shutra blocks her sudden strike. She follows through with another fast martial assault. Shutra answers by gathering power into his fist. Their clash erupts with enough force to shake the area. Caitlin is knocked back, stunned by what she just felt. She realizes Shutra's technique is no longer ordinary Beast God Fist and demands to know what it is. Shutra names the new art Sura God Fist. Felicia explains that it combines Beast God Fist with the Swordmaster's Sura Mind method, leaving Chris shocked that Shutra fused two advanced systems. Caitlin excitedly asks to learn it too, but Shutra admits he created it unintentionally and cannot teach it yet. Chris concludes that Shutra has become so abnormal that even his own invention cannot be passed on, and Shutra takes it as praise. Chris privately recognizes that Shutra's growth rate is frightening and resolves to train harder himself. After witnessing Shutra's progress, Chris says it is time to discuss their own secret business. He warns that what follows must remain confidential, which immediately raises Shutra's suspicion. Chris reveals that a prisoner from the lowest floor of the Great Tower has escaped. Shutra realizes that means someone truly monstrous has broken free from Lycanslope's worst prison. Chris identifies the fugitive as Gerard Moonlight, their maternal uncle. Felicia is shocked to learn they even had such an uncle, and Chris explains that Gerard was imprisoned 20 years ago, long before she would remember him. He says Gerard was once a mighty royal warrior who would have inherited the throne if he had not gone mad. Gerard's obsession with strength drove him beyond Beast God Fist into dangerous methods that eventually destroyed his sanity. In the end, he became a living disaster, and hundreds died just to subdue him. Chris adds that the massacre was contained within the palace and buried from public knowledge, which makes Shutra realize such a monster could still be nearby. Caitlin reassures them that reports say Gerard fled east and already lost half his aura in the final battle, so he should not be an immediate threat here. Shutra notes that east is the opposite direction from their current location and asks how Gerard escaped at all. Chris says the investigation is ongoing, but the evidence suggests outside help. That answer triggers Shutra's memory of a game event in which freeing Gerard was used to weaken the Lycanslope people, and he realizes that scenario may now be unfolding for real. Night falls as the danger closes in. A Lycanslope guard is suddenly seized and wounded by an unseen attacker. The attacker coldly demands information in exchange for the man's life. The victim is held helplessly before a brutal interrogator. The question is specific and urgent: where is the Moonlight Herb? That name jolts Shutra as if he has been pulled into the scene. He finds himself in a strange luminous space before a golden woman who calls herself Conquest. She confirms her title, deepening the mystery around the earlier names. Shutra is disoriented and demands to know where he is and what is happening. Before he gets an answer, a dark vortex opens and drags the vision away. Shutra recognizes that the black force is something significant. The darkness takes on the same ominous presence tied to the earlier revelation. He jolts awake in bed, breathing hard from the experience. Still shaken, he wonders what that black aura was and why it felt so hostile. He cannot explain why the word famine surfaced in his mind, but the association terrifies him. Karak bursts in with urgent news that the enemy has broken into the camp. Shutra demands details, and Karak reports that the intruder is already inside. The description matches a scarred man fighting barehanded while spewing strange black energy and slaughtering soldiers. Shutra immediately realizes who it must be. He identifies the attacker as Gerard Moonlight. Outside, Chris and Caitlin see the devastation Gerard has already caused and understand the situation is far worse than expected. Karak and Shutra rush to reinforce them while Chris prepares to face the threat head-on. Shutra demands to know why Gerard is here when he was supposedly headed east, forcing Chris and Caitlin to confront their own incomplete information. He presses them to stop hiding things and tell him the full truth about why they came here. Chris hesitates, but Shutra insists on the real reason for their presence. Caitlin finally admits it is because of the Moonlight Herb. She explains that the herb was their original objective and that they only learned of Gerard's escape afterward. The Moonlight Herb is revealed to be a lycanthrope treasure that blooms once a century and can restore someone even from the brink of death. Shutra immediately understands Gerard came for it to recover the aura he lost. At that moment, Felicia's magic erupts nearby, signaling that the battle has already begun. Her flames spread across the camp as she moves to intercept Gerard. Felicia throws up a wall of fire to block his advance. She strains to hold him back with magic alone. Gerard tears through the flames with black energy still clinging to him, and reaches for her anyway. Felicia realizes her barrier is not enough and curses the situation. Shutra intervenes with a green shield, knocking Gerard away before he can strike her. He checks on Felicia even while staying between her and the attacker. Gerard recovers instantly and kicks off the ground to re-engage. Chris and Caitlin launch themselves at him together, and Gerard recognizes them as Elaine Moonlight's children. The siblings attack in tandem, trying to overwhelm him with coordinated blows. Caitlin denounces Gerard as a traitor and orders him to surrender, but he shows no intention of yielding. Instead, Gerard remarks that Caitlin resembles her mother, unsettling her. He counters by driving a crushing strike downward and smashing Caitlin into the ground. Chris shouts for her as nearby lycanthrope warriors in beast form rush in to help. Gerard casually catches one of the charging beasts by the throat and crushes the attack. He invokes a power called Dry Up, revealing that his black energy can wither what it touches. The beast warrior is drained and ruined almost instantly under that effect. Shutra watches in shock as the victim collapses, realizing how lethal Gerard's ability is. Another transformed warrior roars and surges forward despite the danger. Shutra connects the black energy to the name that haunted him and fears it may truly be famine. The suspicion hardens as Gerard stands amid corpses and black aura, embodying that same concept. Gerard gathers the dark power into his hand, preparing another devastating strike. He slams Chris away with overwhelming force, shattering the ground beneath him. Chris is badly hurt by the blow. Seeing Chris fall, Shutra is rattled and realizes the fight is spiraling out of control. He remembers that Gerard was never this strong in the original game, and concludes something has changed drastically. Gerard exploits Shutra's moment of distraction and seizes him by the throat. Shutra struggles helplessly as Gerard begins to choke the life out of him. Gerard prepares to use Dry Up on Shutra directly. Shutra braces himself, desperate and furious as the black power closes in. A sudden impact interrupts the attack. Caitlin and Chris crash back into Gerard together, forcing him off Shutra. Shutra collapses, gasping for air after nearly being killed. Gerard clicks his tongue in annoyance, more irritated than injured. Chris charges him and declares that Gerard is not family anymore but an enemy. Their clash detonates in a burst of blue force that tears through the battlefield. Gerard mocks Chris even while trading blows, treating the fight like a twisted family reunion. Chris rejects that completely, insisting the royal Gerard died 20 years ago and only a fugitive remains. Shutra responds by drawing on the king's banner, calling up a golden power. Under that royal authority, he surges in to support Chris at close range. Chris feels a sudden rush of strength and realizes Shutra's magic is empowering him. With power flooding through his body, Chris launches himself back at Gerard with renewed force. Gerard realizes Shutra's fighting style has suddenly changed, just as the boy surges back into the clash with new force. Shutra's counterattack catches Gerard off guard and drives him backward. Chris joins the pressure, and Gerard is forced to endure a coordinated assault instead of overwhelming them one by one. Their combined push finally halts Gerard's advance and blasts him away from the others. Unable to see the battle clearly, their ally is told that Chris and Caitlin have succeeded in forcing Gerard back. But Gerard immediately breaks through the pressure and strikes back at both Chris and Caitlin. He acknowledges their talent as Elaine's children and decides they are no longer opponents he can treat lightly. Gerard releases his restraint and prepares to use his full power. His body shifts into a more savage wolf form as his aura turns murderous. The transformation completes, and his killing intent locks onto Caitlin. Gerard lunges past the others in a direct rush toward her. Chris notices too late that Gerard's true target is not him. Gerard crashes into Caitlin before she can defend herself and lands a devastating blow. The shock of the hit leaves her unable to respond. Caitlin collapses with a fatal-looking wound, and the battle's balance instantly changes. Seeing her fall, Chris loses control and charges in with pure rage. Gerard swats Chris aside with ease, showing how wide the gap still is. Chris is hurled away and left exposed in midair. Gerard follows to finish him, while Chris can barely breathe. At the last moment, Sutter brings up a shield to intercept the killing blow. The shield stops Gerard's strike, surprising him and buying Sutter a heartbeat. Even as the shield cracks under the impact, Sutter holds long enough to change the fight. An orc knight answers Sutter's call and charges in to reinforce him. The summoned ally slams Gerard and interrupts his momentum. Using that opening, Sutter gathers explosive power into his transformed arm. He commits to a close-range finishing strike before Gerard can recover. Sutter drives a massive punch straight into Gerard's chest with gigantic piston. The blow caves Gerard inward and visibly shakes his core. Gerard answers with the beast god fist secret Artarung, trying to crush Sutter in return. His counterattack barrels down the path between them like a killing charge. The orc knight can only watch in alarm as Sutter faces the technique head-on. Gerard's strike lands and tears into Sutter, leaving him badly hurt. Even so, Gerard is impressed that Sutter can stand again after taking Arung. Sutter forces himself back to his feet, proving he is still in the fight. He coughs blood but refuses to yield. Gerard moves in to end him for good before he can recover. Sutter rejects that outcome and decides the next exchange will belong to him. He launches his own beast god fist secret art, turning Gerard's technique back on its owner. Gerard is stunned that Sutter can reproduce the move after seeing it once. Sutter's imitation of Arung crashes into Gerard with overwhelming force. As he strikes, Sutter gains the secret art for himself and taunts Gerard to endure it. Gerard reels in disbelief that an outsider can use Arung at all. Sutter presses in relentlessly before Gerard can regain control. He follows with Fist of Explosion and detonates another heavy hit at close range. Gerard is driven back snarling, wounded and furious. He roars and tries to overwhelm Sutter with brute force again. Sutter evades and complains that he had wanted to blow Gerard's head off outright. Gerard suddenly dives into the ground and disappears into the earth. Sutter realizes too late that his enemy has escaped underground. A violent eruption bursts from the forest floor as Gerard flees the battlefield. Sutter stares at the aftermath, unsure whether Gerard truly ran. With no sign of him left, Sutter can only conclude that Gerard escaped. System messages announce Sutter's level up, and he accepts the victory as one major obstacle cleared. He rushes back to the others and asks about Caitlin's condition. The healer tells him Caitlin's injuries are too severe for ordinary magic to save in time. Sutter's own body gives out from the strain just as the crisis deepens. He diagnoses Caitlin's internal damage and suspects she destroyed herself by forcing too much aura. When the others worry about him, Sutter brushes it off and tells them to focus on Caitlin instead. Chris, though injured, hands over a box and insists it be used for Caitlin and Sutter. Inside is a luminous flower that immediately draws everyone's attention. They recognize it as the legendary Moonlight Herb. A ritual begins around the herb as both Caitlin and Sutter lie unconscious before the gathered group. The white-haired woman carefully brings the herb into the healing rite. The flower splits its power in two, as if choosing both of them. Twin streams of moonlit energy flow into Caitlin and Sutter together. Caitlin's body begins to respond first as the light enters her. Then both of them blaze with the same moonlit radiance, astonishing the witnesses. The onlookers realize the light is not from the ritual alone but from the two patients themselves. Sutter rises into the air wrapped in moonlight, no longer merely being healed but transformed. Chris recognizes the phenomenon from old stories even though he has never seen it happen before. He recalls the ancient legend tied to the Moonlight Herb. Long ago, the primordial Wolf King united the scattered lycanthrope people and founded their nation. When the Red Dragon Castian invaded, the Wolf King fought for 7 days and won a desperate victory. But the battle left the Wolf King's heart destroyed and his life nearly over. At death's edge, he found a pure white flower and took it by instinct. That flower became a new heart filled with moonlight, and from then on he ruled under the name Moonlight. Yet no later descendant ever repeated that miracle, even though the flower was preserved through generations. The Moonlight Herb itself is revealed as the source of that impossible rebirth. Chris realizes the old legend is unfolding again in front of them. What shocks him most is that the miracle is happening to Sutter, someone outside their race. The system confirms Sutter's body is reacting to the Moonlight Herb and strengthening the fortunate encounter. The transformation is defined as the birth of 2 hearts and 2 starting points within him. Sutter's eyes open with a changed presence as the process nears completion. When he comes to, he finds Caitlin asleep against him in the same bed. He jerks awake in embarrassment, startled by how close they are. Confused and flustered, he demands to know what happened. Before he can sort it out, he notices people entering the room. Several attendants arrive, signaling that someone important has come to see him. A regal woman enters and calmly asks whether he rested well. She addresses him formally as 9th Prince Sutter. Sutter is stunned because he instantly recognizes her face from the game's story. She is Elaine Moonlight, the 4th Queen of the Lycanslope and the biological mother of Chris and Caitlin. Elaine thanks Sutter for saving her children, while he awkwardly insists he only did what he had to do. She dismisses his modesty and openly praises his actions. After the pleasantries, she decides to speak plainly about why she came. Elaine directly asks whether Sutter intends to become the Demon King. Seeing his blank reaction, she notes that he has never seriously considered it before, which fits his former position. But she warns that his circumstances have changed, and he can no longer avoid thinking about the throne. She urges him to decide how he should act from now on in whatever way benefits him most. Later, reflecting on everything, Sutra realizes he had been unconscious for 4 full days. His plant companion confirms it, and proudly says she watched over him the entire time. At his request, she explains that he is in a villa used by the lycanthrope royal family. She adds that he and Caitlin were placed in the same bed because it would improve the healing effect for both of them. When Sud questions that, she reminds him that he used the moonlight herb. A system notice appears, confirming he has gained a special passive skill called Moonlight Bond. Sud senses a new power in his aura, as if a second aura heart has formed inside him. The spirit explains that the closer he and Caitlin are, the more their linked life force will activate, and he can feel it by touching her. Sud reaches out and takes Caitlin's hand to test the claim. The bond immediately responds, sending moonlit energy through him. He feels the strange power directly and realizes the connection is real. The spirit confirms that the moonlight herb has permanently linked the two of them. Sud is left speechless by the implication. The spirit cheerfully compares their link to the bond she shares with him, while Caitlin remains unconscious beside them. Elsewhere, the report reaches the royals that Gerard's fate is still uncertain. Although pieces of Gerard's body were found and there were casualties in the pursuit, the search will continue until his death is confirmed. Chris then brings up Elaine's proposal that Sutter consider becoming the Demon King. He admits his own strength is respectable but nowhere near enough to dominate the succession. He cannot bridge the decade-long gap with the first prince, and the second prince is an even greater monster. But he believes Sutter could eventually catch both of them and claim the throne. That possibility makes Sutter stop and listen seriously. Chris argues that unlike himself, Sutter could win support from other races and even gain the Swordmaster's backing. He adds that if Sutter keeps earning merit, even the imprisoned Gandharvs might one day be pardoned. That revelation makes Sutter realize the Gandharv's absence was due to imprisonment, and he wonders what crime led to it. Chris does not press for an answer now, but insists that merely considering the throne will already change everything. Left alone with the thought, Sutter quietly turns over the idea of becoming Demon King. Meanwhile, Elaine departs by carriage after setting that possibility in motion. Her captain Ludwig asks whether she truly believes the ninth prince can become Demon King. Elaine answers that she understands the current Demon King well and trusts that his actions always have purpose. Since the Demon King publicly favored Sutter twice, she concludes he must have seen potential in the boy that others missed. When Ludwig points out that father and son are still father and son, Elaine dismisses that as naive. She explains that the Demon King would welcome even being killed by his own son if it meant a stronger Demon King had been born. So despite the risk, she believes the best future for their side is one where Sutter ascends the throne. In her view, the demon world ultimately belongs to strength, and the strongest will always shape its order. She admits that reality is harsh, but says that is exactly why she accepts it. At the same time, the wolf soldiers continue hunting for Gerard through the forest. One of them suddenly senses something and realizes they have found him. They discover Gerard alive but maimed, slumped against a tree in terrible condition. Gerard, however, is already speaking to the dark force within him as if he has reached a decision. The shadowy entity asks whether he will finally accept its offer. Gerard places his hand down and gives in. Dark power erupts from him and begins draining the life of the wolves rushing toward him. The pursuing soldiers are torn apart as Gerard rises wrapped in black corruption. He fully accepts the power and tells the entity to take what it wants. The darkness answers with a predatory grin, sealing the pact. With that bargain made, Gerard begins again, determined to reach a different ending than before. A few days later, Caitlin finally wakes up, ending the immediate crisis. Chris returns to the main palace to deal with the Gerard matter, while the others set out the next day for the Spider Forest to find Amita. Their guide, Rovan, explains that they must leave the horses at the Twin Bridge and continue on foot from there. As they travel, Sutter learns that Rovan is a boar lycanthrope chosen by Chris, and asks what the Spider Forest is like. Rovan describes the forest as strangely peaceful and free of dangerous beasts, which leaves Sutter uneasy rather than reassured. The group arrives in Spider Forest, and is immediately confronted by signs that something in the forest has gone terribly wrong. As the others struggle to understand the disaster, Shutra recognizes this kind of trouble all too well and braces for another crisis. He asks what the problem is this time while the forest itself stirs with unnatural force around them. The whole area feels unstable, as if the forest is reacting to a hidden disturbance deeper within. Green Wind senses the forest's guardian spirit, but its power has been drastically weakened, leaving the local spirits terrified that the guardian of Spider Forest may vanish. When Shutra asks Robin about it, Robin recalls an old legend that a gigantic spider guardian spirit dwells at the center of the forest. That mention of the forest center gives Shutra an immediate lead on where the real problem lies. He sends Karma to warn the lycanthropes about the emergency so reinforcements can be prepared. Green Wind confirms that a powerful source of magic is concentrated at the forest center. She warns that if that central magic is destroyed, the forest itself will suffer catastrophic consequences. That night, the group regathers to discuss the threat more carefully. Shutra explains that Green Wind believes the guardian spirit's energy is fading, and asks what it means for a guardian spirit to disappear. Felicia explains that a guardian spirit can vanish either by being destroyed directly or by losing the source it was born to protect. She adds that high-ranking spirits like Green Wind might survive the loss of their source in weakened form, but most guardian spirits disappear with it. From that, Shutra concludes that Spider Forest's guardian spirit is likely weakening because its source has already been damaged. Before the thought can settle, Felicia notices something strange overhead. The moon has turned an unnatural green, confirming that the forest's corruption is spreading into the sky itself. At that moment, Caitlin suddenly loses control and lunges at the others with crazed violence. Shutra restrains her and realizes she has been overtaken by some outside influence rather than acting of her own will. He desperately tries to bring Caitlin back to herself before she can hurt anyone. The madness spreads, and more of their companions begin turning on each other. Even Karak is attacked by an ally who no longer recognizes him, showing that the corruption can seize anyone nearby. Felicia counters with a burst of light magic that drives the madness back for the moment. The affected fighters cry out as the spell tears the influence away from them. Felicia is shaken by how suddenly the entire camp descended into chaos. A local woman identifies the cause as the spirit of madness, a force that drives spirits and living beings insane. She immediately begins casting to suppress the outbreak. The maddened energy is forced out of the victims in dark streams as the spell takes hold. The corrupted fighters collapse as the madness is expelled and the immediate danger passes. Shutra confirms that the victims have returned to normal once the influence is removed. The woman explains that they only drove the madness away temporarily, and that they must find its source before it returns. Even as she speaks, the green moon and the forest's ominous vibrations make it clear the larger threat is still active. A new disturbance follows, and they realize another defensive line somewhere in the forest has just fallen. Green Wind explains that illusion and reality are now blending together under overwhelming spiritual power, making the forest itself unreliable. Shutra realizes the situation is escalating faster than they can understand it. Then the enemy reveals a far greater weapon as a colossal white giant begins to manifest beyond the trees. With no time left to retreat, Shutra orders everyone to stand and fight where they are. He opens the battle by smashing into the first wave with his explosive gauntlet. His allies follow his lead, cutting down the beasts and spirits rushing them. Felicia supports the line with wide-area magic while the others hold back the monsters. Shutra keeps the pressure on, striking down attackers before they can overwhelm Karak. But the sheer number of enemies quickly becomes a problem even for their strongest fighters. Shutra asks Green Wind to scout from above and tell them what is happening beyond the immediate battlefield. Green Wind rises into the air while the others continue holding the line below. From above, she sees the white giant more clearly, standing near a pillar of blue power connected to the forest's core. The sight leaves even her momentarily stunned. She identifies the looming figure as a giant, confirming that the old legends were not exaggerations. Below, the group regroups amid the bodies of the monsters they have just beaten back. Before they can recover, more corrupted beasts begin gathering again around Shutra and Karak. Then, without warning, the monsters abruptly stop advancing. As the beasts retreat, the group is relieved but confused by the sudden change. Shutra senses another presence nearby and realizes someone has been watching them. He calls out, demanding that the hidden observer reveal himself. Instead of an answer, something small strikes Karak from the shadows and knocks the wind out of him. A tiny creature lands lightly after the hit, proving the ambush came from something far smaller than expected. When Shutra turns, he finds not a monster but a small animal standing calmly beside the mysterious woman. To his disbelief, the intruder is a raccoon. The raccoon takes offense at being dismissed and demands to be recognized properly. It introduces itself as Amita, the artisan who protects the last flame. The group is stunned that the figure they had been seeking turns out to be a raccoon, and Amita bristles at their reaction. Shutra tries to recover, remembering that Amita's form was said to change unpredictably in old stories. Even so, he cannot hide how hard it is to accept that the legendary artisan currently looks like this. Shutra and Felicia formally introduce themselves and explain that the Sword Lord sent them to find Amita. Felicia apologizes for failing to recognize Amita and asks for an explanation of the crisis engulfing the forest. Amita decides to overlook the insult for now. Given the danger, Amita agrees to explain everything. Amita reveals that they had been living at the center of Spider Forest for months to gather materials for their craft. Then armed intruders wrapped in purple death energy forced their way into the forest and changed everything. Shutra recognizes the description at once, having fought the same kind of enemies while protecting another guardian spirit before. When he asks whether Amita was defending Spider Forest's guardian spirit as well, Amita admits a personal debt to it. Amita explains that the lycanthropes usually patrol this territory, so they tried to survive behind a barrier until help arrived. When Shutra asks what kind of barrier it was, Green Wind offers to show him directly through what she saw. Her vision reveals the blue beam and the giant station near the forest's core. The giant is shown standing over the source of the barrier's power like an executioner waiting for weakness. In the vision, the giant's body crackles with immense force, making clear that it exists to smash through defenses. The sight shocks Shutra because it confirms the enemy has a specialized siege monster. Amita explains that one barrier has already been broken, leaving only a single line of defense between the enemy and the last flame. Worse still, the factions hunting the last flame have begun cooperating, and the Green Moon and Berserk spirits are all part of their plan. When asked who these enemies are, Amita says they were once guardian spirits themselves, but have become natural spirits driven insane. They now believe that absorbing the last flame will restore the selves they lost before madness consumed them. Those mad spirits have allied with the purple energy invaders, who somehow made them even more dangerous. To stop them, Spider Forest's guardian spirit drew on the ley lines to strengthen the barrier, but that fused the last flame to the ley lines and made escape impossible. When Shutra asks what happens if the last flame goes out, Amita admits no one knows because it has never happened before. Amita can only offer the terrifying possibility that the world itself might end, just as old rumors warned. Then Amita bluntly tells the group that if they want answers and survival, they will have to help. Shutra is caught off guard by how quickly the request turns into a demand. Karak points out that Amita is not offering charity and expects payment for any help. He immediately names the price. Amita must forge one piece of equipment for each of them. Amita protests that the last flame is in danger, and this is no time for bargaining, but Karak refuses to back down. He reminds Amita that they are risking their lives too, so the deal has to be worth it. Cornered, Amita grudgingly agrees to make the equipment later, and the group secures the promise. By the next day, Shuta has explained the situation to the companions who were unconscious during the night's chaos, leaving Caitlin and Syra horrified by what they had done while possessed. Because the crisis has worsened, he also sends Robin back to the lycanthropes to report the situation and request reinforcements. The remaining fighters gather to hear Amita's plan for surviving the coming assault. Amita says the enemy's attack pattern can be divided into two distinct phases. First, crazed monsters and beasts driven by the spirit of madness hurl themselves at the barrier in mindless waves to wear it down. Amita warns that lycanthropes are especially vulnerable to that madness because of their ferocity, so countermeasures are essential. Second, once the barrier has been weakened enough, the white giant appears to finish destroying it. That giant is the fused form of the mad guardian spirits, made even more dangerous by the purple energy faction aiding them. Amita's strategy is to deliberately open a controlled gap in the barrier and funnel the first wave into a single kill zone for the group to crush. If they prevent the barrier from being weakened overall, the white giant should be unable to break through, a conclusion Amita reached by studying its attacks over several days. If the barrier survives until morning, the enemy retreats, and the defenders can repair the damage during the day before repeating the process. That means victory only requires enduring this cycle for 2 days. The tension briefly breaks when one of the women becomes distracted by how cute Amita looks in raccoon form. Karak dryly notes that Amita seems to enjoy the attention more than they pretend. Felicia asks whether the 2-day estimate depends on outside reinforcements arriving in time. Amita says no, because a weapon they forged is charging at the center of the last flame and will be ready in 2 days to kill the white giant. The group is led to the heart of the forest, where the last flame and its defenses are concentrated. Karak is especially impressed when he sees the weapon Amita prepared and eagerly claims it for the coming fight. Amita also gives protective gear that can drive away the spirit of madness, helping the others resist possession. Before they can settle in, a new disturbance signals that the next assault has already begun. Dark movement gathers beyond the trees as the enemy mass approaches the barrier again. Shutras senses the attack first and warns everyone that the enemy is upon them. A huge wave of maddened beasts and corrupted spirits charges straight for the defenders. The group takes their positions behind the prepared opening and braces to stop the breakthrough. Shutra rallies everyone with a simple goal: survive for 2 days. Felicia opens the defense by unleashing powerful magic into the incoming horde. Her spell tears through the first wave and blasts apart the monsters crowding the choke point. After the strike, Amita urges her to keep using the staff they lent her and deepen her understanding of the power flowing through it. Amita promises that if Felicia grasps that power fully, she will be able to cast far stronger magic than before. Taking the advice to heart, Felicia calls on flame magic through the staff. The spell forms into a massive fiery construct that engulfs the charging enemies. The resulting explosion wipes out another large section of the horde. Shutra praises Felicia's success as the front line surges forward through the burning gap. He tells the others to leave the close fighting to him and Karak while they maintain support. Shutra tears into the monsters with explosive strikes, smashing through multiple enemies at once. Caitlin joins the defense as well, cutting down attackers that slip past the main line. Syra follows up cleanly, and Caitlin openly approves of how well they are fighting together now that they are in control again. Karak charges next, eager to test the new weapon in earnest. He slams into the horde with overwhelming force and turns the choke point into a crater of broken bodies. The weapon proves far stronger than expected, and Karak immediately recognizes its quality. Watching the battle, Amita admits that this group is more capable than they first assumed. The local woman confirms Shutra's identity for Amita as the prince leading the defense. Even while Shutra fights effectively, Amita judges that his current equipment is still holding him back. Amita decides that if they all survive this crisis, Shutra deserves at least one properly made piece of gear. That thought turns into a quiet promise to forge something for him once the danger passes. Then Amita warns that the white giant is about to appear, forcing everyone to retreat back inside the barrier. A vast opening forms in the sky as the giant begins descending into the battlefield. The defenders gather beneath the barrier and look up as the air fills with blue light. The white giant fully manifests, towering over the forest and drawing power from the same blue source. The group can only stare as the scale of the enemy becomes real in front of them. The giant stands complete at last, dwarfing the defenders and the forest alike. Shutra finally sees the white giant in person and realizes just how enormous their true enemy is. The giant immediately tests the barrier with a devastating blow. Karak warns Shutra that a direct hit from something that large would kill him instantly, but insists the barrier will hold. Amita agrees that all they need to do is wait safely inside until the giant disappears. The giant strikes the barrier again with crushing force. The defenders watch from within as the barrier absorbs the impact and remains standing. But Shutra notices that something has changed since the previous day and senses a new danger. He points out that yesterday the white giant did not have this blue aura, implying it has grown stronger by drawing on a new source of power. A colossal blue spirit unleashes another devastating strike against the barrier surrounding the battlefield. The defenders realize with alarm that the barrier has finally begun to crack. Amita recognizes the power behind the attack and fears they are facing death itself. The white giant looms over them as the threat of annihilation becomes unmistakable. The whole group stares up in shock as the shattered barrier rains down around them. Shutra immediately orders everyone to clear out while he prepares to take the blow himself. The giant's attack slams straight into Shutra despite his attempt to shield the others. He is driven violently into the ground by the force of the impact. His companions cry out as their prince is blasted away and buried in rubble. Shutra realizes he is badly hurt and that the situation is turning disastrous. As the giant raises its power again, Shutra understands that one more direct hit will kill him. Before the next strike falls, the orc notices something unexpected above them. A sailing ship appears in the sky, cutting through the chaos overhead. Shutra instantly recognizes the impossible vessel and knows who has arrived. He identifies the newcomer as the famed captain who sails the skies and cleaves the heavens. Amita lights up with relief when she realizes her brother has come. The newcomer is revealed as the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. Sylvan wastes no time and orders his crew to attack. The flying ship crashes into the white giant with overwhelming force. The giant reels as the sudden intervention disrupts its assault. Sylvan's ship drives through the giant again, tearing across its massive body. Amita watches the attack in stunned disbelief. She calls Sylvan's name, still trying to process his sudden arrival. The giant's body erupts and breaks apart under the ship's impact. The vessel settles into the battlefield as the fighters regroup around it. Shutra notices that fragments of the white giant are still falling instead of disappearing. One of those fragments liquefies and begins to reform on the ground. More fragments reshape themselves into smaller spirit-like bodies. Amita explains that these are guardian spirits corrupted into ruin, and for a moment it seems the crisis may be ending. Shutra then realizes the false moon illusion has vanished, and the sky has returned to normal. With the illusion gone, the battlefield is revealed to be full of surviving spirits. Daphne and the raccoon are horrified that the earlier attack failed to wipe everything out, while Shutra senses a new kind of energy. A mass of purple death energy begins spreading among the spirits. Shutra realizes the enemy had been holding back and that an even stronger phase is beginning. The corrupted spirits roar as that hidden power finally surfaces. Amita orders Daphne to take Amita's companion and retreat to the forest temple at once. Shutra rallies everyone else and declares that the real battle is starting now. The group launches together against the newly empowered spirits. One blue spirit withstands the assault and remains standing in the middle of the chaos. Caitlin warns Shutra that this one seems to be the leader and must be treated carefully. She offers to scout it first, but Shutra stops her. Instead, he proposes that they finish the enemy together in a single coordinated attack. Caitlin is surprised by his sudden willingness to rely on her. When he takes her hand, she realizes he is seriously asking for a joint effort and praises his growth. The two stand side by side, linked by shared aura and mutual resolve. The blue spirit hesitates as if sensing the change in them. They confirm their plan and commit to fighting as one. Together they charge the leader spirit head-on. The spirit braces itself for their combined strike. Their attack lands with enough force to drive the spirit backward. In response, the surrounding purple spirits surge forward to protect their leader. Caitlin tells Shutra she will handle the purple spirits, while he focuses on the leader. She rushes off confidently, leaving Shutra to press through the swarm. As their auras continue circulating, Caitlin realizes she can now use one of Shutra's techniques. Shutra urges her to unleash Azura Divine Fist Strike immediately. The leader spirit counters before she can finish the move. Caitlin insists she can still manage on her own even as the pressure mounts. The spirit suddenly binds her arm and interrupts her attack. It follows with a brutal blow that sends her reeling. Shutra sees her blasted away and shouts her name in alarm. At the same time, the purple spirits close in on him from every side. He fights them off furiously, cursing the swarm that keeps dragging him down. Using his shield and green energy, he carves a path through the mob and forces them back. In the middle of the battle, a system message announces that Shutra has reached level 25. He realizes this milestone unlocks hidden skills and gains a special ultimate move control ability. More awakenings follow at once, granting him Enkita's Earthquaker skill and Ankel's White Suri Awakening skill, Absolute Domain. With those new powers in hand, Shutra decides the spirits are finished. He immediately activates White Suri's special ultimate move. A vast green domain spreads out from him and engulfs the battlefield. The blue leader spirit is caught inside the new territory and visibly restrained by its force. All the corrupted spirits are dragged into the same green field and lose control of the fight. Shutra recognizes that he is witnessing White Suri's awakening skill, Absolute Domain. Even on his first use, he quickly grasps that the domain makes the entire area his territory. Within that territory, the spirits are completely subject to his control. The trapped leader spirit struggles helplessly against the domain's pressure. Shutra channels the domain through his arm and prepares to execute them all. The green force compresses around the leader spirit like a crushing cage. He expands the attack into a sweeping storm that tears through the entire field. Standing at the center, Shutra controls the domain with calm precision. But the enormous aura cost hits him immediately and forces him to stagger. He realizes too late that the technique drains far more aura than he can sustain. Even after that, the leader spirit survives and rises again from the wreckage. It lunges at the exhausted Shutra before he can recover. Shutra is shaken that the spirit endured such a powerful attack. The leader spirit launches another deadly assault straight at him. His body refuses to move, leaving him unable to dodge. The attack crashes down where he stands. The spirit emerges from the impact, still intent on finishing him. Caitlin forces herself back into the fight despite her injuries and reaches him in time. She offers Shutra her aura directly and tells him to take it without hesitation. When he freezes, she snaps him out of it and insists there is no time to waste. He grabs her hand and accepts the transfer. A column of shared energy rises around them as their auras connect. Shutra feels Caitlin's aura flowing into him, and his depleted reserves rapidly refill. The leader spirit responds by forming a ring of bladed attacks around them. Still linked together, Shutra and Caitlin evade the barrage as it tears up the ground. With enough aura restored, Shutra decides this will be the decisive moment. The spirit charges again, roaring as it commits to a final clash. Shutra shields Caitlin behind him and vows that this strike will end it for good. He unleashes Earthquaker's special ultimate move. Destruction burst detonates from his fist and collides directly with the spirit's core. A crimson fracture appears at the center of the spirit as the attack pierces through it. The crack spreads violently outward, overwhelming the spirit from within. Red energy erupts through the battlefield as the finishing blow tears the enemy apart. Shutra is left breathing hard, his arm damaged by the strain of the technique. The ground splits into a massive chasm from the force of the final attack. Caitlin stares at him in awe, unable to comprehend the power of what he just used. Their allies rush toward them, calling out in alarm and relief. At the same time, a corrupted deer spirit makes one last desperate move toward Amita. Someone warns Shutra, but he is too spent to respond. Sylvan cuts in at the last second and intercepts the attack effortlessly. Amita is startled by how casually her brother takes control of the situation. Sylvan immediately orders his crew to wipe out the remaining corrupted spirits. His men surge forward from the ship and begin cleaning up the battlefield. Only after the danger passes does Shutra finally drift back to consciousness. He wakes in a room and realizes he blacked out again after the fight. Seeing the grounded skyship outside, he dryly notes that he is getting used to waking up after collapsing. Amita and Caitlin check on him, worried that he got up before fully recovering. Shutra assures them he is fine and asks after Caitlin, who says she recovered as well. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of another prince, and Amita tells Shutra to introduce himself because this is her twin brother. Sylvan formally introduces himself as the fifth prince, and openly claims credit for saving Shutra the previous night. Shutra is grateful but inwardly finds Sylvan's self-praise ridiculous, then asks how he came so quickly. Amita explains that she had contacted Sylvan earlier, though she never expected him to actually come in person. Sylvan says he could not ignore the chance that his beloved younger sister was in danger, then praises Shutra's performance. He bluntly tells Shutra that he is strong. Sylvan goes further and says Shutra should be proud because he personally acknowledges him. Amita immediately undercuts his grandstanding by pointing out that the Sword Lord had already acknowledged Shutra first. Shutra is confused, while Sylvan is stunned that the Sword Lord recognized him before he did. Shutra is relieved to see Amita and the others safe after the battle. Daphne thanks him for protecting the last flame and the guardian spirit, and promises to craft equipment for him as agreed. Before that reward, however, she says there is something important they must do first. The raccoon elder tells Shutra to follow because the next step concerns him directly. He reveals that the last flame wishes to meet the ninth prince. As they gather before the temple, everyone is told to focus and behave properly. The raccoon warns them that they are entering a sacred audience and must show respect. He reminds them that the last flame is watching everything from within the temple. Shutra steps inside, sensing that something extraordinary is waiting for him. In the temple's inner sanctuary, a young girl greets the group and says it is her first time meeting them. She introduces herself as Caprang, the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Shutra is shocked that the guardian spirit appears as a child, and he is told this form is only a terminal rather than the true body. The explanation follows that the real guardian spirit is also young, and that the legendary giant spider was likely the previous guardian spirit. Because the current guardian spirit is still immature and weak, it could not join the battle the day before. Caprang then decides that only she and Shutra will proceed farther inside, while everyone else must wait outside. Before going, Shutra summons Green Wind, who eagerly introduces herself by name. He tells Green Wind to stay behind and spend some time talking with the guardian spirit, treating it as a rare opportunity. Caprang seems amused by the arrangement. Green Wind accepts the instruction after a brief pause. When the others call after him, Shutra promises he will catch up later and hurries on. He and Caprang continue deeper into the temple alone. At the sealed inner door, a blue light appears, signaling that the next audience is about to begin. Under the raccoon guide's warning, Shutra agrees to proceed carefully despite his easygoing attitude. A hidden chamber opens before him, leading him deeper into the trial. Inside, he notices an eerie blue flame and realizes this is no ordinary fire. As he studies it, the flame swells as if responding to his presence. The raccoon orders him to place his hand into it, and assures him this flame will not harm him. Though uneasy, Shutra reaches toward the flame under the guide's instruction. He commits and touches the blue fire. The moment contact is made, the flame seizes him and drags him into itself. He is swallowed into a rushing inner world of blue fire and loses all sense of place. Disoriented, he realizes he has been transported somewhere beyond the chamber. A being within the flame greets him as if this meeting had long been awaited. The entity reveals herself as the last flame and addresses him as the Knight of Conquest. Shutra is stunned to learn that the legendary last flame has taken human form before him. Seeing his confusion, she realizes he does not even understand what a Knight of Conquest is. When he admits his ignorance, the last flame becomes intrigued rather than offended. The fiery space closes around him as she begins to explain his true nature. She describes conquest, war, death, and famine as the four riders tied to the world's destruction and the coming end. Yet she immediately notes that Shutra is nothing like what a Knight of Conquest should be. She explains that such riders are chosen because they already crave ruin, not because the title creates that desire. In Shutra's case, however, conquest's influence over him is strangely weak. Normally the chosen riders are heavily shaped by the beings behind those powers and become agents of the apocalypse. But with Shutra, conquest does not seem to be subjugating him at all. The last flame even wonders whether conquest itself may be the one destined to submit to him. That possibility startles Shutra and forces him to reconsider what he is. The last flame presses him to answer what he truly wants in a world still threatened by death and the end of days. Her question makes him stop and search for the desire at the core of his actions. His first thought is of returning to the original world he came from. But when he focuses on this world instead, his priorities shift. He remembers the trust placed in him by comrades who asked him to come back safely. He recalls the warmth of those who embraced him and wanted him to survive. He remembers allies who promised to protect his secrets and stand with him no matter what. From those memories, he decides he wants to stop the lycanthrope's subjugation. He adds that he wants to prevent the coming day of massacre. The memory of clasped hands reminds him that his bonds are what give his resolve shape. His determination sharpens as he thinks of the people depending on him. He resolves to change the future in which everyone around him is wiped out by Zephyr Ragnaros. At last he states his true wish plainly. He wants to protect everyone. Satisfied, the last flame says that this answer fits the deeper meaning of conquest better than he realizes. She tells him he already knows the simplest path to make that wish real. Then she demands that he say it aloud. The last flame asks the decisive question of whether he will become the Demon King. Shutra looks up and accepts what that path would mean. He realizes that changing the world's ending is the one goal that matters most to him. He decides that to rewrite this doomed game-like future, he must seize the highest power. The last flame accepts his resolve without hesitation. Shutra declares that he will become the Demon King. The last flame smiles, as if this was the answer she had hoped to hear. Power immediately begins to flow into him in response to that vow. She names him not merely a Knight of Conquest, but the future King of Conquest who seeks life instead of the end of days. The blessing draws close enough to feel like a pact being sealed. With her blessing, he gains new divine power from the last flame. He also acquires a flame-based incarnation skill, deepening his connection to her power. The bond is formalized as a firm alliance with the last flame. The pact strengthens him further and raises his level on the spot. Back in the chamber, Shutra comes to, still trying to process what just happened. The raccoon, having witnessed the result, grumbles in disbelief at how easily Shutra won over the last flame. Without wasting time, the raccoon orders him onward, saying the last flame wants him fully equipped. The next destination is a secret orchard hidden within Spider Forest. There the raccoon explains that proper equipment cannot be made yet because materials are lacking. He sends Shutra north to the Lake of the Sun to gather what is needed. The target materials come from metal-bodied monsters living there. When Shutra suggests dragon remains should be enough, the raccoon snaps that those are only the main ingredient. To replace all of Shutra's gear, a wide range of materials will be needed, so he must bring back everything he can. Shutra is baffled that a supposed mastersmith has no stockpile, but the raccoon turns the question back on him. Before Shutra can protest further, the raccoon drives him out to start the hunt immediately. Soon after, the group travels by flying ship toward the Lake of the Sun. On the way, Shutra asks about the monsters there and learns that the famous Kaltas are made of rare metal and weak to divine power. The eye-patched prince boasts about his knowledge, enjoying the chance to show off. The white-haired woman is pleased because she already needed to visit the lake anyway. She reveals that the ruins survey map she reported to the Demon King's castle points to the Lake of the Sun, so this trip serves two goals at once. That mention of ruins excites the green-haired spirit, who becomes eager for the exploration ahead. Meanwhile, Shutra reviews his status and decides to distribute most of his new points evenly while saving some for later. He then remembers that reaching level 25 should also have improved his King's Knight's ability. The system confirms that he can now accept one more knight and summon a member more frequently. More than the stat gains, Shutra is happiest that his group can finally grow. He immediately starts thinking about who he would most like to recruit next, though he knows it will not be easy. Before he can dwell on that, the green-haired spirit calls to him with unusual seriousness. She says his scent has changed and notices a new presence clinging to him. When she suspects it is the scent of the last flame, she reacts with sudden outrage. To her, a master carrying another spirit's scent feels like a betrayal. Her jealous outburst leaves Shutra reeling in pain and confusion. Even the others cannot make sense of what just happened to him. The eye-patched prince cuts off the awkwardness by announcing they have nearly arrived. The glowing expanse of the Lake of the Sun finally comes into view below them. The prince senses danger the moment they approach the water. A violent surge erupts from the lake and nearly overturns the ship. A massive sea serpent bursts out roaring, turning the arrival into an ambush. The prince identifies the attacker as a sea serpent, shocked to find one here. He cannot understand why an ocean monster is living in this inland lake. Taking command, he orders the crew to move the ship away before the beast can destroy it. But Shutra stops the retreat before it begins. He calmly says there is no need to run because he will deal with the monster himself. He apologizes to Caitlin as he reaches for her power without warning. Her aura flows into him, leaving her startled as he borrows her strength. With a quick promise to return, he launches himself from the ship toward the serpent. The others can only shout after him as he dives into battle alone. He meets the serpent head-on in midair instead of waiting for it to strike first. Calling on dragon blood, he amplifies his body and weapon for a decisive blow. Runes blaze across his armament as the attack gathers overwhelming force. He judges the timing perfect and commits to the strike. Treating the serpent as a test subject, he unleashes the new power without hesitation. He drives down with Ascalon's special ultimate technique. The attack, Dragon Bane, crashes through the serpent in one devastating stroke. By nightfall, the group has safely reached the shore after the battle. Caitlin scolds Shutra for draining too much of her aura and using her like a battery. He apologizes, and she reluctantly forgives him on the condition that he ask before taking her power again. Shutra agrees at once, then abruptly hushes everyone after sensing nearby monsters. He warns that a pack of Kaltus is gathered just ahead of them. The prince eagerly moves to charge in, but Shutra stops him to explain the monster's weak point. He reveals that the Kaltus only have metal on the surface, making the mouth the best place to attack. The prince brushes off the advice, saying he already knows their weakness to cold and has a better method. He unveils a technique he considers even more effective than exploiting their natural weaknesses. His answer is an aura blade that can cut through anything, including the Kaltus shells. He boasts that their defenses are meaningless before him. The others are left half impressed and half exasperated by his theatrics. His sister immediately feeds his ego by praising him and asking him to handle the Kaltus hunt alone. Delighted by the attention, he promises to put on a show for her. He charges off grandly, convinced he can butcher the entire pack by himself. Watching him go, Shutra worries whether leaving him alone is really wise. The others decide to let him indulge himself while they rest, gather materials, and pity whatever faces the fifth prince. His manic laughter echoes through the area as he tears into the monsters off-screen. By morning he returns triumphantly, surrounded by Kaltus corpses and demanding recognition. Though exhausted, he insists that even a whole herd was no match for the Prince of the Skies, and the group starts collecting the dropped materials. Once the requested materials are secured, Amita announces that they can proceed to the ruins investigation. She casts a spell that forms water-breathing bubbles around everyone's heads. The group learns the spell will let them breathe underwater during the exploration. After confirming everyone is ready, Amita leads them into the lake. The party descends through the water toward the hidden ruins below. Using the survey map, they track several marked points beneath the lakebed. Shutra swims ahead with the map, following the route toward the entrance. The others follow behind him in formation as he takes the lead underwater. They discover a submerged tunnel carved into the rock. Shutra surfaces inside the passage, relieved to have found a dry route forward. The group emerges into a hidden cavern and marvels that such a place exists inside the lake. When asked how he found the entrance so quickly, Shutra can only say he somehow knew it would be there. The prince tries to reclaim leadership, but Felicia overrules him and puts Shutra in front because of his uncanny sense for the path. The prince protests being sent to the rear, wounded in pride. Felicia flatters him by calling him the strongest and saying that is exactly why he should guard them from behind. That praise works instantly, and he grandly accepts rear guard duty while the others move on. The party advances deeper through the ancient, water-worn stone corridors. Shutra notes that the ruins are even more deteriorated than the long-abandoned Thunderdome fortress, suggesting an age of at least 1,000 years. The green-haired spirit suddenly spots an inscription on one of the walls and calls everyone over. They gather before a slab covered in unfamiliar writing from a forgotten civilization. No one recognizes the script, and Shutra admits he has never seen letters like these before. At that moment, the system grants him knowledge of the ruined precursor race's script. As the meaning floods into him, he begins reading aloud and immediately catches Felicia's attention. The inscription speaks of ruined riders, 10,000 years, the end of days, and 6 pillars that collapsed because they could not be protected. Shutra can only make out that the message is full of ominous warnings, and the others are baffled that he can read it at all. Before he can explain, his transformed arm reacts violently as if resonating with the ruins. A sudden blue light flares deeper in the corridor, signaling that something in the ancient ruin has awakened in response to him. Shutra senses something important nearby and fixes his attention on it. While the others hesitate in the cavern, he moves toward the source without waiting. Even when called back, he keeps going, focused on whatever he has found. He descends deeper into the ruin, leaving the group behind. He realizes this hidden chamber is exactly where the object he sought was kept. At the end of the chamber, a spectral relic hovers above an altar, as if awaiting a master. Shutra identifies it as the equipment once used by the fierce Kultine, a clearly exceptional treasure. One of his companions confirms at a glance that the item is extraordinary. Sylvan immediately tries to claim it by force of speed, arguing that the first to seize it owns it. His rush is cut off before he can reach the relic. A sudden barrier stops Sylvan cold, leaving him baffled and frustrated. Shutra advances instead, and the relic begins reacting to him. Sylvan can only watch in disbelief as Shutra passes the defense that blocked everyone else. The relic reaches out to Shutra as if recognizing him. Its power surges toward him and begins to bind itself to his body. The Night Watch acknowledges Shutra as its new master. The inheritance immediately strengthens his mind, magic, agility, and overall resistances. He also gains the embedded skills Blink and Flight ability, along with the awakening skill Black Wraith. The violent wind of the transfer throws the others into confusion as the relic completes its bond. When the power settles, Shutra has fully obtained the fierce Kultine's equipment, Night Watch. He realizes the item has adapted to him, becoming a muffler rather than a cloak to suit his fighter style. His companions accept that Shutra has once again been chosen by a powerful relic, and Caitlin openly congratulates him. Their celebration is interrupted when a magical message reaches the Orc Prince. The message comes from the Demon King's castle, and Shutra immediately asks for the details. The order is urgent. Every prince and princess must gather at the Demon King's castle within 10 days. The unusual full mobilization makes them suspect that something serious has happened at the castle. By dawn, the group returns to the Spider Forest Temple. Their sudden arrival irritates the raccoon guardian Amita, who complains about being disturbed so early. They apologize and explain that they must leave at once for the Demon King's castle, which disrupts the equipment Amita was supposed to make. When asked to help with deliveries instead, Amita angrily refuses and tells them to leave. Karak changes tactics and suggests that Amita simply come along with them. He points out that Amita already intended to protect the last flame, and nowhere would be safer than the Demon King's castle. The logic is so sound that even Sylvan is annoyed by how sharp the Orc Prince is. Amita's caretaker agrees the plan is good and volunteers to come too, which only makes Amita protest harder. The last flame itself unexpectedly supports the idea, leaving Amita stunned. That sudden mention of the last flame shocks the others, who had not understood what Amita was really carrying. Amita realizes the last flame is telling them to follow Shutra. Shutra calmly notes that Amita seems ready to change his mind after all. Pressed for an explanation, Shutra dodges the accusation and claims he merely secured a firm alliance. He then pushes the point and asks Amita directly to join their party. Provoked into surrender, Amita angrily agrees to go, while Shutra privately enjoys how easy that was. With the group expanded, they prepare to head out, but Shutra says they must make one stop first. He turns to Sylvan with a specific request. Shutra asks Sylvan to take them to the Lycanthrope Palace. They depart aboard Sylvan's airship. Sylvan admits reaching the Lycanthrope Palace is no problem. He still resents having to carry Chris on his ship and argues that teleportation would be simpler, but Felicia insists traveling together looks better politically. Felicia notices Sylvan is still visibly uncomfortable around the others and calls him out on it. She warns him to control himself so he does not offend the fourth queen and create unnecessary trouble. The airship arrives at the Lycanthrope Palace. The palace receives the mixed group with formal courtesy. Fourth Queen Elaine Moonlight personally welcomes them and asks whether their trip to the Spider Forest went well. Shutra answers politely that they returned safely. Elaine expresses relief and reveals she had heard there was trouble in the Spider Forest. Her attention shifts to Amita, whom she mistakes for a pet. She even finds the bag he carries adorable, completely misunderstanding the situation. Shutra hurriedly explains that the bag contains the last flame and formally introduces Amita as a member of their party. Realizing her mistake, Elaine immediately apologizes to Amita for the insult. Amita grudgingly accepts the apology for now. Elaine then invites the whole group to rest in the palace without worry after their hard journey. Before they disperse, she asks the ninth prince to remain behind. Shutra agrees to stay for a private conversation. Elaine makes it clear she has something important to discuss with him alone. She leads Shutra outside to speak in private. Elaine notes that his decision to come to her first instead of rushing straight to the Demon King's castle already answers the question she wanted to ask. She asks him to state that answer plainly. The question is no longer avoidable. Elaine directly asks whether Shutra intends to become the Demon King. Shutra answers without hesitation that he does. Elaine presses further and asks why. He says his reason is simple. There is something he wants to protect. That answer intrigues Elaine rather than alarming her. She decides that lycanthrope will support Shutra's bid for the throne. Shutra is caught off guard by how quickly she commits. Elaine explains that if the throne goes to the first prince, second prince, or fourth princess, lycanthrope is likely to lose its current standing. Unlike the current Demon King, those rivals are tied to ambitious in-laws who would upset the balance of power. She advises Shutra to win over the Dark Elves as well, since they likely fear the same outcome and could become powerful allies. When she asks how he plans to return to the Demon King's castle, Shutra says everyone will travel together on Sylvan's airship. Elaine is surprised that he would choose such a conspicuous method. Shutra admits he is already under scrutiny anyway, so he may as well make a bold move and shake the board openly. Later, Elaine reflects that his choice still seems strange at first glance. Her advisor points out that teleportation would have been faster, but Elaine says that view is too naive. She reminds him that the ninth prince is already being watched by his rivals. If Shutra tried to lower their guard again, he would waste time, so the better move is to redirect attention elsewhere. Instead of focusing only on rival heirs, he is targeting people outside that immediate contest. Elaine explains the key piece. Sylvan would never abandon his airship. So if Shutra used teleportation, Sylvan would return alone, which would expose a separation that should not happen. Her advisor still does not see why that matters. Elaine answers that appearances are exactly the point. By arriving on the airship, the ninth prince intends to show everyone at the Demon King's castle something unmistakable. The airship becomes the stage for that message as it approaches the capital. When the ship sets sail with princes, princesses, allies, and retainers aboard, it announces that a new faction has emerged around Shutra. Elaine entrusts lycanthrope's future to ninth prince Shutra Ignis. Watching the ship depart, she hopes he will grow stronger and more steadfast than he is now. The airship continues toward the Demon King's castle. During the trip, Sylvan relaxes enough to enjoy a meal and cheerfully praises the grilled fish. He is in such a good mood that he thanks the meal like a child. Chris notices Sylvan's carefree behavior and watches him with disbelief. Sylvan pretends not to care, but the tension between them remains obvious. The rest of the group eats while Sylvan loudly complains about the fish bones, exhausting everyone around him. Felicia wonders how she is supposed to manage both Sylvan and Chris at once. Karak grows anxious that another disaster may erupt when they reach the Demon King's castle, since trouble always seems to follow them there. Shutra snaps at him for saying such ominous things, though Karak points out that Shutra himself is usually the source of the chaos. Shutra argues back that maybe nothing will happen this time, but no one sounds convinced. Karak insists his worrying comes from concern, and Shutra can only marvel again at how sensible the orc is. As the ship nears the volcanic lands around the Demon King's domain, Shutra drops the argument. The vessel descends toward the fiery waters below the castle. Its dramatic arrival draws the attention of the capital's residents. The group disembarks with purpose. Shutra leads a procession that now visibly includes Dark Elf and Lycanthrope royalty, his original companions, and even Amita. Onlookers are stunned that these royal houses are traveling together under the ninth prince's lead. Among the watchers, Lady Chandra immediately recognizes the political significance of what she is seeing. She orders a subordinate to report at once to Anastasia. The message is clear. The ninth prince has formed a new faction. Shutra walks forward with quiet confidence, fully aware of the impact he is making. Back at his private residence, he settles Amita into a room prepared for him. Amita accuses Shutra of tricking him with promises of a forge, only to be brought somewhere else entirely. Shutra cheerfully presents the room as Amita's personal space and says he can decorate it however he likes. Amita immediately senses that accepting this comfort may trap him here for good. Shutra then reminds him that he wanted to pass as an ordinary raccoon at the Demon King's castle. Before Amita can object, Shutra decides to complete the disguise. He puts a collar on Amita and explains that all pets in the Demon King's castle are required to wear one. Humiliated, Amita explodes in fury at being treated like an actual pet. 2 days later, the summoned princes and princesses are admitted into the Demon King's castle. The audience ceremony begins as the royal heirs gather before the throne. The 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight is formally present. The 7th Prince Chris Moonlight stands among the assembled heirs as well. The 6th Princess Felicia Doomblade is also in attendance. The 5th Prince Sylvan Doomblade appears with the others. The 4th Princess Anastasia Necrian takes her place among the contenders. The 3rd Prince Victor Necrian is present too. The 1st Prince Baikal Ragnaros stands with the senior heirs. Shutra watches the older princes carefully, measuring the room. Another powerful figure enters, drawing attention before he is even named. The 2nd Prince Zephyr Ragnaros is revealed among the gathered royals. The Demon King remarks that it has been a long time since all of them assembled together like this. The full weight of the royal succession struggle hangs over the gathered heirs and their factions. The Demon King acknowledges the effort it took for everyone to come. Even Shutra, despite everything he has faced, feels nervous in the setting. Karak's earlier warning echoes in his mind, making him even more uneasy. Before addressing the main matter, The Demon King announces that there is someone he wants to introduce. A cloaked newcomer steps forward, immediately shifting the atmosphere in the hall. Sylvan is the first to recognize the figure, and is visibly shaken. The newcomer is the Sword Saint, a presence so unexpected that the room erupts in shock. Even the other royal contenders are alarmed, unable to understand why the Sword Saint has appeared here. The hall falls into tense silence as everyone waits for what this means. The old warrior speaks as if addressing someone he has not seen in a long time and asks whether he has been well. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he calls out Ninth Prince Sutrignus by name. The gathered royals are stunned that the Sword Saint is here for Shutra. Shutra can only answer awkwardly while wondering why this old man has suddenly made him the center of attention again. The court is startled to learn that the Sword Saint acknowledged Sutra before anyone else, making his growing influence impossible to ignore. That surprise deepens when they realize Sutra's faction has already become strong enough to draw in even the Sword Saint. Zephyr silently hardens at the news, his hostility towards Sutra becoming more dangerous. A general directly asks whether the Sword Saint has accepted the Ninth Prince as his disciple. The Sword Saint downplays it, explaining that Sutra does not even fight with a sword, so he only passed on a few techniques. That answer leaves the room with the impression that Sutra earned guidance despite not even following the Sword Saint's path. Richard presses the point and asks whether Sutra would have been fully accepted if he had chosen the sword. The Sword Saint refuses to be cornered, while Richard demands a clear answer. Before the exchange can escalate, the Demon King cuts off the bickering and orders the briefing to begin. At the Demon King's command, Isabella steps forward to present the state of the crisis. She conjures a large magical display to map the enemy threat across the realm. Her report reveals that in only 2 months, 5 frontier regions were attacked by enemies wrapped in purple energy, and most of those lands were devastated. She identifies the earliest attack as the Anger Plains, where the 6th Princess and 9th Prince first repelled the invaders together. She then notes that the latest attack struck the Spider Forest inside Demon Territory itself, where those two fought again alongside the 5th Prince and 8th Princess. Because the attacks reached deep into the interior, Sut realizes the Death Knight has been moving far more aggressively than expected. As he compares the incidents, Sutter suspects the enemy may be systematically hunting guardian spirits. Isabella confirms that the court now recognizes a major hostile force and has already issued a mobilization order to destroy it. The Demon King's castle prepares to assign each prince and princess to defend likely targets, while separate forces search for the enemy base. Because Sutter and the 6th Princess discovered the pattern first and repelled the enemy twice, they are granted first choice of assignments. Isabella invites Sutter to study the map and choose the region he wants to defend. Sutter initially considers the usual logic of picking terrain that is easiest to hold. He notices that General Vandal has already been assigned elsewhere and immediately rethinks his priorities. Realizing Vandal was sent to a difficult region, Sutter decides that arrangement actually works in his favor. He chooses Evian, intending to use the mission as a chance to bring Vandal under his command. His decision fixes his path toward Evian. When Isabella formally records the choice, the others are caught off guard. Zephyr openly objects, arguing that Evian is neither strategically strong nor especially important. With Sutter's choice settled, Isabella turns to the 6th Princess for her own assignment. Felicia immediately declares that she will go to Evian as well. Her decision surprises the room, since she is not primarily a military figure. Felicia explains that instead of taking a separate region, she will support Sutter directly. The Demon King approves, and Evian is assigned to both the 9th Prince and the 6th Princess. After their priority picks, the remaining regions are distributed by accumulated merit. Once the audience ends, the court begins to disperse toward their separate missions. On the way out, Sutter finally relaxes and admits the tense ceremony exhausted him. The final assignments place Sylvan near Evian and send Chris to Kaltu. That leaves Chris operating close enough to matter, but not directly alongside Sutter. Meanwhile, Caitlin asks to accompany Sutter to Evian, arguing that as a warrior she should support the inexperienced pair of Sutter and Felicia. Her proposal is accepted, so the Evian group becomes Sutter, Felicia, and Caitlin. Even after the meeting, Sutter cannot shake the murderous intent Zephyr showed when Evian was chosen, and he suspects Vandal may also be one of Zephyr's targets. If that suspicion is right, Sutter knows he cannot afford to waste time. Back at his residence, he immediately turns to preparations. He checks on Amita's work, only to find the craftsman in no mood to be rushed. Sutter backs off and instead asks for Earthquaker and White Eagle to be handed over. Amita agrees and even offers to recalibrate both items so they will be easier for Sutter to use. Sutter eagerly accepts before Amita can change his mind. As he receives the equipment, a maid arrives with another matter. She brings a letter from the first prince, Baikal, inviting him to something unexpected. The invitation leads Sutter to Chris's residence, where the others gather to discuss it. Chris explains that Baikal wants to host a joint tea party for all the siblings. The group assumes the event is meant to strengthen family ties, which fits Baikal's personality. Felicia and Chris see no reason to refuse, and Felicia admits she is now willing to follow the group instead of staying apart. Caitlin then asks Sutter what he plans to do. She warmly urges him to come with them. Overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, Sutter awkwardly agrees to attend. Caitlin celebrates his answer, while Chris already dreads the effort the gathering will require. Caitlin reminds everyone that the tea party is only 2 days away and that they must not miss it. The next morning, Sutter goes to the Grand Library to gather information on the Death Knight, but his low merit only grants him access to the shallowest section. He quickly realizes the surface shelves contain almost nothing useful for the answers he needs. All he can pull together are scattered clues involving guardian spirits, a watcher named Ainkel, the ancient conflict among the horsemen, and the vanished progenitor race. Unable to connect those fragments, he searches for a central thread that ties them together. Felicia finds him there and reveals that the library is simply her favorite place in the castle. She also admits she came because she wanted to ask him something in private. Felicia correctly guesses that Sutter chose Evian because of General Vandal, and Sutter confirms that familiarity with Vandal will make the mission easier. Then he adds that there is another place near Evian he wants to visit. When he asks whether she knows the slave auction house in Talker, Felicia is stunned. She explains that Talker is the demon realm's pleasure district, notorious for indulgence and vice. Sutter reveals his real motive. One of his most valued former subordinates, the succubus bodyguard knight Nyatra, is there. He decides he must secure Nyatra before Zephyr reaches her first. Felicia completely misreads his urgency as lust and judges him as a shamelessly ordinary man. She accuses him of wanting to buy something indecent there. No matter how he protests, she storms off disappointed, leaving him unable to clear up the misunderstanding. The following day, the long-awaited tea party finally arrives. As Sutter approaches Baikal's mansion, he notes that the first prince's wealth and status are on full display. The setting reminds him that this gathering will force old tensions among the siblings into the open again. Before he can settle himself, someone drops in front of him. Baikal personally welcomes Sutter with unusual warmth. Sutter pauses, measuring the first prince's attitude. He answers with a calm smile, choosing to play along for now. Baikal accepts that polite response and treats him like a younger brother rather than a rival. Sutter is led inside the mansion. With all the siblings assembled, Baikal's tea party begins. Zephyr sits among them, outwardly composed. The others also act civil, maintaining the appearance of a peaceful family gathering. Sutter reminds himself that in the original story, tea parties were political stages disguised as social events. Such gatherings were used to trade information, scout talent, shape reputations, and quietly influence the balance of power. He notices that the conversation naturally centers on 4 key figures. Those central players are Baikal, Anastasia, Felicia, and Caitlin. At the same time, Victor keeps glaring at Sutter as if waiting for any excuse to start trouble. Sutter reflects that the Demon King forbade his children from directly harming one another. That rule allowed rivalry and pressure, but it was supposed to stop the family from crossing into murder. In the original timeline, the siblings competed fiercely, yet none of them openly tried to kill the others. Zephyr shattered that boundary and turned the family atmosphere into something lethal. Sutter recalls Zephyr as the force that transformed political tension into outright slaughter. He remembers the future massacre in which Zephyr eventually attacked during a family gathering. In that vision, Baikal could only choke out disbelief as the betrayal unfolded. That doomed future ended with all of the Demon King's children dying at Zephyr's hands because they failed to unite. Back in the present, Sutter's pulled from those grim thoughts by a call to inspect new equipment. Karak proudly presents a massive shield and insists it suits him perfectly. Amita confirms the shield is crude in appearance but extremely sturdy, and Sutter asks to test it. The moment he grips it, he can feel that it is no ordinary piece of gear. The shield immediately boosts his stats and teaches him an embedded skill called Combine. As Sutter tries to understand the new ability, Amita explains that the shield was built with extra components. Those extra parts are meant to merge with Karak's armor, and Amita tells him to activate the mechanism with a command word. Karak hesitantly speaks the trigger. The shield erupts with light and begins breaking apart into floating pieces. Karak panics as the parts fly around him faster than he can react. Then the pieces lock into place with precise force. The shield and armor fuse together around Karak in a full defensive transformation. Sutter is stunned by how effective the result is. Karak now stands encased in a far more formidable defensive form. Amita proudly explains that the upgrade not only reflects magic but also greatly increases Karak's physical defense, making him far stronger in battle. Sutter immediately asks whether Amita finished his own equipment too. When Amita says yes, Sutter lights up with excitement. Amita teases him and unveils a second completed item. The new shield is a dark, transformed version of White Suri, completely different from its original form. By the next day, the time for departure has finally come. Before leaving, Felicia reminds Sutter that today's tea party is not casual at all but his formal debut before their faction. She explains that the event is meant to confirm loyalties and show who stands with them. Sutter promises to make it clear that he is the head of their faction. He then spends the gathering speaking directly with their people and stamping his presence onto those who once followed Felicia and Chris instead. The tea party lasts only a little over 2 hours, but Sutter leaves satisfied because every political objective was achieved. With that done, the day of departure finally arrives. Chris throws himself into testing his newly finished sword with obvious delight. He praises Amita's craftsmanship, and even Amita is pleased that Chris recognizes the weapon's true worth. As the group prepares to leave for Evian, Amita confirms that departure is set for today. He asks Sutter to delay by half a day because Earthquaker still needs final adjustments, and Sutter readily agrees. Amita then casually reveals that he will be traveling with them anyway. That shocks the raccoon-like Last Flame, who had not been told. Amita brushes off the protest and tells him to verify it with Last Flame himself if he doubts it. Soon after, the group steps onto a teleportation circle to begin the journey. Chris leads the assembled party and calls for their departure. Before they vanish, Chris entrusts Felicia and Caitlin to Sutra's care with theatrical sincerity. Sutra confidently accepts the responsibility in front of the two women. Last Flame protests that he would never have approved Amita joining them, confirming that something about this arrangement is off. Sutra senses the same inconsistency but is swept into the teleportation before he can investigate it. Last Flame is left behind screaming in frustration as the transfer begins. The teleportation circle engulfs the party in a pillar of light. As they are carried away toward Evian, Sutra wonders how this new timeline will unfold. While falling through the transfer stream, he keeps thinking instead of relaxing. He recalls one useful clue from the library. The only elder dragon who can help locate the enemy lair is the ruthless Talia. Although the library access was limited, it still taught him that most elder dragons disappeared from history around 1,000 years ago. Only Qian, guardian of the human world, continued appearing from time to time after that. The others vanished after Ankel was murdered and Kaltine's dungeon was destroyed, suggesting a hidden turning point in history. Sutra begins to suspect that an enormous unrecorded war once erupted among the Four Horsemen, the beings who chose them, and the elder dragons. That line of thought suddenly reminds him of another unresolved piece on the board, Locke. He remembers that Locke is the other protagonist of Night Saga and the central hero of the Human World arc. Locke is the one destined to crush the invading demon army and eventually bring down the demon king himself. As Sutra wonders when Locke first obtained the Holy Sword, the teleportation ends badly and dumps him hard onto the ground. Bruised from the landing, Sutra blames his clumsy arrival on being out of practice with teleportation, while Karak urges him to stop sitting around and move. A sharp warning jolts the white-haired prince out of his confusion and tells him a fight is already upon them. The threat is clarified at once when enemy raiders spring an ambush around the group. From above, the prince's party is shown surrounded at a teleport platform with hostile forces closing in from the forest. Felicia immediately takes command and calls on wind magic to counter the attack. Her spell erupts in a violent blast that throws the first wave of enemies back before they can overwhelm the group. Even after being scattered, the attackers recover and keep charging with feral aggression. The prince's companions meet them head-on, turning the ambush into a chaotic melee on all sides. Green Wind warns that the enemy numbers are far greater than expected, while the prince tries to make sense of the sudden assault. The raiders' leader drives his men forward mercilessly, refusing to let the prince's side regain momentum. As the prince studies the attackers, he realizes he recognizes their commander from somewhere important. The leader reveals himself through his brutality, and the prince identifies him as the notorious mad dog Jix. That recognition makes the prince understand the larger situation and suspect that a bigger enemy has finally started moving. He orders Green Wind to thin out the weaker enemies first so he can focus on the real threat. At the same time, he decides to test the modifications Amita made to his weapon. He launches the green crystal weapon, White Suri, into the battlefield. The device activates with a surge of energy. Amita's upgrade splits the weapon into two coordinated projectiles instead of one. The twin blades carve through the raiders in sweeping arcs, cutting down multiple enemies at once. Jix is caught off guard when he sees his men being shredded by the prince's new weapon. Amita proudly accepts praise, treating the upgrade as a simple but effective trick. She excitedly explains that the paired weapons are called White Suri and Black Suri, delighted by how devastating they look in action. Greenwind boasts that this lets her protect her master twice as well, and insists she can control both weapons together. Before the prince can press the advantage, Jix crashes down toward him with overwhelming force. Enraged that children are resisting him, Jix decides to kill the prince personally. He lunges in with murderous intent, trying to crush the prince in a direct assault. The prince evades the charge, forcing Jix to tear up the ground instead of landing a clean hit. Confident now, the prince warns Jix that taking him down will not be simple. He redirects both Suri blades toward Jix himself. The twin weapons slash across Jix's body and finally draw blood. Jix dismisses the attack as a cheap trick and prepares to answer with his draconian dragon fighting arts. The prince realizes too late that Jix is launching a close-range martial technique straight at him. Jix's fist closes in before the prince can fully react. The blow lands and sends the prince flying away in a burst of force. He is hurled across the battlefield, driven back by the sheer power of the strike. Greenwind cries out in alarm, fearing her master has been badly hurt. Jix smugly believes he has landed the decisive hit he wanted, but the prince rises with a bloodied grin and dryly thanks him instead of collapsing. Jix is unsettled when his supposedly perfect attack fails to finish the boy. The prince reveals that being struck taught him something useful, and he begins imitating the technique he just endured. A system message confirms that he has acquired dragon fighting arts, leaving Jix stunned. The prince taunts him by asking if he has anything else worth teaching. Jix realizes the prince's strange red eyes are the source of this impossible mimicry, and senses real danger. Deciding the situation has turned against him, Jix orders a retreat before things get worse. He tries to cover the withdrawal by kicking up a thick cloud of toxic smoke between himself and the prince. The prince immediately identifies the smoke as poison. Jix boasts that the mist is made from many deadly venoms, and should cause unbearable agony even from a single breath. Instead, the prince's poison resistance activates and lets him push through the cloud unharmed. His resistance rapidly evolves into a far stronger immunity after enduring the rare toxin. Jix can only stare in disbelief as yet another of his advantages is nullified. The prince mockingly praises Jix for teaching him both a martial art and stronger poison immunity, then prepares to repay him. He decides to finish the battle with one decisive strike. Channeling wind and his newly copied technique, he drives a crushing blow into Jix. The attack caves into Jix's body and leaves him reeling and coughing blood. The prince follows through by smashing him into the ground hard enough to shatter the earth beneath him. Jix's surviving men freeze in horror when they realize their captain has been defeated. The prince reflects that this raid on Evian was a fixed event from Night Saga, and that Jix's appearance confirms General Richard has begun acting. Elsewhere, Richard is already being linked to the mobilization of Mad Dog Jix, confirming the prince's suspicion. Back on the field, Jix's followers panic, declare their captain dead, and flee for their lives. When Felicia asks why the enemies suddenly ran, the prince casually pretends they simply understood they could no longer win. His companions take that answer at face value and admire him even more for handling the crisis so easily. An elderly man appears and praises the prince for defeating the infamous Jix, prompting the group to question who he is. The newcomer introduces himself as the guide assigned to escort the prince and princess onward. The prince immediately tests him with questions, wanting to know how well this guide understands the region. His first concern is practical rather than noble, and he asks how much Jix's bounty is worth. The guide says it should be substantial, and the prince cheerfully admits that more money is always welcome. News of Jix's defeat reaches General Richard. Richard concludes that the ninth prince is even stronger than expected and is formally revealed as a supreme general of the Demon King's army. When his subordinate asks whether he foresaw Jix's failure, Richard explains that the presence of both the sixth princess and the eighth prince changed the equation. He insists that if he had truly meant to kill them, he would have sent someone far stronger than Jix. Richard then ends the matter and orders preparations to return to the northern front the next day. Even so, he is left uneasy and wonders just how powerful the ninth prince has become. The story shifts to the broader importance of Evian, a border region the Demon King's side cannot easily abandon. Evian is explained as a remote eastern frontier beyond which independent barbarian tribes still resist the Demon King's rule. Its lawless nature allowed criminals like Jix to thrive, making the territory both troublesome and strategically necessary. As the group travels on, the prince explains that there are two routes to Evian Fortress, one through Talker and one direct. He argues that passing through Talker would be better, though he hesitates before fully explaining why. Pressed by Felicia, he frames the detour as a practical need for supplies and a place to sell dungeon loot. Felicia immediately sees through him and suspects he has another motive for wanting to go there. Her teasing catches him off guard and forces him onto the defensive. Flustered, he insists there is nothing strange behind his choice. Felicia relents and reveals that Talker was already chosen as the group's rendezvous point anyway. She confirms that Caitlin and the lycanthrope group also plan to gather in Talker. Caitlin adds that Talker is the sensible military choice because support troops and a major teleportation circle are nearby. Relieved that his excuse worked, the prince quietly celebrates while the others simply look forward to revisiting the city. As night falls over Talker, the prince's real interest surfaces when he wonders whether the auction house is still the same. The city proves to be a decadent place full of vice and spectacle. Its brutality is obvious too, as violence breaks out openly in the streets. Karak remarks that Talker is exactly as lawless and extreme as he had heard. Felicia warns everyone to stay alert because all kinds of dangerous people gather in a city like this. The group settles into the city under the glow of its night-lit buildings. Once lodging is arranged, Felicia suggests everyone use the free time before the auction begins as they please. The prince quickly volunteers to go out with Karak, eager to move on his own agenda. He rushes off with obvious excitement, which does not escape the women watching him. Left behind, Felicia and Caitlin wonder what he really came to Talker to do. Caitlin jokingly suggests that maybe he truly did come because of women. That teasing unexpectedly catches her own attention, as if the idea suddenly means something to her. Meanwhile, the prince heads straight for Talker's slave market. He learns from a trader that no slave named Neatra is currently being sold there. Karak questions whether the prince is certain she is even in Talker, since they have already searched every likely place. The prince begins to doubt himself and wonders whether events are no longer unfolding as they should. Remembering that Zephyr met Neatra a year later in the original story, he reluctantly decides to stop searching for now. As they leave, Karak repeats the details the prince gave him about Neatra's pink hair and black horns. Then Karak points out a woman nearby who matches that description exactly. The prince is stunned by the sudden possibility that he has found her after all. He recognizes the pink-haired succubus at once as Neatra. For a moment he can only stare as she walks away through the crowd. He snaps out of it and rushes after her before she disappears again. The chase begins as he calls for her to stop and follows her into a side street. He pushes deeper into the alley, trying to keep up with her vanishing trail, but she slips from sight so completely that he cannot understand where she went. He orders Green Wind to track the woman down, even though either of them yet understands what is happening. Before the search can continue, Karak returns with urgent news that changes everything. The slave trader revealed that the woman they saw was not a slave at all but a buyer looking to purchase slaves. That revelation shocks the prince, because it completely contradicts what he thought he knew about Neatra's fate. He realizes that at this point in time Neatra was never supposed to be a slave yet. Unseen from above, someone watches the prince as he struggles to process this contradiction. Neatra herself stands in the moonlight, no longer a victim but a composed and self-possessed figure. The prince stares upward, trying to reconcile the woman before him with the future he remembers. He is left wondering what could possibly happen in a single year to turn someone like her into a slave. The night air fills with drifting leaves as his thoughts spiral around that mystery. The question hardens into a grim realization that her downfall must happen very soon if the original future is still possible. The scene shifts back to the city as the group regathers later that night. Caitlin notices that the prince has returned withdrawn and silent, and asks Karak whether something happened to him. When she offers to postpone the auction if he is tired, he refuses immediately. He insists they should go now because they may not get another chance to come back. Before they leave, Amita stops him and presents something she has finished tuning for him. It turns out to be a newly adjusted gauntlet, which the prince gratefully accepts as another useful tool. Felicia calls everyone to hurry, and the group heads out together. They arrive at the crowded auction house, where buyers from every corner of Takar have gathered. Inside, the atmosphere is tense and expectant as the audience waits for the sale to begin. While waiting, Caitlin shows off a new dress and complains that her brother Chris used to stop her from dressing this boldly. Karak jokes that the seventh prince is more conservative than he looks, while Caitlin dismisses him as just an old-fashioned brother. The prince barely listens, consumed by the need to find Neatra before they leave Takar despite no longer understanding the path that leads to her. Felicia notices his distraction and leans in close to ask what is troubling him so much. He tries to brush her off, but she immediately sees through the lie. As she fusses over his crooked tie, the auctioneer steps forward and calls for the crowd's attention. The auction formally begins after the long wait. The prince looks up sharply when the auctioneer hints that the first lots are exactly what the crowd has been anticipating. Felicia follows his gaze and realizes he has spotted Neatra seated among the bidders, confirming that she is here by choice. Unable to sit still any longer, the prince abruptly excuses himself under the flimsy pretense of going to the bathroom. As he hurries through the crowd, he keeps asking himself why Neatra would come to an auction like this. A darker possibility forms in his mind, one he does not want to believe. Before he can act on it, a rough-looking man steps into view and catches his attention. The prince recognizes the man as someone significant, though the realization is cut short. A sudden explosion tears through the auction house and throws the entire hall into chaos. Panic erupts as people scream and demand to know where the blast came from. The prince instantly understands that maniacs have launched an attack and braces himself to respond. The auctioneer desperately tries to calm the crowd and keep order, but the situation is already beyond control. The attacker crashes in openly and kills the auctioneer with brutal force in front of everyone. With the auctioneer pinned beneath him, the assailant declares that anyone who dares touch their merchandise will pay for it. A barbarian raider declares that his side is seizing the auction house by force. The invaders burst into the hall, throwing the guests into panic before anyone can react. They immediately start cutting down resistance, proving this is not a bluff but a violent takeover. As civilians flee, one woman is chased and cries out for rescue. The attackers press forward with savage confidence, certain no one here can stop them. That confidence is broken when one of the raiders is suddenly struck in the face by an unseen blow. A white-haired young man crashes into the scene hard enough to shake the floor, interrupting the assault. He lands and steadies himself in the wreckage. Seeing the chaos around him, he quickly takes stock of the situation. He recognizes the leader as Paredes, the younger brother of the barbarian King Karatas. That realization makes his presence here feel especially dangerous and out of place. Elsewhere in the hall, the remaining guests and captives are still trying to understand the sudden attack. Among them, Karak and a silver-haired woman notice that Shutra has still not arrived and decide they may have to find him themselves. The woman is annoyed that their missing ally chose this moment to disappear for something as trivial as a bathroom break. Meanwhile, the barbarians keep slaughtering and reveling in the terror they are causing. Karak is told to go retrieve Shutra alone. The silver-haired woman stays behind, preparing magic so she can hold the auction house together for now. Her spell begins spreading through the building. At the same time, Paredes leaves the main fight and heads deeper inside with a clear objective. He stops in front of a display case containing a golden relic. Satisfied, he confirms he has found what he came for. The treasure is identified as the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. Before he can take it unchallenged, he senses someone approaching from behind. A masked pink-haired succubus confronts him and demands to know who he is. Instead of answering, she makes a break for the relic. She smashes through the display to seize it before Paredes can react. Paredes catches up instantly and warns that if she wants to escape, she must abandon what she just stole. She slips free of his reach with agile movement rather than obeying. He curses her audacity, as she keeps trying to outmaneuver him. Refusing to let her flee, he tears loose part of the display structure to use as a weapon. He hurls the massive slab after her, and vows she will not get away. She sprints through the hall while the debris crashes down around her. Spotting a sword amid the wreckage, she snatches it up on the run. She turns with the blade, ready to cut through the obstacle in her path, but her strike sends valuables scattering instead, and she realizes too late that she has lost control of the situation. Paredes closes in behind her before she can recover. He taunts her for trying to run instead of facing him. She fires back with an insult, but it does nothing to slow him. The pressure of his pursuit finally starts to shake her composure. Something crashes overhead, adding to the chaos in the hall. Even under pressure, she forces a small, defiant smile. The white-haired youth suddenly intercepts Paredes' attack and shields her from being crushed. He greets her by her true name, Nyatra, as if they have met before. Hearing that name shocks her more than the attack itself. Paredes, now facing a new opponent, demands to know who this newcomer is. He answers with another brutal charge that tears up the floor around them. The white-haired youth summons a green shield-like artifact to his arm. He sends the artifact, White Suri, out to engage Paredes at range. Paredes tries to stop the incoming weapon with his bare hands. When the artifact moves in ways he does not understand, he is briefly thrown off balance. The green construct whips around him repeatedly, forcing him to defend from every side. The youth checks on Nyatra, but she is too unsettled by his familiarity to answer calmly. He puts off explanations and says the immediate priority is dealing with the barbarian brute. He also orders that the king's knights be summoned, trying to bring proper reinforcements into the fight. Karak notices the strange command and the sudden shift in events. Confused by everything happening, he is told there is no time for explanations. The white-haired youth orders Karak to get Nyatra out of the building at once. When asked what he will do, he makes clear he still has unfinished business here. Karak hesitates only briefly before accepting the order. He picks Nyatra up and starts carrying her away, promising to move ahead and let the youth catch up later. The youth is satisfied that at least she is being removed from immediate danger. Then he notices another display nearby and realizes there is still an important item left behind. He recognizes the golden helmet still sitting untouched in its case. Before he can secure it, Paredes' attack smashes into the area and destroys the display. The youth surges forward again behind White Suri, refusing to yield the initiative. Paredes takes the interference as mockery and grows even more enraged. The youth braces himself, reading the change in Paredes' body and fighting style. He identifies it as the barbarian's body-strengthening martial technique. Paredes activates the body-strengthening art and invites the youth to test himself against it. He promises to tear his opponent apart once the technique is fully in effect. With his body empowered, Paredes charges like a living battering ram. As Karak runs with Nyatra, she struggles against being carried, but he insists he must keep his promise to the prince. Their escape route is cut off when more barbarians flood the corridor ahead. The raiders rush them, threatening to overwhelm Karak before he can get her out. Nyatra reacts immediately and attacks from Karak's shoulder rather than remain helpless. Karak joins the fight, frustrated by how many enemies keep appearing. In the middle of the chaos, he suddenly seems to realize something important. Nyatra tries to stop him from acting on that realization, but he has already made up his mind. He grabs hold of one attacker's weapon and commits to turning back into the fight. The battlefield briefly stills around the scattered debris. Then a blade flashes through the rubble as the fighting resumes. The narration emphasizes that Paredes is no ordinary raider but one of the strongest warriors among the barbarians. His skill is said to rank among the upper levels of an intermediate-class general, making him overwhelmingly dangerous. Even so, the white-haired youth uses Paredes' momentum against him and flips him through the air. He reminds himself that against an enemy like this, a single careless moment means death. Paredes recovers instantly and slams the ground with enough force to blow the youth backward. The youth admits Paredes' raw strength is absurdly powerful. He responds by sending White Suri back out in another precise attack. Paredes crushes through the strike and dismisses it as pathetic. He mocks the youth for challenging him with such meager skill. The youth calmly concedes the point and changes tactics. He activates Blink for the first time, using sudden bursts of speed to circle Paredes instead of meeting force with force. Paredes is startled when the youth vanishes from his expected line of attack. The youth reappears in motion and lands a clean hit before Paredes can adjust. He explains that as long as he keeps evading, Paredes' strength alone cannot pin him down. He follows that logic with a rapid series of hit-and-run strikes. Paredes is battered from multiple angles and can only curse as the attacks keep landing. Blink is used again, letting the youth reposition instantly for another kick. Paredes retaliates with sweeping blows that tear up the floor, but the youth stays just outside their reach. Unable to catch him, Paredes roars that he should stop fighting like a coward and face him directly. The youth answers with another evasive strike that drives Paredes into the ground. The impact leaves a crater in the floor, but it still does not finish the barbarian. Paredes bursts back out of the crater, still attacking with relentless force. The youth remarks that Paredes is far too impatient to adapt properly. Paredes decides to end the fight immediately rather than keep being toyed with. The youth sees that escalation coming and says the timing is perfect because he is ready as well. He unleashes Earthshaker Awakening, channeling a red power into his gauntlet. Paredes realizes too late that the fight has shifted again. The youth drives the empowered strike home with destruction bursts, detonating force through Paredes' body. Paredes can only gasp as the blow lands. The explosion tears through the hall and hurls both combatants through the wreckage. The youth cries out as he is thrown by the backlash of his own attack. The shockwave even ripples through the roof of the building. When the dust settles, the silver-haired woman is revealed standing calmly amid the fallen barbarians below. She notices that Shutra has finally arrived. He stands alone in the smoke, having survived the exchange. Relieved that Paredes did not die, the youth notes that his experience did not increase. He decides that is acceptable because defeating Paredes was never his true objective. Looking over the huge crater left by the blast, he resolves to leave the rest of that fight for another time. He turns to withdraw from the ruined chamber. Then he senses movement behind him and stops. He hopes Karak escaped safely as he checks a map-like interface. The display reveals another presence still nearby, meaning he is not alone after all. Nyatra appears behind him with a sword at his back and orders him not to move. She accuses him of taking the object that fell to the floor during the battle. She identifies that missing item as the Jewel of Crimson Tears and demands he hand it over. He finally understands what she was really after and why she came here. Using Blink one last time, he slips around her blade and confronts her directly, asking if the jewel was the reason she came to the auction house. He goes further and states that her attempt ended with her being captured and enslaved. That claim enrages her because it sounds impossible and far too personal. She attacks and demands that he stop speaking as if he knows her life. He answers by calling her Lapisaria, another name that hits even deeper. She freezes in shock at hearing it. Her grip trembles as the certainty behind his words unsettles her. She can only ask how he knows that name at all. He explains that succubi reveal their true name only once in their lives, and only to someone they have truly loved. Because a true name itself carries magical power, he says, anyone who knows it can influence them in ways they cannot easily resist. Before she can process that revelation, Karak comes charging back with enemies on his heels. He calls for help, overwhelmed by the number of barbarians pursuing him. Nyatra is stunned to hear him address the white-haired youth as prince, but he postpones introductions again. Instead, he tosses Karak a weapon so he can hold the line. Karak catches the axe and immediately understands what is expected of him. He swings into the barbarians at once, buying space for the others. Nyatra can only watch in confusion as everyone around her acts according to a history she does not remember. The youth asks again whether she truly came here for the Jewel of Crimson Tears. He suggests they finish dealing with the enemies first and save the rest of the conversation for later. Still shaken, she silently weighs whether to trust him. Another wave of barbarians charges, forcing her to make an immediate choice. She accepts the situation, joins the fight, and takes responsibility for one side of the battlefield. Under the moonlit sky outside, the battle inside the shattered auction house continues into the night. In the wreckage left by the raid, Felicia and the succubus woman face each other amid fallen barbarians and shattered stone. Felicia turns when someone urgently calls her name. Shutra arrives with his companions, stepping into the ruined hall as if he has already taken charge of the aftermath. When Felicia demands an explanation for the destruction, Shutra casually reveals that he fought Paredes. That answer shocks Felicia, because Paredes is the barbarian king's brother, which means the attack was aimed at all of Talker, not just the auction house. Shutra agrees the raiders seem to want the auction goods, but he abruptly notices someone else standing behind them. He realizes Felicia has spotted his hidden companion. Shutra introduces the succubus as Nyatra and says circumstances have forced them to travel together for now, deepening Felicia's suspicion. Felicia starts to wonder whether Nyatra is tied to the real reason he came to Talker, but a messenger suddenly interrupts. The messenger arrives out of breath with news serious enough to halt every other question. He reports that the barbarian army has crossed the border. Shutra is stunned by how quickly the larger war has begun. Felicia immediately demands confirmation instead of panicking. The messenger swears the report is certain and that the barbarians have truly moved. He adds that the barbarian king himself has mobilized, making the threat far worse than a border raid. Pressed for details, he explains that General Vandal has already marched out to intercept them and will likely need reinforcements soon. As Felicia curses their delayed support, Shutra suddenly understands the pattern behind everything. He realizes Paredes's reckless assault was never random. The barbarians meant to strike Evian and the auction house at the same time so they could secure the golden helmet. Even after piecing it together, Shutra can only admit the situation has become even more tangled. He recalls that Karatas, king of the barbarians, was powerful enough to challenge even Zephyr in the future he remembers. But this is still 3 years before that point, leaving Shutra uncertain whether he can handle such an enemy now. The crisis gives way to a quieter moment elsewhere in the estate. Nyatra waits alone at a table, clearly expecting Shutra to return. When she senses him approaching, her guarded calm tightens into alertness. Shutra arrives late, apologizing and explaining that events outside spiraled out of control. Nyatra brushes off the delay and demands the answer she has been waiting for. What she wants to know most is how a prince she barely knows could know her true name. Shutra admits the truth would be difficult to explain right now, which only makes him sound more suspicious. He asks for patience and promises he will tell her someday. Since he will not explain that, Nyatra asks why he brought her here at all, and he finally answers that he wants to make her an offer. Shutra openly says he wants to hire her as his subordinate. Nyatra is caught completely off guard by the proposal. He reassures her that he is not offering servitude or mistreatment. Instead, he says he will appoint her as a prince's escort knight and give her the status that comes with it. Nyatra refuses at once, saying she cannot stay because someone younger is waiting for her at home. Shutra instantly calls the excuse out as a lie, because he knows she has no younger sibling. His certainty leaves Nyatra visibly shaken. He presses further, reciting that her parents died when she was young and that she is an only child, proving he knows far too much about her life. As Nyatra admits how frightening that is, Shutra turns the fear into leverage and says that is exactly why she should stay near him. He promises that if she remains by his side, he will eventually tell her everything. After a long pause, Nyatra accepts that condition. She agrees to become the prince's escort knight. Shutra is delighted, while Nyatra admits she has little choice when he already knows enough to unsettle her completely. Even so, she questions whether he can truly trust a woman whose past he does not know. Shutra answers that he trusts her precisely because he knows her very well, and that only makes her more flustered. Satisfied, he immediately moves to formalize the appointment with a knightly investiture. Nyatra suspects the ceremony might secretly bind her by magic, but Shutra insists it is only a formal process others have already undergone. Still wary, she kneels and allows the ritual to begin. Shutra stands over her with the ceremonial sword, ready to seal the appointment. He addresses her by name with full authority. Then he formally appoints Nyatra as his knight. The moment the words are spoken, power surges around her. Nyatra is startled by the strange light engulfing her. The investiture becomes a genuine magical event rather than a mere ceremony. The light erupts so strongly that it shoots out through the building into the night sky. Elsewhere in the estate, the sudden pillar of light draws immediate attention. A red-haired observer notices the disturbance and turns toward it. Shutra reflects that fate itself has now been altered. He wonders how far this change in destiny will spread and what consequences it will bring. In another place, a powerful man lifts a glass as if contemplating the same shift from afar. He asks Amita whether she can see what is happening. Shutra, meanwhile, thinks with unsettling satisfaction about how much his future child could reshape the world. The system responds to the ritual by leveling up his king's knights and increasing their maximum number from 3 to 5. Nyatra receives the crest of conquest, marking her as an official member of his growing force. When the process finishes, Shutra realizes the conquest trait itself has advanced as well. Watching Nyatra rise with the crest shining on her forehead, he claims her as part of his power from now on. By the time the light fades, dawn is already breaking over the estate. The green-haired spirit immediately demands equal recognition and begs to become his knight too. She argues that merely belonging to him is not enough anymore now that Karak and Nyatra stand beside him as formal knights. Shutra hesitates, but her insistence only grows louder. He finally reasons that even after reserving a place for Vandal, he still has one knight slot left, so granting her wish should be possible. Before he can settle that, Felicia appears at the door and asks to speak with him. The spirit celebrates her own shining crest as if her wish has already been granted, leaving everyone else confused. Felicia asks what that celebration means, and Shutra uses the interruption to address her directly. He bluntly announces that Nyatra has agreed to serve as his escort knight starting today. Felicia is surprised by how quickly he resolved that matter, but she chooses to trust his judgment. She tells him the decision is his to manage, and he gratefully accepts her support. Felicia then changes the subject and asks whether he was the one who took the missing auction items. When Shutra admits it, she immediately asks to see what he stole. Her confidence falters the moment she realizes how much he may have taken. Shutra reveals a huge stash of looted goods, including chests, weapons, shields, and relics from the auction house. Felicia is half impressed and half exasperated that he dared to take so much, though she agrees it was better than letting Paredes seize it. Among the haul, she identifies the golden helmet as the item Paredes had truly been after. She explains that it is the golden helmet of the Azure Dragon King, a sacred relic that symbolizes royal authority among the barbarians. Shutra immediately recognizes its value as more than treasure and starts thinking of how it could be used. Felicia warns him that if Vulcanus, the auction house's general manager, learns he secretly took everything, the fallout will be severe. Morning fully arrives as the group prepares to move from intrigue to war. Felicia gathers everyone and explains that because the barbarian king has invaded, they will regroup with reinforcements at the assembly point before heading to Edion. She adds that the Dark Elves have likely already arrived and that the lycanthropes should join them by noon. Their plan is to link up with those forces while bringing the supplies they purchased the previous day. Felicia sets the departure schedule for the afternoon, and the others agree to be ready. Following her instructions, the group finishes preparing and leaves Talker for the assembly point. They arrive soon after, where allied troops are already gathering under the open sky. Felicia is welcomed by the arriving forces with formal respect. A woman named Alita Doomblade steps forward and greets the sixth princess personally. Felicia warmly returns the greeting, showing that Alita is a trusted elder within her circle. Shutra recognizes Alita as Felicia's final escort in the future he remembers, though there she had always been his enemy. Seeing her smile in this life instead of glare at him, he quietly appreciates how different things have become. By just after noon, the lycanthrope reinforcements finally arrive. The total reinforcement force reaches 400, not overwhelming but enough to act quickly in an emergency. Before they can settle, Another urgent dispatch arrives from the strongholds. The report says the enemy has already begun attacking multiple strongholds at once. Amita explains that the barbarians seem to be using their main army to pin down General Vandal, while sending separate units to seize the strongholds, threatening to isolate him. When Felicia asks which endangered stronghold is nearest, Amita answers that the 7th is closest, but even then it would take at least 2 days to reach. Felicia realizes that delay would doom the fortress before help could arrive. Shutra immediately decides they cannot wait and says they must move at once. Instead of marching normally, he first asks that all the supplies be gathered together. He then stores the entire stockpile in his inventory at once, swallowing nearly 1,000 crates and solving their transport problem instantly. The others stare as the mountain of supplies vanishes before their eyes. Felicia is astonished by the scale of the storage magic he just displayed. With logistics handled, Shutra asks Felicia to gather every soldier into one tightly packed formation. He insists they all be assembled in a single place as closely as possible. The troops obey and crowd together, waiting for whatever he intends to do next. Once the formation is ready, Shutra declares that this is exactly what he needed. When asked for his plan, he admits he has never tried this before and is not sure it will work. Felicia begins to question him further, but events overtake the explanation. The green-haired spirit surges forward in a burst of wind and magic to answer his call. Shutra entrusts the gamble to her and urges her to try it. She rises behind him in a storm of green power, synchronizing with him as if they are acting as one. The spirit smiles with complete confidence in what she is about to do. She tells him to trust only her as she gathers the spell into her hands. Shutra raises his arm and channels that power upward like a standard bearer. A radiant banner of wind and light takes shape above them. As the phrase under the king's banner is invoked, Shutra realizes the spell is affecting everyone around him. The gathered troops feel the magic seize them all at once. Even the hardened soldiers are startled as the wind wraps around their bodies. The spirit's magic lifts the entire assembled force into a single swirling current, and Shutra praises her success. With the army caught inside the spell, Shutra prepares to carry them across the battlefield in one leap. He launches the whole force forward on a gale faster than any normal march could manage. At the same time, far away at the 3rd stronghold, another battle is already underway. A wounded barbarian struggles to rise amid corpses and snow, showing how brutal the fighting has become. He forces himself back into the fight despite his injuries. He faces an unseen opponent with grim determination. Frustration and exhaustion are written across his face as the battle drags on. Then a far larger barbarian commander steps forward behind him, bringing a new level of menace to the field. That commander gives a single order to kill. Elsewhere, the 7th stronghold stands under snow and imminent threat. Its defenders are already locked in desperate combat against a mixed barbarian assault force. The defenders are being overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the attack. The Lizardmen defense captain Caligula can only shout in disbelief at how many enemies keep coming. As his soldiers falter, he desperately wonders when reinforcements will arrive. A strange green light suddenly appears above the battlefield before anyone can answer him. That light descends as a massive spiraling tornado, slamming into the enemy formation from the sky. Caligula can only stare in shock as the impossible rescue begins. The reinforcements burst out of the storm itself, delivered directly into the battle by Shutra's wind transport. Felicia exhales in relief when she sees they have arrived just before the stronghold falls. Shutra immediately shifts from transport to command and orders everyone to prepare for battle. The newly arrived reinforcements charge straight into the enemy lines under his command to wipe the attackers out. The counterattack begins at once, with the lycanthropes crashing into the barbarians and turning the tide through raw ferocity. The demon's elite dark elves and lycanthropes open the assault by overwhelming the barbarian front. Shutra joined the attack himself, throwing his full strength into the breakthrough. His gigantic piston smashed through the enemy formation and sent bodies flying. The clash was decided almost immediately as the barbarians lost control of the battlefield. With their leader gone and their morale broken, the barbarians abandoned any thought of resistance and fled. That gave the demons a clean victory at the 7th stronghold. But there was no time to celebrate, because the other strongholds were still under attack. The army marched at once and drove the barbarians out of the 6th and 5th strongholds as well. By then, the 5th stronghold had also been secured. As they walked through the reclaimed fortress, Shutra was praised for retaking 3 strongholds in 3 days, though his companion complained that the pace had left her sleepless. Shutra brushed that off, implying that abandoning collapsing strongholds had never been an option. He pointed out that every rescued stronghold had added soldiers to their side and 3 straight victories had pushed demon morale high enough to make the next battle easier. Still, he warned that the 4th and 3rd strongholds were a different problem from the fights so far. The 4th stronghold had already fallen, and contact with the 3rd had been lost long ago. Shutra reasoned that the Demon King's castle would already be preparing reinforcements, and that General Vandal should be able to hold out for the moment. Until then, he ordered Karak to interrogate the captured barbarians and gather whatever intelligence he could. Night settled over the fortress as the army finally paused. Shutra withdrew to his room, but rest did not quiet his thoughts. The more he reviewed the situation, the more convinced he became that something about it was wrong. He recalled that in the original Night Saga story, the barbarian king united the tribes with the golden helmet of the Azure Dragon King. But the current barbarian king did not possess that artifact, which made this level of unity hard to explain. That realization jolted him into a new suspicion. He wondered if the same hidden force from before had appeared again, the Knight of Death. Just as that enemy had once used the guardian spirits of the spider forest, Shutra suspected the Knight of Death's servants might now be supporting the barbarian king. If that guess was true, then the Knight of Death's influence had spread farther than he had feared. Before he could think further, the system suddenly activated around him. Instead of a threat, it delivered an absurdly cheerful birthday message that caught him off guard. The system announced that he had turned 15, leaving him baffled by the timing. Its light burst out of his room and filled the fortress. Then several notices followed at once, raising his level, the protagonist setting adjustment, and battlefield protection. The system explained that turning 15 also improved his physical abilities. As the changes settled in, Shutra realized he had literally grown taller. He found the sudden growth strange, but undeniably satisfying, right until an urgent report interrupted him. Karak burst in and dragged him back to reality, insisting there was no time for vanity. The emergency was severe. General Bandal's main force had been defeated. Far away in the snowy mountains, the battered remnants of Bandal's troops were retreating in disorder. The wounded soldiers struggled just to keep moving. Even Bandal himself was exhausted and injured, though he still forced his body onward. His men reported that they had barely escaped and that too many of their comrades were wounded to keep fleeing for long. Worse, they had lost all their provisions, making continued retreat nearly impossible. Bandal stopped and chose to make a stand instead of running any farther. He planted his foot and set himself for battle. The pursuing barbarians found them and rushed in, eager to finish off the survivors. Bandal cursed their persistence as the enemy closed in even here. His soldiers begged him to withdraw while they held the line in his place. Bandal refused and declared that they would fight to the end together. He accepted death if necessary, but not surrender. Back at the 5th stronghold, the commanders began reviewing the broader geography of Evian's 7 strongholds. They divided the region into the northern line of 7, 6, and 5, the southern line of 1, 2, and 3, and the isolated 4th stronghold in the center. Lamia Diotima, commander of the 5th stronghold, explained that Bandal's main force had clashed with the barbarian king's army near the 3rd stronghold. After routing Bandal, the barbarians had pushed onward and seized territory up to the 3rd, while all contact with Bandal was lost after news of his retreat. When asked why the barbarians had bypassed the 1st and 2nd strongholds to strike the 3rd directly, Lamia proposed that their real target was Talker. She explained that the barbarians were after plunder, not occupation, and had no intention of ruling Evian itself. Because the Demon King's castle would respond if they overextended, the richest nearby land, Talker, was the most likely prize. That left 2 urgent facts. Bandal's routed force was missing, and the barbarian king's army was advancing north. The others turned to Shutra and asked for his judgment. The room fell silent as everyone waited for him to speak. Even the usually confident commanders watched him expectantly. Shutra began to form an answer. At that same time, the barbarians were still hunting down Bandal's survivors through the snow. The wounded demons were being surrounded from all sides. One barbarian cut down a fleeing soldier while laughing at the slaughter. The pursuers pressed in with murderous confidence, convinced the survivors were finished. Bandal roared back at them and refused to break. A barbarian moved in for another kill, only to sense something change at the last instant. Bandal suddenly charged back into the enemy line and smashed through them. The barbarians were stunned to see the supposedly broken general counterattacking. His return rallied the survivors, and they surged forward behind him. Bandal's hammer carved open space and drove the pursuers back. He met the enemy head-on and overpowered them with brute force. Then he launched himself straight at their leader. The barbarian commander barely had time to react before Bandal's blow landed. The hit staggered him and broke the momentum of the pursuit. Bandal followed with a sweeping strike that blasted multiple enemies away. Even while admitting his own limits, he resolved to sell his life dearly. He vowed that if he had to die here, he would drag as many enemies down with him as possible. Just as he prepared a final desperate attack, a green light appeared overhead. Bandal looked up in confusion at the sudden magic. A towering green wind descended into the battlefield and tore through the barbarians. Bandal realized an outside force had intervened. A familiar voice greeted him from within the storm and called out to General Bandal. Bandal froze in disbelief. Shutra appeared before him and asked if he had arrived in time. The barbarians, not recognizing the newcomer, ordered everyone in sight killed. Shutra answered by releasing a cold blue aura and shifting into battle mode. His power erupted across the ground and stunned the enemy ranks. Dark smoke spread through the battlefield and wrapped around the barbarians. The trapped warriors panicked, unable to understand the black smoke engulfing them. Inside the darkness, they lost all sense of direction and could no longer see. Shutra invoked Night Watch's special ultimate move. The first barbarian realized too late that something unseen had already reached his throat. Shadowy wraiths swept through the darkness and cut down the trapped enemies in succession. The barbarians screamed in confusion as the black wrath slaughtered them from every side. Bandal could only watch in shock as the enemy line collapsed without understanding what he was seeing. Then he noticed more demon troops arriving in the distance. Felicia led the reinforcements forward and ordered a full charge. The remaining barbarians hesitated as the tide turned against them. The dark elves and mounted troops crashed in and began wiping out the survivors. Bandal finally relaxed enough to realize the battle had been saved. He understood that fate had spared him after all. The black storm began to thin as Shutra's technique wound down. When the darkness cleared, the battlefield was littered with barbarian corpses around Shutra. Felicia praised Shutra for arriving just in time, and he returned the compliment for her support. When she asked how he had known Bandal would be here, Shutra explained that if the barbarian king was aiming for Takar, Bandal would naturally retreat in the opposite direction. Felicia still could not understand how he had located one force in such a vast region. Shutra told her to look upward for the answer. Above them floated Green Wind, the spirit he had sent high into the sky. The spirit cheerfully confirmed her role in the rescue. Shutra explained that by raising Green Wind's altitude, he had expanded her search range. By sharing Green Wind's position, he could enlarge his minimap as well, so finding Bandal had only been a matter of time. Felicia gave up trying to decode his strange explanations. Shutra cut the discussion short and told everyone to finish the battle quickly. The scene then shifted back to the occupied third stronghold. There, the barbarians reported to Karatas that the units sent after Bandal had gone silent. They concluded that the pursuit force had likely been destroyed and asked whether reinforcements should be sent. Karatas refused to change course. The barbarian king ordered the army to continue toward Takar exactly as planned. His decision landed with finality. The barbarian host kept moving despite the losses behind them. From a hidden vantage point, a watcher observed the marching army and realized where it was headed. She checked the direction through her device and confirmed her suspicion. By the next morning, the campaign had entered a new phase. Karatas noted that the demons' northward advance without further fighting was an unexpected move. Bandal explained that the barbarian king had originally been held back by two concerns: rear attacks from demon forces and delays caused by blocked roads. Felicia clarified that the blocked route meant the eastern path beyond Evian's boundary. Bandal confirmed that something beyond the eastern boundary prevented passage, making Takar the only viable route out of Evian. The others guessed that Karatas had feared delay and possible intervention by the Grand Generals, but that those calculations had now changed. Bandal agreed that Karatas was now determined to seize Takar regardless of the consequences. That meant he was no longer planning for the long term, but acting entirely for the immediate objective. Felicia realized the danger at once. With only minimal troops left in the 5th through 7th strongholds, the road to Takar was effectively open. Bandal added that if the demons chased too aggressively, Karatas could turn and force a major battle on terrain favorable to the barbarians. The commanders recognized the situation as a true strategic dilemma. If they ignored the march, Takar would fall and the defense of Evian would fail. But if they pursued, they would be dragged into a disadvantageous large-scale fight. Shutra concluded that the real issue was not the dilemma itself, but who would seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Karatas continued leading his main force forward. The barbarian king rode at the head of the army with unwavering confidence. He believed that whoever controlled the initiative would win the coming battle. The scale of the threat was severe. The barbarians still had 13,000 troops, while the demon king's field army in Evian numbered only 8,000. From the beginning, the demons had trailed the barbarian king's main force by a considerable distance, and had to increase speed just to keep up. Even after closing the gap to half a day's march by the time the enemy reached the 5th stronghold, they could get no closer. The distance stayed fixed, with either side gaining or losing ground. Because events were unfolding in real time like that, Karatas could not force the demon king's army into battle on his terms. The demons also had a major mobility advantage because they traveled light without supply burdens. The barbarians, burdened by the opposite conditions, tired more easily and were gradually being cornered by logistics. So even if Karatas reached Takar, the demon king's army would still be close behind him. And Takar itself had its own defenders, meaning the barbarians risked being trapped between two forces at once. Shutra framed the entire campaign around a basic rule of strategy: victory comes from putting the enemy in a bind. He realized he had finally forced Karatas into making a choice on Shutra's terms. At that moment, the scouts reported that the barbarians had begun moving decisively, and Shutra understood that Karatas had made his move. A white-haired prince checks a tactical display as the enemy's answer to the coming battle appears before him. The display confirms that the barbarian king has made his move and is forcing a response. At Takar, the barbarian host closes in on the city walls. The barbarian king leads a small mounted vanguard with complete confidence that the defenders cannot stop what is coming. He makes it clear that any resistance from the city will be meaningless. With that, he unleashes his men and drives them into a reckless assault. From a rocky overlook, the prince arrives to witness the attack. He stands with a mixed force of allies and studies the battlefield below. Realizing the clash has already begun, he notes that they reached the scene just in time. His orc companion is puzzled by what he is seeing. Only a small barbarian detachment is advancing, which makes no sense if their goal is simply to break Takar's walls. The prince explains that the enemy knows a full advance would trap them between Takar's army and the demon king's forces. So the barbarians send only a minimal force first, intending to pin his side down before committing everything else. When his companion doubts such a small group can achieve that, the prince chooses to wait and see the method. He watches as the vanguard rushes straight into the defender's range. Talker's archers respond immediately and loose a volley. Arrows rain down on the charging barbarians. The barrage should have broken the assault, but the attackers push through with unnatural resilience. The barbarian king grins as if he has already proven his advantage. He drives straight to the wall and prepares a decisive strike. The defenders brace behind the stone barrier. The king channels a crimson power into his weapon. His blow detonates against the wall with overwhelming force. The prince and his ally are caught off guard by the scale of the impact. Even the defenders on the wall cannot understand what just hit them. The barbarian king orders a massacre as his empowered troops surge forward. From the overlook, the prince sees that a single strike has shattered the city wall. He immediately senses something is wrong beyond the breach itself. Every barbarian is far stronger than normal. He calls up his display again, trying to identify the source of the change. The tactical map reveals a central anomaly in the barbarian camp surrounded by troop clusters. He concludes that something in the enemy camp is affecting the entire army. The answer appears when a glowing red standard rises among the barbarians. The strange crimson flag radiates power across the battlefield. As its aura spreads, the barbarians' eyes flare and their bodies swell with battle frenzy. The army erupts into savage exultation under the flag's influence. The prince finally understands that the flag itself is empowering them. With the entire host now surging under that boost, the situation turns critical. A report comes in that the main barbarian force has started moving at last. The prince abandons observation and orders every unit to prepare, insisting the enemy must not be allowed into Talker. He commands a full charge to intercept them before they can flood through the breach. His allied force crashes into the empowered barbarians, and the melee spreads across the field. The prince breaks from the line and sprints ahead alone. As he cuts through the enemy, he realizes this crimson energy explains why another army had fallen so easily before. He decides the battle cannot be won until the red flag is destroyed. Ignoring the enemies around him, he makes the flag his first and only priority. He dashes straight through the chaos toward it. But a sudden presence interrupts his advance. A massively empowered foe drops in front of him and blocks the path. The prince's route to the flag is cut off in an instant. He skids to a halt, already feeling the pressure of the ambush. Paredes, the barbarian champion he fought before, finds him and accuses him of being the thief who took the golden helm. The prince is alarmed by how much stronger Paredes has become under the crimson power. Paredes confirms it himself, boasting that he is on a completely different level now and demanding the helm back. He lunges with murderous intent and threatens to tear the prince apart if it is not returned. The prince evades the first crushing attack by a narrow margin. Paredes keeps pressing, each blow gouging the ground with monstrous force. The prince counters with a strike of his own, trying to test the new gap between them. He lands cleanly, but the hit barely matters. To his shock, Paredes's body is so hardened that even a direct blow does almost nothing. Paredes mocks him and swats him away as if the attack were meaningless. The prince recovers by calling a green floating device to his side. Using it as a foothold, he regains balance and prepares another approach. He turns the device into a mobile platform and slips around Paredes's next swing. Paredes snarls that the prince is trying to run again. When the champion loses sight of the device for a moment, he realizes the prince is setting something up. The prince reappears in a burst of blue light, denying that he is retreating and reminding Paredes of their last defeat. He slams down on Paredes from above and finally rattles him. The prince follows through while the green platform circles back into position. He traps Paredes inside looping green restraints generated by the device. Instead of panicking, Paredes starts laughing. The prince is unsettled that his opponent is amused rather than threatened. Paredes tears at the restraint and boasts that he is no longer the man who lost before. He declares that the prince's old tricks cannot even scratch him now. The prince, tired of the obsession, tells him to stop wasting time and just take the golden helm if he wants it so badly. He deliberately throws the helm into the air as bait. The sight of the golden helm instantly seizes Paredes's attention. Paredes lunges for it in disbelief, furious that the prince would gamble with such an object. The prince uses that greed against him and dives in with a blue-charged attack, daring him to claim it if he can. Paredes realizes too late that he has been drawn open. The prince unleashes Raging Wave and blasts him away. Paredes is hurled across the ground by the force of the strike. The prince immediately spends one use of blink to reposition before Paredes can recover. He drives the champion down again from above, keeping him off balance. Paredes crashes into the earth, finally showing real pain. The prince gathers golden power into his mechanical arm for a finishing blow. He commits to a crushing downward strike. Gigantic piston slams into the battlefield and detonates around Paredes. Nearby barbarians recoil in shock at the impact. Paredes is left embedded in a crater while his followers cry out to him. The prince calmly recalls the golden helm and remarks that Paredes was too greedy for something he could not handle. He secures the helm again through his system. Looking down on the battered champion, he dismisses him as no longer worth his time. That insult enrages the surrounding barbarians, who rush him to defend Paredes's honor. The prince vanishes before their attack can land. Using blink a second time, he slips through the crowd toward the crimson flag. He threads between the barbarians and reaches the standard at the center of their formation. The enemy leaders notice him too late as he appears beside the flag. He dismisses them as minor obstacles and refuses to slow down. One barbarian tries to block him and is instantly struck aside by the moving green platform. The prince sends the device sweeping through the surrounding warriors, clearing a path around the flag. As the barbarians scream and scatter, he turns his full attention to the standard. He reaches the crimson flag at last. Gripping the pole, he wonders where the barbarians obtained an artifact like this. The moment he touches it, his surroundings abruptly change. He finds himself in a dark, unfamiliar space and cannot tell where he has been drawn. A blazing vision erupts around him, as if the flag is showing him something sealed inside it. He watches in stunned silence as the scene takes shape. A horned woman wreathed in fire appears, embodying war itself. Another radiant woman stands with the prince inside the vision, as if guiding or witnessing it with him. The fiery figure speaks a single command: conquer. That command explodes outward with overwhelming force. The burning woman dissolves into light, leaving the prince shaken by what he has seen. He realizes the vision has imprinted itself on him. The fiery figure's smile lingers in his mind like a deliberate mark. Back on the battlefield, the flag's shaft crumbles in his hand. The nearby barbarians immediately sense that something has changed. His allies seize the opening and begin cutting through enemies who have suddenly weakened. They quickly notice that the crimson aura has vanished from the barbarian troops. The orc ally laughs that the prince has turned the tide again. But the prince is disturbed to find traces of that same warp power now lingering in his own arm. He stares at the fading crater where the flag stood, trying to understand what transferred to him. Before he can think further, the barbarian king himself charges in. The king immediately recognizes that the prince is the one who touched the flag. The prince admits it without backing down and asks whether that is a problem. The king answers that it is not a problem at all, because he intends to kill him for it. He slams down with terrifying force and blasts the ground apart around the prince. The prince is thrown back and barely keeps himself from being crushed outright. Even while retreating, he admits the barbarian king's raw destructive power is monstrous enough to pulverize him in one mistake. The king keeps advancing, refusing to give him any room to breathe. Another brutal rush tears up the battlefield as he closes the distance again. The prince flips away while his green device races to support him. He lands on the device to regain footing for an instant. Then he kicks it away and reaches out, trying to reposition both himself and the tool before the next strike. The barbarian king smashes through the setup and batters aside the prince's defense. A red force suddenly flares from the prince's arm on contact, startling him. The king capitalizes immediately and hammers him away again. The prince cries out as the blow lands cleanly. The king stalks forward, ready to finish him while he is down. Another impact erupts nearby as the battlefield shakes under the king's pressure. Struggling to rise, the prince cannot understand why the power inside him is acting on its own. The barbarian king is equally unsettled, because even with the flag gone he can still feel the power of war coming from Karatas. A fresh shockwave tears into the ground between them. The king launches himself again, now certain the prince has become tied to that power. He dismisses the prince as pathetic even while preparing the killing blow. The prince braces himself and resolves to end the fight here before the king can fully exploit the situation. The king answers with a colossal crimson eruption that engulfs the area. The blast rips across the battlefield and sends debris and soldiers flying. The prince is forced to retreat through the shockwave just to survive. He lands hard, injured and breathing heavily. As he looks back at the advancing king, he realizes his opponent is finally bringing out his true power. The barbarian king praises his opponent's speed and reveals the name of the crushing mace he intends to finish him with. He immediately lunges again, forcing the white-haired fighter back into a defensive retreat. Enjoying the chase, Karatas decides to wear him down by never letting him breathe. His next blow detonates into the ground, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. The young fighter answers by warping away with blink, leaving only a blue trail behind. Karatas notices the escape at once and realizes his prey has shifted position again. The teleporting trail curls around him, showing that his opponent is trying to outmaneuver rather than overpower him. The Night Watch reappears in motion, still trying to keep distance and momentum. Even while moving, he admits to himself that Karatas refuses to give him even a second to recover. Karatas recognizes the teleportation trick and treats it as an amusing challenge instead of a threat. The young fighter is shaken that such a massive enemy can still match his speed. Karatas crashes down with another overwhelming strike, forcing a direct block. The impact drives the defender backward despite his attempt to hold the line. Pain starts to break through as the pressure of the exchange catches up with him. Karatas keeps advancing, turning every opening into another brutal rush. The Night Watch is thrown hard across the ruined ground and loses control of the exchange. Karatas is briefly distracted when someone calls out from the side. A blue-haired ally dives in and intercepts his arm before he can press the advantage. She gathers power for Beast God Fistart, choosing to engage him head-on. Her disruption technique hammers into Karatas in a rapid burst meant to break his flow. The young fighter drags himself up while she buys him time by taking Karatas' attention. Green Wind rushes to him in alarm, but he steadies himself with potions and insists he can still continue for now. Even while recovering, he admits Karatas is far stronger than he expected, and Green Wind agrees. She pushes him toward a different answer, urging him to use the method he has been overlooking. Green Wind reveals that the answer is White Suri's ultimate move. Before they can prepare calmly, Karatas lashes out again. His counterattack knocks the blue-haired fighter away and reasserts his dominance. He warns the others not to interfere, making clear he intends to kill them all himself. Karatas openly promises to slaughter everyone one by one, only to pause when he senses a new move forming. The young fighter steps forward with White Suri's shield, drawing Karatas' attention. He realizes he will get only one chance and must meet the attack at the exact instant it lands. Karatas mocks the idea that a mere shield could stop his power and charges straight in. The young fighter braces without flinching, committing to the timing rather than raw defense. As he prepares, he remembers that White Suri's ultimate move is dangerous if mishandled. A memory returns of his teacher warning that careless use would put the user in greater danger instead. The warning continues, stressing that the technique cuts both ways. But the lesson also promised that, when used correctly, nothing is more powerful. Holding to that memory, he stands his ground as Karatas' killing blow descends. At the moment of impact, White Suri's ultimate move activates. He turns the collision into a counter, unleashing absolute domain instead of simply blocking. Karatas is stunned when the force he expected to dominate with is suddenly redirected. Green energy spirals outward and traps the battlefield inside absolute domain. For the first time, Karatas is genuinely confused by a power he cannot immediately overpower. Inside the domain, his body locks up, while the young fighter admits the setup itself was difficult to pull off. With Karatas immobilized, he finally lands a clean hit and feels the tide shift for the first time. He drives in close and pounds Karatas while the domain still holds. Karatas grunts under the blow, forced to endure what he had been dishing out. The domain's force flings both of them through a spiraling current of power. The young fighter realizes the technique worked and that he truly damaged Karatas. His relief vanishes when something goes wrong inside his own body. He starts coughing violently, and the blue-haired ally immediately notices his condition worsening. He recognizes the backlash at once. His aura is in reflux from using the technique. Even as he struggles to steady himself, Karatas laughs, thrilled rather than shaken. Karatas erupts with even more battle lust, declaring that this fight has become truly entertaining. He surges back in and resumes the assault before his opponent can recover from the recall. The young fighter curses, realizing the opening he created may not be enough. Karatas sees through the trick and correctly guesses that his own power was reflected back at him. Instead of fearing that revelation, he becomes more excited to see what else his opponent can do. He stands back up from the reflected strike, proving that even that successful counter failed to put him down. At the same time, more wolf-like enemies rush in, threatening to overwhelm the exhausted side fighters. The blue-haired ally tells Shutra to focus on recovering and vows to handle Karatas herself for the moment. Shutra drinks another potion but privately despairs that even absolute domain was not enough. He realizes potions and recovery alone have limits, so he needs a new source of strength, however small. He decides the answer must be something only he can do, something unique enough to defeat Karatas. Green Wind anxiously checks on him again, sensing he is reaching for a dangerous idea. A sudden realization stops him before he answers her directly. He recalls that Green Wind was born from a fragment of Watcher Inkle's soul, and that this fragment already changed him into a dragonborn. Green Wind cannot follow his silence, and demands to know what he is thinking. He reasons that a fragment of an elder dragon's essence should contain far more power than he has drawn out so far. He focuses on the dragon blood within himself as the key to unlocking that hidden reserve. The dragon genes activate, and a new transformation begins. Feeling the change spread through him, he becomes certain there is still a deeper power hidden inside. He turns to Green Wind and addresses the source of that power directly through her connection to Inkle. Green Wind answers in a calm, almost solemn state, as if something greater is speaking through her. The change reaches his eyes, signaling that the awakening is no longer just theoretical. Green Wind reaches out, initiating a direct transfer rather than a distant blessing. The battlefield falls away in his perception as he and Green Wind enter a more intimate spiritual exchange. She tells him that to receive this power, he must conquer her completely. Her demand becomes clearer. He must dominate the power rather than merely borrow it. She invokes him as the Knight of Conquest, calling forth the right that will awaken the sealed strength. He understands that the power of Watcher Inkle he could not absorb before has remained scattered through his body and soul. Now, at last, that dormant power opens its eyes again within him. A third aura heart, the dragon heart, forms inside him as the awakening manifests on the battlefield. Karatas notices the sudden change and is briefly thrown off by the unfamiliar surge. The blue-haired ally also senses that something fundamental has shifted. She calls out to Shutra as the new power settles around him. System messages confirm the breakthrough. He has conquered Inkle's power, formed a dragon heart, improved his dragonborn state, raised his mana control, and leveled up. He plants his feet with renewed stability, no longer looking like someone barely holding on. Facing Karatas again, he quietly thanks Green Wind for the help that made the awakening possible. He reflects that he once carried 2 special cores, and now a third aura heart has been added to them. With the dragon heart created, he can now circulate 5 aura hearts at once. He names this new state Pentacore. The blue-haired ally repeats the term in disbelief, realizing he has advanced in the middle of battle. Karatas laughs and recognizes that his opponent has truly grown stronger at this exact moment. Rather than retreat, Karatas welcomes the escalation and asks whether war is not exhilarating. Shutra answers by gathering power into his fist, ready to test his new state immediately. Their next clash tears across the battlefield with far more force than before. Karatas admits the increase is real, though his excitement only deepens. Shutra counters with Beast God Fist Art, meeting Karatas' physical strength directly. He follows with Wild Wolf Fist Strike, turning speed and pressure into a rushing combination. Karatas is driven back for a moment as Shutra extends the assault instead of yielding ground. Shutra feels the flow of power in his body responding more cleanly than ever before. Recognizing that sensation, he realizes his techniques are finally functioning the way they were meant to. Even so, he keeps a clear head and judges Karatas to be physically stronger than any enemy he has faced, even beyond Bandal. He concludes that in pure physical terms, Karatas stands above all his previous opponents. That leads him to a harsh answer. The only way to win is to overwhelm the barbarian king with sheer numbers and non-stop offense. Karatas grins through the pressure, still refusing to feel cornered. He even praises Shutra's performance, acknowledging him as a worthy opponent now. Shutra decides they cannot let the battle drag on any longer or the advantage will slip away again. He commits to going all out from the very start of the next exchange. He orders everyone not to fall back, making the plan clear, constant pressure from all sides. Karatas answers by swinging wildly through the crowd, trying to break the encirclement with brute force. He keeps carving space with sweeping attacks, refusing to be pinned down. Shutra slips inside one of those swings and attacks from Karatas' blind side. He lands a heavy strike to Karatas' head, proving the king can be touched under coordinated pressure. The blue-haired ally instantly follows from the opposite side, keeping Karatas from resetting. Her blow crashes into him, while he is still reacting to Shutra's hit. Shutra circles behind again, maintaining the rhythm of a two-sided assault. Karatas tries to shut the pattern down, warning that the same trick will not work twice. Before he can fully turn, the blue-haired ally strikes his back again and tests whether the pressure is starting to break him. She thinks the coordinated offense may actually be working. Together they launch another Wild Wolf Fist Strike, driving Karatas through the air under combined momentum. The impact crashes into the battlefield hard enough for the surrounding fighters to feel the shock. Karatas coughs but remains standing, showing that even repeated clean hits are not enough to finish him. He roars and explodes with power, trying to blow away the swarm of attackers around him. Shutra still gets in close and lands another hit before Karatas can fully regain control. He presses forward again, refusing to let the king recover his footing. The blue-haired ally joins from behind, and Karatas is forced to admit the situation has become absurdly troublesome. Under their combined assault, he is actually being pushed back by opponents he had dismissed as insignificant. That humiliation finally starts to irritate him in earnest. Karatas retaliates with a massive sweeping counter meant to wipe both of them out at once. The attack tears across the ground and forces the pair to evade rather than continue pressing. Seeing the danger, Shutra calls on White Suri again as an emergency answer. A green defensive force intercepts the swing and blunts the worst of Karatas' power. The blue-haired ally uses the opening to slip in and strike him again at close range. Her hit snaps his head back, briefly breaking his rhythm once more. She immediately calls for Shutra to follow up while Karatas is open. Instead, Karatas gathers a concentrated red power into his chest, preparing a far deadlier counterattack. He launches himself upward into the setup for his special ultimate technique, Earthquaker. At point-blank range, he unleashes destruction burst straight into Shutra. The blast rips through the battlefield in a violent red eruption. Shutra survives the hit and drops into a guarded stance, breathing hard but still able to fight. Karatas lands again and laughs, impressed that even that ultimate strike failed to end the battle. Then he roars with renewed ferocity, preparing to continue the slaughter. Shutra is stunned that Karatas can still keep going after taking so much punishment himself. Karatas slams down another devastating attack, blasting Shutra backward once more. Reeling from the exchange, Shutra can only marvel at how monstrous Karatas' body is if even destruction burst was not decisive. A wolf ally dives in to intercept the next attack, buying Shutra a heartbeat of survival. Even after the awakening and the coordinated assault, Shutra is forced to wonder if it still is not enough to win. Before despair can settle in, the blue-haired ally throws him a new opening and urgently tells Shutra to catch what she is sending. As the battle turns chaotic, Shutra suddenly notices another weapon entering the fight. He catches the incoming mace and realizes he has been handed a new chance. He recognizes it as Skull Crusher, the barbarian king's weapon. Understanding that it is another divine artifact left by the heavenly dragon king, he decides this will be enough to finish the war. With the artifact awakened in his hands, Shutra declares that the war will end here. He bids the barbarian king farewell and commits to the killing blow. Shutra launches a decisive strike with Skull Crusher. The barbarian king tries to answer with brute force, but the momentum has already shifted. The impact shakes the battlefield so violently that even distant soldiers are stunned. Shutra holds his ground amid the dust, having overpowered the enemy king. The surrounding barbarians begin to understand that something impossible has just happened. Karatas falls, and the system confirms that the barbarian king has been defeated. Shutra's rewards arrive at once, raising his king's slayer rank and granting him the title Conqueror of Evian. Multiple level-ups pour into him as the battlefield witnesses his sudden rise. The blue-haired woman realizes with amazement just how far Shutra has advanced. Skull Crusher remains in the air as proof of the victory he seized. Shutra raises the weapon and publicly announces that the enemy general has fallen. The news spreads instantly through both armies that the barbarian king is dead and the ninth prince brought him down. The surviving barbarians are thrown into disbelief, unable to accept their king's defeat. Among the spoils, Skull Crusher is formally recognized as Shutra's new prize. Without wasting the opening, Shutra orders an immediate extermination of the remaining enemy forces. He makes it clear that no barbarian is to be allowed to escape. The rout becomes a slaughter, and the battle ends in Shutra's victory. Word of that victory is sent at once to the Demon King's castle. From there, the news spreads across the demon realm once again. Some greet Shutra's success with open delight. Others respond with anxiety or jealousy as his influence grows. Far away, beyond the reach of ordinary reports, someone else senses his triumph. That watcher is the Death Knight, who has long desired the world's end. He finally lifts his head in response to the change he feels. And he begins listening to the call of death itself. That evening, the Demon King's army settles into camp after Karatas' defeat. The soldiers celebrate wildly, drinking and laughing now that they have survived. The revelry spreads through the camp as victory loosens everyone's restraint. Shutra addresses his people and thanks them for enduring the campaign. His companions answer by praising him in return and crediting him for the mission's success. The blue-haired woman gushes that defeating the barbarian king proves how extraordinary he is. Shutra downplays the praise and insists he would have lost without their help. Pleased by his humility, the white-haired woman offers him a special gift for recovery. She tells him to use it for one night and regain his strength. Shutra recognizes the gift as a lucid dream pillow. He recalls that it is a rare magic item that lets its owner choose their dreams, though only a limited number of times. He happily admits he knows exactly how valuable such an item is. The white-haired woman teasingly asks what kind of dream he intends to have. Caught off guard, Shutra admits he has not decided yet. But after thinking it over, he realizes the dream he needs most is not comfort. What he truly wants is another chance to face the barbarian king. He decides that reliving that fight would be the best training he could ask for. Before he can say it aloud, Karak abruptly cuts in. Karak nervously begs Shutra not to dream about him, turning the moment into a joke that everyone rejects. Their banter is interrupted when General Bandal asks to enter. Bandal comes in with a serious purpose and asks to speak to the ninth prince. When Shutra asks about his injuries, Bandal brushes them off as something a night's rest will heal. He then reveals that he has come to ask a favor. Shutra listens, unsure what Bandal could want. Bandal asks whether Shutra will fight him in 5 days. The request shocks Shutra because no one has challenged him like this before. He remembers that in the original story, it was always Zephyr who made the first move in such relationships. Bandal had never been the one to step forward first, whether in recruitment or alliance. So this dual request means Bandal is testing Shutra's worth as a lord for the first time. Shutra senses Bandal's competitive spirit and understands what the challenge really means. That realization pleases him. He accepts the duel without hesitation. Both agree to fight in 5 days, once they have fully recovered. Morning comes over the army's encampment as the campaign continues. The white-haired woman wakes with a brutal hangover after overindulging in the celebration. Shutra scolds her lightly, but she insists victory was too satisfying not to drink for. Even while exhausted, he asks for an update on the military situation. The plan is to retake the strongholds first, and sweep out any barbarians who may still remain. The blue-haired woman then asks how Shutra's aura suddenly became so powerful in the battle. He begins to explain the strange change inside him. When he reveals that a dragon heart formed in his body, the white-haired woman is stunned. She quickly concludes that such a heart would naturally explain his sudden surge in power, and praises him even more. Karak wonders if that means Shutra is literally turning into a dragon, but the answer is no. Instead, the dragon heart is explained as the authority of a dragon, granting Shutra access to powers unique to dragons. His companions immediately jump to childish questions about breathing fire. Shutra can only stare at them in disbelief. The white-haired woman corrects them and says the truly important gain is dragon-specific magic. She suggests that Shutra may now be able to use dragon tongue magic. Shutra remembers that this is a form of authority-laden speech magic that only dragons can wield. He knows he once saw where to learn it in a strategy guide, but he cannot recall the location. For the moment, he resigns himself to waiting until the memory returns. The next day, the Demon King's army resumes its march south. They retake strongholds 7, 6, and 5 in order while hunting down any barbarians left behind. Meanwhile, Shutra uses the lucid dream pillow to load the interrupted dream he wants to revisit. He enters the dream space and prepares to relive the battle. He steadies himself inside the artificial world. The dream begins constructing his opponent before him. Karatas is fully generated inside the dream for Shutra's rematch. Shutra immediately attacks to test the simulation. Karatas answers with the same crushing force as before. Their fists collide head-on in a perfect recreation of the battle. Watching the exchange, Shutra realizes just how useful this dream truly is. He concludes that the lucid dream pillow is absurdly powerful. By repeatedly reviewing old battles this way, He can deepen his understanding of his techniques and discover better ways to use them. He becomes convinced that this tool will let him grow much faster. Then a new voice interrupts and remarks that he has found a fascinating item. A green, radiant figure manifests inside the dream. Shutra turns in surprise toward the newcomer. The figure identifies herself as Ankle. She explains that she is only a fragment of thought and memory left inside the dragon heart, closer to Green Wind than to the original Ankle the Watcher. She says the lucid dream pillow is what makes this conversation possible, though even it has limits. Within this space, she can only help Shutra realize knowledge he already possesses. Shutra first tries to ask who killed her, and whether it was one of the great calamity-related beings he suspects. Ankle refuses to answer that directly. But her response all but confirms that his suspicion is not baseless. Shutra changes course and asks instead where he can learn dragon tongue magic. Ankle tells him he already knows the answer. She explains that the memory is buried beneath too many overlapping experiences, and offers to help him recall it. Shutra eagerly accepts her help. Ankle activates the buried memory within him. The forgotten strategy guide in his mind resurfaces. The memory opens fully under her guidance. Shutra jolts awake from the dream with the answer restored. He lies there stunned as the recovered memory settles into place. Then he realizes he now remembers the location where dragon tongue magic can be learned. Before he can act on it, Karak bursts in looking for him. Karak asks why he is still inside and reminds him that today is important. He points out that this is the day of the duel Shutra agreed to 5 days earlier. Outside, General Bandal is already waiting for the promised fight.